Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to CivilsFront. We are starting this course today. We are starting with PSIR Foundation course. PSIR Foundation course. And before we start, I would like to tell you that we will be proceeding with the course by considering and assuming that you have never prepared earlier for this subject, and you hardly know anything about the subject. You are just very much new to this subject, and you might have a very different background than the political science. You might have the political science background itself also, or else you can have your other background, like you might be from any science background, you might be from any other background. So considering all these things, we will be starting right from the scratch of the subject, like what the subject is, what the subject is about. Before we go into the depth of the subject, let us try to understand. I hope you know that what is the syllabus, because these are the basic important things which we require for the to proceed with the subject. For example, if we have to prepare properly for the political science, let me first tell you political science and international relations, a subject which is carrying 500 marks in the UPSC mains examination, which has a lot of weight because it is a very much deciding factor in our UPSC preparation. Okay, so 500 marks are very important, and we have to secure maximum possible numbers out of 500 marks. 500 may say maximum possible, like it can go to 300, it can go to 310, it must go to 320. Like at least this is the maximum possible range which we can aim for, and which people earlier also secured this much amount of marks in the political science subject. So it means this subject has the potential to carry good amount of marks. That is what I want to tell you, and that is something which we have to keep in our mind, and we have to be confident that yes, this subject, political science and international relation, holds the potential of carrying at least 300 or 320 marks, or the range, if I tell you 280 to 320, this is the achievable range one can possibly do by preparing well. Okay, it is clear? यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? Just keep telling me in the mid of the discussion that whether you are able to understand what we are going to understand. हम क्या समझ रहे हैं, वो आपको समझ रहा है या नहीं, आप प्लीज बताते रहिए, so that we can have an interactive session. Otherwise it will be very much boring for you also, and I don't want to make it, because I am committed and I am determined to make these classes more interactive and more interesting for you, and even more simpler in understanding, so that you really feel this subject very much aware. Okay, so yes, so this subject carries the potential of this much of marks, and we have to keep in mind that this is achievable. Now, how this is achievable? First, we need to be very much thorough with the syllabus of this examination. हमारा जो subject है political science, this is the most important task which I would ask you to do, that you have to go through the syllabus, you have to repeat each and every topic of the syllabus multiple times, so that you completely gain the command over the syllabus. That is the first step which we have to do. ये सबसे पहली step है जो हमें करनी है. No matter what, we have ample amount of time, so please keep this in mind. We have good amount of time. हमारे पास बहुत समय है, बिल्कुल भी समय की कमी नहीं है. We have very comfortable time for the preparation. In this given amount of time, like let's say we are aiming to conclude the syllabus by the end of the or mid of the December or end of the December. So this 6 months span of time is very much a comfortable time in which we can prepare this subject properly, not just read and not just complete the syllabus, but we can revise, we can do answer writing, and we can also write some test. Okay, so all these things will be done in this course itself. So you don't have to worry कि इतना time लगेगा, इतने time में complete होगा या नहीं. Syllabus will be completed in the stipulated amount of time prescribed in the schedule of our course. but at the same time you have to also make sure that you keep revising the topics whatever we study here. जो भी हम टॉपिक्स यहाँ पर समझ रहे हैं आपको रिवाइज करना है, बिकॉज द कमिटमेंट हैज टू बी फ्रॉम द बोथ लेवल, दोनों लेवल से हमें कमिटमेंट इंश्योर करनी है. From my side, I will make sure that I teach each and every topic and subtopic of the syllabus and we don't leave any topic aside. That is the commitment from my side. At the same time, I will make sure and I will try my best to make you understand each and every topic at the conceptual level and at the deeper level of its roots. So मेरी जो एफर्ट्स रहेगी वो यही रहेगी कि मैं सिलेबस का हर एक पॉइंट, हर एक टॉपिक, माइक्रो टॉपिक, सब टॉपिक, हर टॉपिक को मैं बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन करूं इन सच अ वे दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड इट प्रॉपरली. बट एट द सेम टाइम यू विल हैव टू आल्सो मेक श्योर दैट यू रिवाइज देम प्रॉपरली मोर देन 1 or 2 टाइम्स, सेवरल टाइम्स आपको रिवाइज करते रहना है. तभी जो एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स के थ्रू हम एक अच्छा स्कोर मेंटेन या अच्छा स्कोर अचीव कर पाएंगे यूपीएससी के अपने एग्जाम में. दैट इज वन थिंग. सेकंडली सिलेबस के बारे में मैंने कहा, सिलेबस इज समथिंग जो आपको थरोली देखना है कि सिलेबस में क्या क्या टॉपिक्स है. जस्ट कीप गोइंग थ्रू द सिलेबस. और इसका डॉक्यूमेंट भी हमने अपने टेलीग्राम चैनल पर, अगर आपको पता होगा तो PSIR Civils Front on this Telegram channel. I have already shared the document of the syllabus where there is a syllabus and on the basis of the syllabus what are the UPSC has asked the questions. कौन से यूपीएससी ने क्वेश्चंस पूछे वो सबका एक डॉक्यूमेंट, प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट आपको शेयर किया हुआ है. एंड आई वुड सजेस्ट यू, आई वुड रिकमेंड यू टू टेक द प्रिंट ऑफ इट एंड कीप इट विथ यू ऑल द टाइम एंड कीप लुकिंग एट इट सो दैट यू गेन अ वेरी गुड कमांड ओवर द सिलेबस. ओके, तो इसको स्किप नहीं करना है. दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से. ये स्किप आप नहीं कर सकते, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेज है. तो नेक्स्ट 1 वीक आपको ये जो सिलेबस की कॉपी है मल्टीपल टाइम्स आपको इसको देखते रहना है सो दैट आपको पता चले कि सिलेबस में क्या है. नाउ डायरेक्टली गोइंग इनटू द सब्जेक्ट, क्योंकि द डिस्कशन अबाउट द स्ट्रेटेजी लाइक हाउ टू प्रिपेयर, देन इफ यू फेस एनी डाउट, एनी डिफिकल्टी, हाउ टू ओवरकम इट, ऑल दिस थिंग्स वी विल बी डिस्कसिंग over the period of time. So don't worry that we will be only talking about the subject. We will be also talking about the preparation strategy, what are the challenges we are facing and how to overcome them. And also you can feel free to connect with me whenever you want. So don't worry about anything. Let us now try to understand what is the political science. That is the main thing, because from which topic we will start? We will start with the first topic in the syllabus, that is political theory. Political theory, its meaning and approaches. Meaning and approaches. I hope you can clearly see this. It is visible. Yeah, I will tell you how can you connect. We connect at the end of the class. Okay, now this is the first topic as per the syllabus. Okay, and we will go with the syllabus. So now the question is, the name of the topic is political theory, meaning and approaches. And basically PSIR paper 1 section A, the name of the subject is basically political theory. तो हमारा जो सब्जेक्ट का नाम है that is political theory. Try to understand. Paper 1 we have 2 paper. ये हमारा political science है PSIR. It has 2 paper, paper 1 and paper 2. Each of the paper has section A, section B. यहाँ पर भी section A, section B. Okay, I think this is very much clear to you. You already know all these things. I know you many of the things I will be discussing. You might be definitely knowing about those things. And you might feel they are repetitive, but still but because I am assuming that we are starting from the scratch, we are starting from the basic itself, I will be explaining, I will put emphasis on explaining every second thing so that you get more clarity about everything. So paper 1 section A, this is political theory. So entire paper 1 section A is named as a political theory. So it becomes very natural for us to first understand what the political theory is. Okay, I repeat, because the title of the section A, paper 1 section A का जो title है उसका title ही political theory है. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बन जाता है हमारे लिए कि पहले हम ये समझे कि पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी है क्या। दैट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। ओके, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी क्या है, उसका मीनिंग क्या है, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ द पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी एंड व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट वेरियस अप्रोचेस थ्रू विच वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड द पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी। यहां तक क्लियर है? तो सबसे पहले वी विल ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड मीनिंग एंड देन वी विल गो विद द अप्रोचेस। दैट अप्रोचेस मीन्स व्हाट, कि फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज समथिंग, so from what perspective we need to look upon it. For example, political theory है, political theory एक subject है, एक discipline है, क्या है, जो भी है political theory, we will try to understand what political theory is. But when we understand any particular discipline, any particular subject, so we need to carry particular approach. हमें एक subject को समझने के लिए एक approach के पर्सपेक्टिव से समझना पड़ता है कि इस अप्रोच से हमें ये दिखाई देता है, दूसरे अप्रोच से हमें कुछ और दिखाई देता है, तीसरे अप्रोच से कुछ और दिखाई देता है, एंड इन दैट वे वन पर्टिकुलर थिंग, एंड दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट। इस सब्जेक्ट की, या फॉर दैट मैटर जो ह्यूमैनिटीज के सब्जेक्ट है, आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू अ बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन सी पॉलिटिकल साइंस और लेट्स से हिस्ट्री, सोशियोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री को थोड़ा साइड में रखते हैं, लेकिन सोशियोलॉजी और बहुत सारे और सब्जेक्ट जो ह्यूमैनिटीज के हैं उनमें और साइंस में। फर्स्ट ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड। अब आपको लगेगा कि व्हाट इज द व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ टेलिंग द डिफरेंस बिटवीन ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड साइंस, बट दैट इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड इन द पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी। पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में हम वही समझने वाले हैं कि क्यों ये एक ह्यूमैनिटीज का सब्जेक्ट है, और क्यों फिर, और हम एट द सेम टाइम we will also try to understand, because the name of the subject is political science, so what is there in this subject because of which we call it a science। हम इसको साइंस क्यों बोल रहे हैं? अगर ये सब्जेक्ट ह्यूमैनिटीज का है तो हम इसको साइंस क्यों बोल रहे हैं, ये भी समझना जरूरी है। बट ह्यूमैनिटीज में और साइंस में डिफरेंस है कि ह्यूमैनिटीज के जो सब्जेक्ट्स है दे आर बेसिकली, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे आर सब्जेक्टिव। सब्जेक्टिव, देयर इज अ सब्जेक्टिविटी इन द सब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटीज। सब्जेक्टिव का मतलब ये है दैट देयर कैन बी डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव। फॉर एग्जांपल, पॉलिटिकल साइंस में वी विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट लिबरलिज्म, we will be talking about Marxism, we will be talking about communism, we will be talking about libertarianism, we will be talking about feminism, and there are n number of different approaches, not just in the political theory but also in the international relation। इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन में, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में, कंपैरेटिव पॉलिटिक्स में हम बहुत सारे डिफरेंट अप्रोचेस को समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। ओके, सो एंड दैट्स व्हाई this subject, this humanities subject like political theory is basically a subjective thing, because there is no one particular fact। for example, when we talk about science, अगर हम साइंस की बात करते हो, साइंस में हमें फिजिक्स है, केमिस्ट्री है, बायोलॉजी है, ये सारे सब्जेक्ट्स है, ठीक है। नाउ ऑन विच बेसिस वी डिसाइड और वी डिफाइन पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट एज अ साइंटिफिक सब्जेक्ट, बिकॉज आगे हमें यही आने वाला है in some point of time in this chapter we will be talking about normative approaches and empirical approaches। normative approaches and empirical approaches। empirical approaches are basically scientific approaches and normative approaches are basically subjective, descriptive and subjective and prescriptive। actually we'll talk about what is prescriptive and descriptive। so normative is basically about humanities। सो एम्पेरिकल मीन्स जहां पर डेटा होता है, फैक्ट होता है, फॉर्मूलेज होते हैं, थ्योरम्स होते हैं। जैसे कई आप में से कई लोगों ने लेट्स से साइंस पढ़ा होगा, तो जैसे होता है फोर्स इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन, ऐसा कोई फॉर्मूला है, या फिर कोई वेलोसिटी का फॉर्मूला है, या फिर फॉर एग्जांपल ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स, जो ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स है, ओके, बहुत सारे उसमें जैसे ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स है, तो G1, G2, फिर यहाँ पे कांस्टेंट, रेडियस स्क्वायर, ऐसे बहुत सारे डिफरेंट फॉर्मूलेज होते हैं। नाउ व्हाट दिस फॉर्मूलेज आर, दे आर फिक्स। फोर्स इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन, देयर इज नो सब्जेक्टिविटी, देयर इज नो डिफरेंट ओपिनियन। फोर्स इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन, दिस इज फिक्स थिंग। लेट्स से 1 + 1 इज इक्वल टू 2, दिस इज द एस्टैब्लिश्ड फैक्ट। लेट्स से इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द केमिस्ट्री, तो हाइड्रोजन पहला एलिमेंट होता है, अगर आपको पता होगा, बेसिक तो 10th तक हमने सबने साइंस देखा है, करेक्ट। सो अगर हम हाइड्रोजन की बात करते हैं, जैसे हाइड्रोजन H, तो इसमें एक इलेक्ट्रॉन होता है, एक इलेक्ट्रॉन होता है, तो उसका एटॉमिक नंबर 1 है। सो दैट इज फिक्स, इट कैनॉट बी चेंज्ड, इट कैनॉट बी चेंज्ड। Hydrogen have the atomic number 1, it means it has 1 electron, it means that is the fixed thing, इसमें कोई पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं है। There cannot be like 10 different people, liberals आके ये नहीं बोल सकते कि हाइड्रोजन में दो वो है इलेक्ट्रॉन्स है, या फिर मार्क्सिस्ट आके ये नहीं कह सकते कि हाइड्रोजन में कोई इलेक्ट्रॉन ही नहीं है। ऐसा कोई पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं है, देयर इज नो सब्जेक्टिविटी टू इट, एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट इज अ साइंस, करेक्ट, दैट्स व्हाई इट्स अ साइंस। बट व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट जस्टिस, अगर मैं बात करता हूं जस्टिस की, कि एक समाज में जस्टिस होना चाहिए, जस्टिस इज रियली अ नॉर्मेटिव आइडिया, बिकॉज वी फील दैट इट हैज टू बी देयर, जस्टिस होना चाहिए। बट देन इज देयर एनी साइंटिफिक बेसिस दैट वी प्रूफ व्हाट जस्टिस इज? क्या कोई फॉर्मूला है दैट जस्टिस इज इक्वल टू दिस दिस दिस? ऐसा कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं है। आर यू गेटिंग मी? We talk about justice, we talk about liberty, we talk about democracy, we talk about equality, we talk about all these things. Is there any defined formula like equality is equal to mass into acceleration? ऐसा कुछ है? Nothing like this. Equality is equal to mass into acceleration, ऐसा कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं है। Equality is something a moral फिलोसॉफिकल कंसेप्ट। मुझे लगता है कि इक्वालिटी होनी चाहिए, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से इक्वालिटी की जो डेफिनेशन है, अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, वो डिफरेंट है। देयर कैन बी सम अदर पर्सन हु कैन कम अप विथ हिज ओन डेफिनेशन ऑफ इक्वालिटी, एंड दैट इज द डिबेट, दैट इज द एंटायर डिबेट which the political science is about. Political theory, political science is about the continuous and continuously evolving debate and discussion about the particular concept. Like even the times of Aristotle, there was a discussion about equality, and he came up with his own ideas of equality. His idea of equality was meritocratic equality, मेरिट के बेसिस पर इक्वालिटी, मतलब जो जितना डिजर्व करता है उसको इतना मिलना चाहिए, काइंड ऑफ, मतलब जिसका जितना मेरिट है, इफ समवन इज कंट्रीब्यूटिंग मोर इनटू पर्टिकुलर थिंग, देन ही डिजर्व्स मोर. So equals to be treated equally and unequals to be treated unequally. That is what his concept of equality. Equality का उनका जो concept था वो थोड़ा meritocratic था. But if you see, बाद में बहुत सारे लोगों के concept है, socialism का equality का concept है. So according to socialism, ये सारी चीजें आपको काफी नई लग रही होंगी, अरिस्टोटल की आइडियाज meritocratic वाली, और at the same time socialism का equality का concept. These are all might be, this can be, you may feel that these are completely new terms, but don't worry, we are taking just a reference of all these terms to understand. We will be understanding all these things separately. Socialism क्या है, अरिस्टोटल के बारे में हम differently, separately उसके बारे में समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. I am just taking the reference कि equality अगर एक concept है, तो जॉन रॉल्स, कभी आपने नाम सुना होगा जॉन रॉल्स. Okay, so John Rawls, if he come, he will talk that equality is this. If Karl Marx came, he will talk about equality in a very different way, because his perspective of equality is very different. Because यहाँ पर हर एक स्कॉलर का, या हर एक आइडियोलॉजी का, या फिर हर एक स्कूल ऑफ थॉट का जो एक कंसेप्ट को लेके आइडिया है या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, दैट इज डिफरेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज उनका टाइमिंग डिफरेंट है, उनके हिस्टोरिकल कंटेक्स्ट डिफरेंट है, उनके कल्चरल कंटेक्स्ट डिफरेंट है, उनकी अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग डिफरेंट है. एक पर्टिकुलर कंसेप्ट के ऊपर मल्टीपल पर्सपेक्टिव्स हो सकते हैं. दैट इज द पॉलिटिकल साइंस, दैट इज पॉलिटिकल थियरी. ओके, पॉलिटिकल थियरी जो है इज बेसिकली अ डिस्कशन of various different political ideas related to the human beings. Now this is very important. I am talking about human beings. First of all, let's just confirm कि यहां तक सबको समझ में आ गया. यहां तक सबको समझ में आ गया? Please tell me. So I hope you got the difference between science और humanities के सब्जेक्ट में डिफरेंस क्या है, और क्यों ह्यूमैनिटीज के सब्जेक्ट में बहुत सारे डिफरेंट थेरीज है. क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन यही है कि देयर इज लिबरलिज्म, देयर इज फेमिनिज्म, देयर इज मार्क्सिज्म, व्हाई ऑल दिस डिफरेंट थेरीज, इतने सारे डिफरेंट थेरीज की वजह, व्हाई देयर कैन नॉट बी वन सिंगल थेरी, एक सिंगल सिंपल थेरी क्यों नहीं हो सकती है पॉलिटिकल साइंस में कंसेप्ट को समझने के लिए। अगर हम डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में भी बात करेंगे, जब हम डेमोक्रेसी इस टॉपिक पे आएंगे, तो देयर आर मेनी डिफरेंट आइडियाज अबाउट डेमोक्रेसी। इलिटिस्ट की अलग थेरी है, करेक्ट, उसके बाद लिबरल्स की डेमोक्रेसी की थेरी अलग है, और बाकी जो पर्सपेक्टिव्स है उनकी डिफरेंट, जो सीबी मैकफर्सन करके एक वहां पर स्कॉलर आएंगे जिनका एक अलग डेवलपमेंटल डेमोक्रेसी का कंसेप्ट है। सो देयर आर डिफरेंट वेरियस कंसेप्ट्स एंड आइडियाज अबाउट वन पर्टिकुलर थिंग, सो दैट इज द ब्यूटी। नाउ पॉलिटिकल साइंस is a subject of humanities. Subject of humanities. It means it is about human beings. It is about human beings. It is about you and me. Political science. ये जो एक बहुत बड़ा मिथ है, मिसकंसेप्शन है. So we are talking about the subject of humanities. It means it is about human beings. The subject is about human beings. So if the subject is about human beings, it means the subject is about you and me. It means political science as a subject is not an isolated or a disconnected discipline. It is about people. It is about human beings. Are you getting me? इसीलिए हम कभी भी जैसे पॉलिटिकल साइंस या फिर फॉर दैट मैटर जो ह्यूमैनिटीज के सब्जेक्ट है, उनको बहुत कम इंपॉर्टेंस हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में दिया गया है। अगर हम अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम की बात करें, if we see our education system focus more upon the science, math, all these things, instead of like we have more engineers than the people from humanities background. We have more engineers, we have more mathematicians. Okay, and why this is, that is a completely different debate. So that is a task for you. You have to think ki why a education system has produced more engineers, doctors and mathematicians, etc. than the people from the humanities discipline. ऐसा क्यों हुआ होगा हमारे इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में? इसके बारे में आपको सोचना है, और सोच के अगर आपको इसका कुछ अच्छा आंसर मिलता है तो आप मुझे बता सकते हो, या तो आप वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करके भेज सकते हो, या तो आप मुझे टेलीग्राम पर मैसेज कर सकते हो, बताऊंगा कहां पर करना है। बट इस बारे में आप जरूर सोचो। ओके, इंटरनेशनल डिमांड के साथ साथ द जॉब मार्केट एंड ओवरऑल द सोसाइटी, सोशल कंडीशन जो है हमारी, लाइक इंडिया इज अ सोसाइटी वेयर देयर इज अ ट्रेमेंडस पॉवर्टी इतनी ज्यादा होने की वजह से द इमीडिएट रिक्वायरमेंट of the person is to get a job, and to get a job you need to become engineer or doctor or something else where there is a professional job market available. Instead of in case of humanities, there are less job opportunities. So it's about job opportunities. The more job opportunities available, because we have a huge service sector and we have huge manufacturing sector also, and that is the reason. So you can think from that perspective. So this subject is about human beings. It means अगर ये ह्यूमन बींग्स के बारे में है तो डेफिनेटली यहाँ पर एक इंडिविजुअल, नॉट इंडिविजुअल बट ह्यूमन बींग्स के लिए एक बेटर लाइफ, ह्यूमन बींग्स के लिए एक बेटर लाइफ कैसे बना सकते हैं, कैसे एक बेटर सोसाइटी क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, कैसा एक बेटर पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, दैट इज द पॉलिटिकल साइंस। तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस का जो अल्टीमेट गोल है, द अल्टीमेट गोल ऑफ द पॉलिटिकल साइंस एज अ डिसिप्लिन is centered around one thing. The aim of the political science is to make the life of an human being better and better. Please keep this in mind, and that is the central line of this subject. अगर हमें ये समझ में आ गया कि इस सब्जेक्ट का जो इंटेंशन है, एम है, वो यही है कि एक इंसान की लाइफ बेटर बनानी है, ये गोल अगर हम समझ गए तो पूरा पॉलिटिकल साइंस समझना हमारे लिए बहुत इजी हो जाएगा। So while navigating through this subject, इस सब्जेक्ट के थ्रू जाते वक्त हमें बस ये ध्यान में रखना है कि एंड गोल एक ह्यूमन बीइंग के लिए बेटर लाइफ, एक बेटर सोसाइटी और एक बेटर पॉलिटिकल सेटअप क्रिएट करना, जो which can a better political setup which facilitate a better society and better human being, a better life for a human being. That is what the ultimate goal. Is this clear? यहां तक क्लियर है? गोल आपके दिमाग में याद रहेगा कि ह्यूमन बीइंग के लिए एक बेटर लाइफ, बेटर सोसाइटी, बेटर पॉलिटिकल सेटअप क्रिएट करना, दैट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट कंसेप्ट, दैट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट गोल. नाउ एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट है, या फॉर दैट मैटर लेट अस फोकस राइट नाउ ऑन पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी ओनली. लेट्स skip this. Political theory. Political theory is not just about politics. Let's understand this कि सबको ये लगता है कि पॉलिटिकल साइंस है, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी है, नाम ही पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी है, तो ये सब्जेक्ट पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में है. ये बहुत बड़ा मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. इट इज नॉट अबाउट पॉलिटिक्स. And if at all it is about politics, then we need to also underline one important fact that politics again is about human beings and a better life for them. Politics is about social justice. Politics is about equality. Politics is about liberty. Politics is about freedom. Politics is about democracy. Politics is about good governance. Politics is about all those things which help to make a life better. एक इंडिविजुअल को, लेट्स से मेरी आपकी अगर बात हो रही है, तो हमें अगर डेमोक्रेसी मिलती है, एक वेल फंक्शनिंग डेमोक्रेसी, एक प्रॉपरली फंक्शनिंग डेमोक्रेसी, हमें लिबर्टी मिलती है, हमें फ्रीडम मिलता है, हमें इक्वालिटी मिलती है, और हमें हमारे साथ सोशल जस्टिस होता है, तो इससे एंड में होगा क्या? एंड ऑफ द डे, इफ वी गेट ऑल दीज थिंग्स जो पॉलिटिक्स से मिलनी है, इफ वी गेट ऑल दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम द पॉलिटिक्स लाइक गुड गवर्नेंस, बेटर सर्विसेज एक्सेट्रा, देन अगेन दिस लीड्स टू अ बेटर लाइफ फॉर अ ह्यूमन बीइंग. And it will create a better society. Correct? एक better society, better human being, एक life के human being के लिए एक better life ही create होगी. So political theory is not exclusively about politics. Rather, political theory is about a human being. Correct? यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? So political theory is about human being. It's not about politics. It's not about politics. This is the major misconception which we need to remove from our mind, that political science is not exclusively about politics, and if at all it is about politics, then politics is about a better life for a human being. That is the thing. Now we need to understand कि political science और political theory, इसमें डिफरेंस क्या है? जैसे एक है, there is a political theory. Okay, then there is a political science, then there is a political philosophy. Political philosophy. Okay, so this is something we need to understand. कि what is the difference between political theory, political science and political philosophy? ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्कशन यहाँ पर है. अब क्योंकि यहाँ पर साइंस की बात हो रही है, तो लेट अस फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट साइंस इज. साइंस क्या है? पॉलिटिकल साइंस, इट मींस फॉर एग्जांपल देयर आर इंस्टीट्यूशंस जैसे कि पार्लियामेंट होता है, इलेक्शन का एक इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम होता है, इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम हो गया, पार्लियामेंट हो गया, जुडिशरी हो गई, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो गया, ये सारे डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस है. ओके, सो हाउ दे फंक्शंस, वो कैसे फंक्शंस करते हैं, किस तरीके से, हाउ दे फंक्शंस, एंड वी कैन मेजर. हम अब देखो, ऐसा नहीं है कि पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में साइंस का कोई कंपोनेंट नहीं है. जैसे साइंस इज अबाउट डेटा, साइंस इज अबाउट फैक्ट्स, साइंस इज अबाउट एक्सप्लेनेशन, साइंस इज अबाउट डिस्क्रिप्शन. I will explain the meaning of everything. Science is about description. Science is about yes. तो साइंस में मेनली डेटा, फैक्ट्स होते हैं, एक्सप्लेनेशन होता है, डिस्क्रिप्शन होता है. तो फॉर एग्जांपल, अब राज्यसभा का फंक्शनिंग कैसे होता है? तो राज्यसभा में लेट्स से कि 245 मेंबर्स है. करेक्ट? सो दैट इज द फैक्ट. कुछ laws, they are the member of parliament who make the laws. Okay, and at the same time, for example, there is election going on. तो इलेक्शन एक प्रोसेस है, एक मीडियम है, एक मेथोडोलॉजी है. पॉलिटिकल साइंस टॉक्स अबाउट द मेथड्स. ओके, जैसे इसका एक बहुत ही सिंपल एग्जांपल देके मैं आपको समझाता हूं. जस्टिस का recently there was a discussion about the caste census. Yes or no? Are we aware about this discussion? There was a discussion about the caste census के बारे में डिस्कशन आप सभी ने देखा होगा. Yes, correct. Now caste census इतना heated, इतना hot topic क्यों बना? Correct? For that matter, अब women reservation ये भी एक important discussion है. चलो ये भी एक बात करते हैं, women reservation. For that matter, there is a discussion of delimitation also. Delimitation, इसके बारे में भी डिस्कशन है, आपने ये भी सुना होगा, delimitation, right? See, as far as if you see, the entire discussion is mainly in English. Okay, the discussion is mainly in English. Whatever we are discussing, that is completely in English. And if at all in between we use some amount of Hindi, so that is not that we are telling some different content in Hindi. That is simply what we have explained in English, the same thing which we are explaining in Hindi. So don't worry about don't worry that if I tell something in Hindi, it means you are missing out on some content. Don't worry about it. You won't miss anything. That is my promise. So don't worry and have patience. Because even those who understand Hindi, they can also clearly see that everything I am explaining is mainly in English only. And if at all I am whatever the words or the sentences I am using in Hindi, they are primarily the repetition of whatever I have told in English. Okay. So you might have heard the discussion about delimitation, women reservation, etc. Let's talk about the caste census. Caste census has been the ongoing discussion. Now, caste census means what? What is the goal? What is the goal? First of all, there are two things in caste census. One is the ultimate goal. There is some goal. It is not an aimless activity. It is not an aimless activity. It has some aim. It has some goal. Correct. And second thing is that there is a methodology. Now, what is the goal? The goal is to achieve social justice. The goal is to achieve social justice. Right or wrong? By doing this exercise of caste census, what we aim for social justice, because by doing the caste census, we will understand that of which particular caste the people belong to are backward educationally, economically, socially. So on the basis of that, we will be able to frame the policies and the laws and the benefits and the government schemes as per the data provided by the caste census, so that we ensure that there is a social justice, right? This is the ultimate goal. So ultimate goal is social justice. And now again, please understand that social justice, or for that matter justice, is a subjective idea. Like everyone feel that there has to be justice. हम सबको लगता है कि justice होना चाहिए, ought to be, it has to be. This is the normative approach. This is the empirical approach. There are two approaches in the political theory: normative approaches and empirical approaches. Normative approaches, in the name itself, it is given norm. Norm का मतलब, what is the meaning of norm? Norms are basically the values, the philosophical aspect, the ethical aspect of particular thing. Let's say in society, when we talk about justice, so justice is a normative idea. It is a normative idea because it is coming from ethics. It is coming from morals, right? Justice is a normative idea. Why? Because it is coming from ethics. It is coming from morals. But the problem is, but the problem is, but the problem is, my ethics and your ethics are different. My morals, your morals are different. The morals of every person are different. The morals of every community, every society are different. And that's why if particular practice is acceptable in particular society, the same is not acceptable in another society. Are you getting me? And that's where in the discussion of rights, आगे चल के हम we will be talking about rights. There is a chapter rights. In the rights, we will be discussing about that there are some universal rights, and there is a cultural relativism. There will be a discussion of universalism and cultural relativism, that they claim that the rights has to be universal. Right to property has to be universal, but it is not possible, because in particular society, in particular culture, the property is not considered much important right. So there is a variation. It means the normative ideas are subjective, right? Normative ideas are subjective because there is no fixed definition of justice. Justice is a concept coming from the norms, coming from the ethics and morals, and that's why there is a variation of about the understanding, not just with the space but also with the time, with the space and time. For example, the understanding of justice 1000 years ago and understanding of justice in the present 21st century is different. So the idea and the understanding of justice also varies with time and space. Time and space. In the Western society, the idea of justice might be different. In Indian society, the idea of justice is different, right? In the West, the idea of justice is different. In the East, the idea of justice is different. So that is the variation because of the space. And also there is a variation of the time. So caste census, the goal of the caste census is social justice, the justice which is a normative idea. Normative idea means everyone of us feels from inside that it has to be done. ये होना चाहिए. It ought to be. All of us think that there has to be a justice. So we think it ought to be. Or for that matter, we all prescribe. We all prescribe. 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 We all suggest prescription. You know prescription? जैसे doctor prescription देते. So prescription, we all prescribe. We all suggest that there has to be a justice. So the normative approach to the political theory is prescriptive, it is subjective, it focuses upon ought to be, correct? That is what normative perspective. It means any idea, any concept where there is a subjectivity, there is a prescription which is coming from the morals, ethics, or let's say norms, then that is a normative idea. Liberty is a normative idea, justice is a normative idea, democracy is a normative idea. But then the question is, one particular idea, if we think from today's perspective, from the contemporary perspective, one particular idea cannot be exclusively normative. Or for that matter, you cannot understand the meaning of democracy simply from the normative perspective. You have to also apply some methodology. You also need to have some data, some fact to understand it in a better way. For example, caste census is an exercise, is an activity. Now, to complete this exercise, you need to do survey, आपको सर्वे करना पड़ेगा, हमें सर्वे करना पड़ेगा. We need to collect data. We need to create the statistics. Okay, and this is what we have to do. हमें सर्वे करना पड़ेगा, डेटा कलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, स्टैटिस्टिक्स डेवलप करने पड़ेंगे, एंड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट वी विल बी एबल टू फाइंड आउट and we will be able to basically figure out that how we are going to make sure the social justice, we are going to ensure the social justice. Although social justice is a normative idea in the political theory, but to ensure the social justice, we need to take help of the scientific methodologies. ये जो scientific methodology है, we will need to take help of it. Without scientific methodology, we cannot achieve the philosophical goal. So this is basically, ये तो philosophical है, normative है. Are you getting me? This is philosophical. So this is about political philosophy. Political philosophy is basically the normative angle. It focuses upon the philosophical, moral, ethical ideas. Okay, whereas this aspect of empirical, which focuses, now when we gather the data, when we do the survey, what we do, we identify the pattern, we identify the overall scenario, and we explain that in particular in India there are, let's say, 6,000 different castes, out of which these are the 67 castes which belongs to the tribal community. These are other 55 caste which comes under the scheduled caste, and these are 150 caste which comes under the OBC section. So what we are doing, on the basis of the data and fact, we are explaining. So empirical approach focus on the explanation. There is no subjectivity. There is a clear-cut data facts available on the basis of which you are explaining the real situation. So it's not about what ought to be, it's about what is. Empirical approach in the political theory explains what the situation is, what the reality is. It means it explains things the way they are. It does not prescribe what supposed to be. Rather, it focuses upon what is. ये फोकस करता है कि क्या होना चाहिए, और ये बताता है कि क्या है. These are the two different things. I hope you are getting me. Normative approach tells us that what ought to be, whereas empirical approach explains us what is, situation क्या है, reality क्या है. Okay, and that is also very important. So because normative approach is more about prescription, it suggests what ought to be. Does it suggest? क्या ये empirical approach जो है, empirical approach is prescriptive or explanatory? It is explanatory because it focuses upon explanation. Because why it is able to explain? Because they have the data facts. Okay, so this is political science. It's political science. So if you see political science, we understood political science plus political philosophy is political theory. So political theory is basically political science plus political philosophy. Understood? Political theory, because political theory is not simply about normative. Political theory is not also about science, because you cannot fulfill, because ultimate goal, end goal क्या था हमारा? End goal was making a better life for a human being and making a better society or creating a better political system. So to ensure that, we cannot only take the help of the normative ideas or philosophical ideas like justice. We will also have to consider the component of a science which will give us more clarity to achieve the normative ideals. or the philosophical goals. So political theory is about political philosophy and political science collectively, both. So political theory is about political theory have the normative perspective also plus empirical perspective also. Understood? Please tell me, this is clear? Understood? Understood. So I think this is what I wanted to tell in this today's class. आज के क्लास में no, I don't think you need to make any running notes, because everything which we are discussing here, that is there in the notes. But definitely we are not just reading the notes. Notes we already have, but then whatever the explanation part is from my side, I will take the examples, impromptu examples. All of a sudden, if I remember any example, I will explain through that. So through the examples, we will try to understand all these things. So today we completed what the meaning of the political theory. Political theory का meaning क्या है? This is the meaning of a political theory. And also we understood that what are the different approaches. We tried to understand normative approach and empirical approach. There are many other approaches in the political science, traditional approaches, contemporary approaches, and then in contemporary approaches, there are behavioral approach, there is post-behavioral approach, all these things which we are going to study in the later classes. But I think for today, this is enough as a just to begin with. To begin with the subject, I think today's understanding of what political theory is and how we are going to proceed with the subject, what is the meaning of this subject, I think this important discussion is enough for today. If there is any doubt, many of you might have already started preparation and they might knowing things properly. They might feel that these are very simple discussion, but then always understand and keep in mind that with the simple discussions only we can get the depth of the particular idea. Yes. How to connect on laptop? On laptop, you can simply log into CivilsFront.in, then go to courses, and you can just log in with your own number. To connect with me, the number which is given 920 something, that on the office number, you can directly call me on that number. I pick up the call. Okay. Also, if you want to text me, you can text me on Telegram @academic_Vivek. You can connect with me on Telegram. You can share your queries, your doubts, and I will answer to you on the Telegram. You can join from the app also. There is app through the mobile, but you can also join through the laptop. You can also join through the laptop. You can do web login. You only have to insert your mobile number which you have used during the subscription of the course. कोर्स के सब्सक्रिप्शन के बाद जो कोर्स आपने जो मोबाइल नंबर यूज किया था वो फर्स्ट 2 टॉपिक्स के नोट्स अभी अपलोड हो जाएंगे. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी और थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट दोनों टॉपिक के अभी थोड़ी देर में अपलोड हो जाएंगे आपके पोर्टल पर. Yes, the notes of first 2 topics, political theory and theory of state, those 2 PDFs will be like single PDF. In the single PDF only these 2 topics are covered. These notes will be shared to you very soon, today immediately also. And one more important thing about the PYQs, handwritten PYQs, physical copy will be delivered to you. The PYQs written by All India Rank 59, those PYQs, handwritten PYQs will be delivered to you. Right now we are in a process of this, so it may take at least 15 days to deliver. Okay, but by the end of the month you can expect that the physical hard copies of the PYQ document or books you will be received. Okay, I will tell you the number is actually working, don't worry. This is the number 92702768 and 79. This is the number you can connect. Fine. Okay, so don't worry, if you even in the next class we are going to meet. In the next class also we will discuss so many things, so don't worry about it. Just be relaxed, just start with your preparation right from the today. Notes will be uploaded immediately, and you can just start with the with reading notes. Don't take much tension of even if you don't understand particular thing, because this is a completely altogether new subject, so it may take some time to understand. So just relax, keep your mind relaxed for a couple of days. You will automatically develop understanding over the period of time, so don't worry about it. And even after 1 month, 2 months, I am still there. Even if you don't understand any topic which is taught today, even after 2 months, you can connect with me on the topic which we are discussing today, so don't worry about it. So just enjoy the process of in the last class we discussed about what political theory is, correct? We discussed about what political theory is. I hope you understood what political theory is, correct? We discussed about political theory kya hai. So we tried to understand the meaning of political theory, and we also tried to understand two approaches, that is normative approach and empirical approach. ओके, दोनों चीजें समझ में आई? कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी, अगर आपने पढ़ा होगा, रिवाइज किया होगा, सो एटलीस्ट टेल मी 3 differences between the normative approach and empirical approach. Can you do this? Can you just write it down on your paper, or can you just tell me in the comment box? Instead, you write down on the paper and tell me that whether you are able to write. At least try to recall, and tell me, are you able to recall, are you able to remember at least 3 differences between normative approach and empirical approach? Yes. So normative approach is about ought to be, and empirical approach is about facts and yes, correct. Normative approach is subjective, empirical approach is based on the fact and data. Correct. Very good. Very good. So we are very much clear about what the normative approach is and what the empirical approach is. Now let us try to understand something very interesting, which is not actually discussed in any of the notes. PSR के किसी भी notes में इसके बारे में discussion नहीं किया है. Is everyone okay with the voice? Voice सबको आ रही है? या ओके. सो जिनको कुछ प्रॉब्लम लग रही है वॉइस में, आप एक बार डिवाइस चेक करो, बिकॉज रेस्ट ऑफ द पीपल आर एबल टू हियर मी प्रॉपरली. ओके, नाउ इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू नो दैट वी अंडरस्टूड द मीनिंग, बट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट दिस political theory as a discipline, as a subject, what is the story of this? The interesting thing to know is political theory की story क्या है, कहानी क्या है, political theory की कहानी क्या है. जैसे कोई personality होती है, if there is any personality, if there is any institution, if there is anything, it is very important for us to understand what is the story of it. उसके पीछे की कहानी क्या है. And how we understand the story of particular thing is by understanding its evolution, by tracing out its evolution, कि कहां से शुरू हुई, फिर बाद में क्या हुआ, फिर बाद में क्या हुआ, और यहां तक कैसे पहुंचा. What happened in the beginning, how it started, how it originated, and what happened in the subsequent times, and where it is standing right now, what it is doing right now. On the basis of that, we understand the story of particular thing. And because the subject is political theory, it is very important for us to know the story, कि ये political theory है क्या, कहां से आई है, स्टार्टिंग में इन्होंने क्या किया, बाद में क्या होते गया, और अब क्या हो रहा है. That is something we need to know, because then that will only tell us what can happen in the future. At least if we need to predict the future, if we need to predict, because UPSC is asking questions in such a way so UPSC asks question in such a way that you have to apply your knowledge, you have to apply your understanding to predict the future outcomes. So you have to be very much for example, it is not just about this particular topic. With every topic, whenever we will be doing answer writing, when you will do answer writing, one approach has to be there in the answer writing is you have to keep a futuristic tone in your answers. A futuristic tone. For example, if we talk about behavioral approach, if we talk about liberty, if we talk about Rawls' theory of justice, if we talk about a concept of human rights, so whatever we talk about in the political science, it must be keep in mind that we need to discuss about anything in the contemporary perspective. Contemporary times में क्या हो रहा है और फ्यूचर में क्या हो सकता है, ये जो एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक एटीट्यूड और कंटेम्पररी टाइम्स के साथ लिंक करने का जो एक एटीट्यूड है वो हमें डेवलप करना है. दिस इज आई एम टेलिंग यू इन द वेरी बिगिनिंग ऑफ आवर क्लासेस, बिकॉज वी आर नॉट studying this subject in a very typical and traditional way. Rather, we are trying to understand the subject in a very real time manner and in a very practical manner, because this subject is not just about theory. This subject is also about science. Yes, we were discussing about the application orientation, because for example, if we are studying justice, it means we will be studying about justice, we will be studying about democracy, we will be studying about liberty, we will be studying about rights, correct? Rights. So we will be studying about all these things. Is it useless? Is there any purpose why we are studying all these things? There must be some purpose, because we are not at all interested in just studying the theories. हमें सिर्फ theories पढ़ने में बिल्कुल कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. जस्टिस की theory सिर्फ पढ़ना अगर है हमें, we are not at all interested in just reading the theories. We are interested, we are studying the theory of justice just to apply it in a real life world, in a real time world. Real time world में apply करने के लिए हम पढ़ रहे हैं. We are studying justice, we are studying democracy, liberty, rights, equality, all these concepts, all these ideas in the political theory, we will be discussing to apply them in the real time world. Real time world में. So we are not here just to read the theories and understand them, but to apply them. Because you have to develop the habit of applying theories into the real life. Because जो बाद में after the course, when you will be studying and you will be writing answer and you will be talking about how can I connect this with the current example. So that is something, there is no trick of it. You need to develop the perspective right from the beginning. उसकी कोई ट्रिक नहीं है. जैसे there are many students who keep asking me questions that sir, how to link the theories with the current affairs. After studying everything, you cannot ask the question how to link the theories with the current affairs. You have to right from the beginning develop an approach where you have to understand that everything. For example, when we study justice, your task is to apply the theory of justice, apply the ideas we discuss in the justice in the real life manner. Because please make sure, please understand that this subject is not just a theoretical subject. Just because it's a subject of humanities, it is not a theoretical subject. Rather, all the subject of humanities are more relevant to the human life, and that's why we need to understand it from a perspective of application to the real life world. यहां तक क्लियर है? यहां तक क्लियर है? Political theory is basically a subject which deals with human being and what it want to do. एक better political system, एक better society, जहां पे एक better life human being के लिए हो. That is what all the purpose of the political theory. Right or wrong? This is something जो मैंने first class में ही बताया था. हमें याद रखना है. कि अल्टीमेट पर्पस, अल्टीमेट गोल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी का यही है कि जो ह्यूमन बीइंग्स है, यानी कि मैं, तुम, आप, हम में से सब लोग, ठीक है, ओके, हम सभी लोग, सो हमारे लिए एक बेटर पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम तैयार हो सके, which creates a better society and ultimately which creates a better life for every one of us. This is very much clear. This is the political theory. Now, this political theory is a framework. Is a framework. Rather, you can say a lens. Lens मतलब क्या होता है? एक चश्मा, एक लेंस जिसके थ्रू हम दुनिया देखते हैं. So, political theory is a kind of a lens through which you are going to see the things. हमें ह्यूमन लाइफ को बेटर कैसे करना है, इसके बारे में जो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप करनी है, वो इस लेंस से करनी है. मतलब इफ दिस इज अ स्पेक्ट, वी वियर द स्पेक्ट एंड वी हैव टू डेवलप आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. करेक्ट? फाइन. सो for that what we need to understand, we need to understand so many things like state, we need to understand various different institutions, we need to understand various different laws and policies, we need to understand the culture, because everything हर एक चीज जो है, everything, हाँ, थोड़ा सा पता नहीं क्यों आज लैगिंग हो रहा है, देखना पड़ेगा. हाँ, so everything, be it the culture in the society, be it the laws and policies of the state, be it the institutions, be it the state or whatever, everything has impact on the human life. Yes or no? Everything has impact on the human life. State हो, institutions हो, laws हो, policies हो, हर चीज का impact human life पर होता है. Everything, even the culture, even the language, even the caste, race, gender, almost everything has its impact on the human being and the political setup. कैसे? For example, caste हो गई, caste, correct? Caste हो गई, okay. So caste has its role to play in the politics. Laws and policies also determine the politics, institutions also determine the politics, culture also shape the politics. Yes or no? Culture भी politics को shape करता है. Culture also shape the politics. Even gender shapes the politics. जैसे for example, gender की अगर हम बात करते हैं, when we talk about gender, so how gender shapes the politics, how gender actually decides the politics. For example, there is a women reservation bill. We talk about women representation. We take up so many issues like gender justice. Yes or no? So it has the role to play in the politics. Even when we talk about race, तो चलो racial politics इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में तो नहीं है रेस के बेसिस पर, बट स्टिल अमेरिका में या वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में रेशियल पॉलिटिक्स, मतलब रेसिज्म के बेसिस पर पॉलिटिक्स होता है. टॉक अबाउट कास्ट is a very important and influential factor in the Indian politics. Indian politics की अगर आप बात करोगे तो caste has its role to play. Caste has its role to play in the politics. Caste has its role to play in the representation, in the laws and policies, and in the social justice and everything. So almost laws, policies, culture, even the culture, the way people vote, like people vote on the basis of the caste. People vote on the basis of so many other factors which are related to their culture. कुछ लोग रिलीजियन के बेसिस पे, कुछ लोग लैंग्वेज के बेसिस पर वोट करेंगे, कुछ लोग कास्ट के बेसिस पर वोट करेंगे. सो व्हाट इज दैट? दैट इज बेसिकली अ पार्ट ऑफ कल्चर प्लेइंग इट्स रोल इन द पॉलिटिक्स. यस और नो? सो व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज the ultimate goal of political theory, which is to make a better society, better political system, and a better human life. So there are many factors which has the role to play, and political theory, the job of the political theory as a discipline is to evaluate and to understand, to examine, to analyze the role of various different aspects in making the human life better. This understood? Are you getting me? What I'm trying to say is political theory as a subject is all about all these things. Political theory as a subject is about this. Political theory as a subject is about all these things. इसके बारे में है. So how it evolved? Up initially, first of all, let me know everything is clear till this. यहाँ तक clear है? Human beings और बाकी state system, everything. Like political theory क्या है? Political theory का purpose क्या है? Political theory में हमें करना क्या है? What is the task of the political theory? The task of the political theory is to evaluate, to analyze, to examine all the different aspects, all the different dimensions which affect the human beings' life and political setup and society. And mostly the aspects which are political. The aspects which are political. All the aspects which we are going to discuss, they are political. But even the structure of a society. Just think about it. Just think about it. Please note it down. That try to understand how is our society and how the structure of our society has shaped the structure of a politics. जो एक पॉलिटिकल सेटअप है, पॉलिटिकल सेटअप, इस बात पे आप सोचना, इस बात पे आपको सोचना है. मैं आपको टास्क दे रहा हूं, मैं आपको हर दिन एक टास्क दूंगा जहां पर आपको सोचना है, जहां पर आपको सोचना है. सोचे, आपको सोचना है इस बारे में कि कैसे सोसाइटी का स्ट्रक्चर, जैसे इंडियन सोसाइटी का स्ट्रक्चर कास्ट पे बेसिस, कास्ट पे बेस्ड है. द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द इंडियन सोसाइटी इज बेस्ड ऑन द कास्ट. देयर इज like there are 4 different varnas, and then there are so many subcaste, and there is a caste based reservation, there are caste based policies, there are caste based laws, and there are even educational institutions, there are even job opportunities which actually are influenced depending on the caste. So caste is something which is one of the fundamental structural factor of a society, which is shaping the society. The structure of a society is based on the caste, and that very structure is affecting the politics. Correct? So politics is being shaped by the society. So even society becomes the political factor we need to understand in the political science. Are you getting me? Right? तो आपको ये सोचना है कि सोसाइटी, आपको सिर्फ सोचना है, आपको कोई आंसर नहीं लिखना है, कोई ऐसे नहीं लिखना है. यू जस्ट नीड टू थिंक अबाउट इट, because you need to develop the analytical perspective, you need to develop the aptitude about this subject. So earlier when we talk about the evolution, I hope yahan tak clear hai. Always remember that anything evolves with the time. कोई भी चीज टाइम के साथ इवॉल्व होती है, टाइम के साथ बेटर होती है, टाइम के साथ उसमें और भी चीजें एड ऑन होती है. Correct? So everything, for example, your understanding of political science, your answer writing, your preparation level will be evolved and will be improved with the time. Nothing happens at the first hour. Correct? Things keeps adding with the time. So political theory, the journey of a political theory का जो journey है, that has also a timeline. एक timeline है. For example, 5th to 15th century, अगर आप इस टाइमलाइन की बात करोगे, so in this timeline it is a very long period of time, and most of the changes has actually happened after the 15th century, 18th, 19th and then 20th century. जैसे जैसे centuries add on होती गई, population बढ़ती गई, लोगों की critical thinking develop होती गई, and more evolutions and more innovations came into every discipline, not just in the political theory, but in the every discipline more and more जो innovations है that came up. So 5th to 15th century is a time period which is known as a classical political theory. Classical political theory, कोई भी theory, even when you talk about liberalism, so in liberalism there is a classical liberalism, there is a positive liberalism, there is a neoliberalism. So classical, then positive, then neoliberalism. So anything like classical Marxism, classical liberalism, या फिर classical political theory. Classical क्यों बोलते हैं? Why we call it a classical? Classical is basically something which is original, जहां से शुरुआत हुई, from where it began. from where it began, is always known as a classical. For example, liberalism. Liberalism is ideology, is a school of thought, is a school of thought. Okay, we will be discussing about it in the ideologies. So liberalism is something. Liberalism is something. It has developed in let's say 16th century onwards. 16th century onwards. So and then during 18th century, we can say there is a positive liberalism. During 20th century and 21st century, let's say 20th century, there is a neoliberalism. Neoliberalism. So with the time, things evolved. Here, the original ideas or the core principles of any ideology, they are known as a classical. So in this way, this is the classical political theory. You understood what is the meaning of classical, because although this is a very minute difference, this is a very minute concept, but I think because when I prepared for the subject at a personal level, I used to get confused about what is meant by classical, then what is meant by neoclassical, and everything, because I think these things matters, because these things develop our understanding. So these are important things. So I hope you are clear with classical political theory. So when we talk about anything as a classical, it means in its original and something जहां से इसकी शुरुआत हुई. Fine. So classical political theory. Classical political theory, the interesting thing about classical political theory is it was mainly driven by philosophy and ethics. Classical political theory was mainly driven by ethics and philosophy. Ethics and philosophy means morality. Means morality. It means during this period of time, there were so many thinkers, like we can talk about Plato, we can talk about Aristotle prominently. Plato और Aristotle के बारे में हम बात करेंगे prominently, मतलब यहाँ पर बात नहीं करेंगे, but these are the prominent thinkers, these are the prominent political thinkers of this particular classical political theory. Classical political theory which was actually driven by ethics and philosophy and morality. Try to understand. I'm talking about ethics, philosophy and morality. There is no science right now. There is no science. अभी साइंस आया नहीं है, साइंस बाद में आया है. ऑफ कोर्स साइंस हमेशा से था, बट हमें एवरीथिंग इज ऑलवेज देयर. इट इज जस्ट दैट वी इन्वेंट इट लेटर. साइंस वाज ऑलरेडी देयर, लाइक ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स, न्यूटन्स लॉज ऑफ मोशन, एवरीथिंग वाज ऑलरेडी देयर. इट इज जस्ट दैट वी इन्वेंटेड इट लेटर. We only invented, we have not created. Try to understand. Science हमने create नहीं किया है. कोई भी atom, molecule या element, whatever, we have not created it. We only invented it. It was always there. Okay. So this innovation and everything that came up later, like 15th and 16th century के बाद फिर scientific revolution हुआ. Scientific revolution हुआ. Yes, okay, but scientific revolution बाद में हुआ, but this time when there was no science, a very interesting question. If you are able to answer this, any of you are able to answer this, I may gift you something. I will surely gift you something. I will courier it on your home address, but you have to answer very accurately because this question is kind of sarcastic. When there was no science, for example, during the 5th and 15th century, this duration, when there was no science, what was there in place of science? You understood my question? When there was no science, because science came up later, 16th, 17th century. When there was no science, what was there? जब साइंस नहीं था तो क्या था? जब विज्ञान नहीं था तो क्या था? Okay, quite close to the answer. Quite close. But as I have already said that I am asking this question sarcastically. So when science was not ruling, when science was not dictating, when science was not deciding, then what was there which dictated? Which decided, which influenced people? So yes, of course, you all are very close to that. When science was not there, there was a religion. Right or wrong? जब साइंस नहीं था तो रिलीजियन था. When there was no science, there was a religion. Right or wrong? Even up Indian history, when we talk about Indian history also, so during the ancient times, during the medieval times, you can prominently see the dominance of religion. Yes or no? If you have, if you studied the ancient history, the medieval history, so you can clearly see the dominance of a religion in every aspect, even in the politics. The medieval kingdoms या ancient kingdoms. आप Indian ancient history की बात करोगे, when we talk about Indian ancient history, you will see there were the names of the kings were on the basis of the gods. The kings, the rulers used to rule the entire kingdom in the name of God. The temples used to be the center of the power. Nowadays, temples are just to take the darshan, and for just what we say, temples are there for our spiritual and religious purpose, and they are not the center of power. They are not the center of power. Power, when we talk about power, it's about politics. Try to understand. Earlier times, temples used to be the center of power. Nowadays, they are not. Correct? So, religion was something which used to dictate. So, religion plus politics, ethics plus politics, because now the problem with the ethics is that ethics and morals and philosophy, they actually derived from the religion. Ethics ho gaya, morals ho gaya, philosophy ho gayi, they are actually all the ethical principles. Like for example, so many ethical principles and so many morals and values and philosophies derived in the Indian culture, they are actually derived from Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana and Vedas. Right or wrong? It means there are some religious scriptures, there were some religious scriptures, and from that we have derived our ethics and philosophy. So there can be some other religious scriptures and literature in the in other societies. For example, in the Western societies, there is a Christianity. In Indian society, there is a Hinduism. So two different religion, and that's why two different sets of teachings, and that's why two different philosophies, and that's why two different ethics and morals. Right? So there is no standardization. There is no standardization. Something is applicable there is not applicable here. Something is applicable here and relevant here is not relevant there. So that is the problem. So classical political theory that was during the span of 5th and 15th century, it was mainly morality, philosophy, ethics, and religion was the prominently. So basically, rulers, the kingdoms used to rule. Kings used to rule in the name of religion, and it was expected. It was expected, and it was supposed that the ruler must rule as per the ethics. Ethical rule होना चाहिए. Ethical rule. So, ethical rule. Can you, जैसे कि based on our yesterday's discussion, yesterday हमने जो discussion किया है, उसके basis पे, can you just figure out what kind of approach is this? Can you just tell me what kind of approach is this? What kind of approach is this in a political theory? ये classical political theory की हम बात कर रहे हैं. What kind of approach is this? Yes, exactly. This is normative approach. This is normative approach because there is a subjectivity. There is a discussion of ought to be, because they used to say that a king, a state has to be ideal. एक ideal state होना चाहिए. There should be an ideal state. That is what they used to aim for. Ideal state. Correct. एक ideal state की no. the birth of political theory we cannot claim is from the religion. Political theory is basically a chashma. Political theory is basically a spect, a chashma, which is actually looking at the things, looking at the political entities. जो political entities है, जैसे कि यहाँ पर बात क्या हो रही है? Politics की. It should be guided with ethics. The politics should be guided with ethics. That is what the political theory is telling about. It means the central focus of the political theory is politics. But during the classical times, they thought or they expected that it must be guided with religion. So there was a dominance of religion in the politics during the classical political theory. Understood? Understood. And as we must all know that this is about normative approach, because normative approach talks about ought to be, aisa hona chahiye. They actually prescribe that this has to be done. There must be an ideal state, there must be an ideal ruler, there must be the welfare of the people, there must be justice everywhere. So these are the philosophical and moral ideas. These are the philosophical and moral ideas. These are the normative ideas. So classical political theory was mainly dominated by normative approach. Understood? यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? Then, okay. But then eventually, this there were some problems. For example, multiple things happened. बहुत सारी चीजें हुई, जैसे कि religious wars within the Western society itself. मेन तो प्राइमरली जो भी पॉलिटिकल डेवलपमेंट ज्यादा हो रही थी वो वेस्टर्न सोसाइटीज में हो रही थी, इवन इंडियन सोसाइटी में हो रही थी. There were so many developments happening in Indian society also. But the point is that is one another problem. A very interesting thing I will tell you here itself, although this is something which we are supposed to discuss later. But for example, this is the world. This is the world. And in this world, this is West, this is East. Are you getting me what I'm referring to? West means Western societies, East means Eastern societies like India, South Africa, some African communities, Indian society, all these things. Okay, so this division is not basically a geographical division. This division is not a geographical division. This division is basically based on the literature. I hope you are getting me. Western society dominated by Christianity. Here in Eastern society, specifically in India, there was a Hinduism, all these things. So mainly if you see, there are Western political thinkers. There are Western political thinkers like Indian, the entire political theory, if you see, there are 4 sections: political theory, then IGP, then etc. This discipline of entire political science is mainly dominated by Western thinkers. Wherever you see, you will see the Western thinkers like John Rawls, Rousseau, Thomas Hobbes, and then J.S. Mill, Hannah Arendt, Karl Marx. All these thinkers, scholars are only Western. Does it mean that there was no Indian who ever think about the politics? Is it? क्या इंडिया में जिस समय यहाँ पर रिलीजियस वॉर्स हो रहे थे, ड्यूरिंग द टाइम्स व्हेन देयर वर रिलीजियस वॉर्स ऑनगोइंग इन द वेस्टर्न सोसाइटी, क्या ईस्ट में जैसे कि इंडिया में उस समय कुछ था ही नहीं? Was Indian subcontinent completely blank? There was nothing happening over Indian subcontinent. Definitely there were also wars, there was also a power of there was also a struggle for power. There were so many conflicts between different kingdoms. That was also happening at that time also. So why only in the entire political science literature we see the Western names? Why not Indian names? This is a very important question. Can you please tell me? Please think about it. Can you please tell me about this? So the point is, the main point here is that This is actually known as the post-colonial perspective. Post-colonial perspective, and we will talk about the post-colonial perspective in the theories of state. No, we were struggling with independence during the 18th 19th century, 20th century, okay, 1957 and all. But what about the duration of 5th and 15th century? From these times we only know Plato and Aristotle as if they were the greatest thinker. But then during that time there was Kautilya, Arthashastra. These were some very realistic political literature was also written in India. And for that matter, same might be the case with other states also in the east side. But then why still the Western thinkers dominate the entire literature of a political science? That is the main question. And that is what the post-colonial approach is, that we will talk about in the next topic, theories of state. But right now, let us focus upon the evolution. So during the evolution, religion and politics was intermixed, intermingled, correct? But then religious wars occur. Religious wars हुए, and there was a tension between church and state. स्टेट के बीच और चर्च के बीच कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होने लगी. जो पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन था उसके बारे में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स होने लगी. There were religious wars and everything happened. All these things happened. At the same time, this was a time of renaissance. This was a time of renaissance. This was a time of scientific exploration. Scientific exploration. Please keep in mind these two important things. एक तो renaissance. Renaissance means that was an intellectual revolution. People started questioning the religious authority. People started questioning the religious authority. For example, if this is a state, this is a kingdom, and this is one king, basically, he is ruling on behalf of what? During the classical political theory, can you tell me, there was a king, he is ruling the kingdom. But if someone is ruling the kingdom, on what basis? There must be some legitimacy. You have the powers, but you might be deriving it from something. You must be deriving it from something. So from where this king used to derive the power to rule these people? Of course, they used to fight and they used to win the kingdom. But still, they used to take the name of something to establish their credibility, their legitimacy in the kingdom. Can you recall something? Exactly. In the name of God. Yes, religion, in the name of God. Like Raja Rajeshwara, Krishna Dev Raya, this kind of, correct? Both sare yagna karna. There were so many yagnas and all these things. So many pujas, different pujas, or both sare different rituals hua karte the. And by doing that, जैसे राज्याभिषेक वगैरह होगा, कुछ होगा. Okay, so all these things used to happen, and the king. So king actually derived its authority. So it is a state. State has a sovereign authority. Sovereign authority means power. Sovereign authority means basically the power to rule the people. That is sovereign authority. The exclusive power to rule the people. That is sovereignty. About sovereignty, we will discuss in the theories of state. In the theories of state, we will discuss about what the sovereignty is. But right now, just understand sovereignty is basically exclusive power of a state to rule the people. So this sovereignty, this authority to the king is coming from religion or people. During the classical political theory, CPT बोल सकता हूँ इसको for the time being. During the classical political theory, this authority by which the king is ruling the kingdom, this authority, this sovereignty is coming from either religion or people. This is very interesting. It is coming from religion or people. Definitely, as we have already discussed, that they are ruling in the name of God, in the name of religion. So the authority to rule the people, they are deriving from the religion and not from the people. Yes or no? Is this clear? Yes. So they are deriving their authority from the religion and not from the people. It means people are not more important. They are not at all important. They are not at all important. They are taken for granted. It means when they are not important, do they have rights? Do they have liberty? Do they have freedom of speech and expression? Is it? Do they have? क्या लोगों के पास ये सारी चीजें हैं? Definitely not. They do not have all these things. They do not have. So, definitely the people will be dissatisfied, because one day there will be someone. There will be some. Now, whatever I am telling you, this is very interesting. बहुत interesting है ये कि कुछ लोग आएंगे. There will be someone, for example, there will be someone like John Locke. So there will be someone like John Locke who will come and who will write about something, who will write a natural theory of rights. Natural theory of rights. What is meant by natural theory of rights? Natural theory of right means John Locke, in his one of the literature, one of the book, theory of rights, the natural theory of rights करके उनकी जो book है, he will talk about that religion is not something which we are born from. We are born naturally. So when we are born naturally, it is our right to live. When we are born naturally, it is very right to live. And to live a life, we need freedom, we need liberty. So, right to life, right to liberty. And because to live a life, you need livelihood. And to ensure livelihood, you need property. Because if you don't have property, you will be dependent for your livelihood on others. Because if you don't get the food for 2 times, you are not able to survive. You will not able to sustain your life. So you will die. Correct? So you need not just a life, but also the means to survive yourself. It means you also need the right to property. Right or wrong? But when we talk about the classical political theory, where there was the king used to rule in the name of religion, people were not important and ruler was authoritarian. Authoritarian means authoritarian. Authoritarian means basically he considers that everything belongs to me and it is on my will depends the welfare of the people. If I want to do something good for the people, it is based on my own decision, because the entire land, because land is the main means of the production, because there was no industry, there was no service sector, there was no software, there was no artificial intelligence, there was nothing. It was all agriculture. Everything is coming from agriculture and some small industries like local industries. Correct. So mainly the livelihood was land. And this land belongs to the king and his associates. Associates, like we can say feudals. Feudals, okay? Feudatories, जिसको बोलते हैं. I hope you know feudatories. So the entire land belongs to zamindars, feudatories, and the associates of the kings. The land is not belong to the people. So people do not have the right to life. The life of the people is at the mercy of the king. King can just punish anyone, can hang anyone. So there is no life, there is no rights, there is no liberty, there is no property, nothing. So someday a person like John Locke, has written something. What he wrote, and when he wrote all these things, because that was a time of a scientific exploration. So people started thinking rationally. Are you getting me? Because earlier their mindset was everything is coming from the God, so we are just a receiver. Whatever the will of the God, we will only accept. So we are at the receiving end. We are not questioning. We are just blindly following, because we don't have a rationality. We don't have the logic. We don't have the science. We are not questioning. The ability of reasoning we don't have, because no one ever told us that you can also think, you can also question, you have the right to question. No one ever tell us. So eventually what happened, because it was a time of science, rationality also introduced. Rationality, like rational thinking, logical thinking. It was a time of renaissance, a thoughtful renaissance. Like there were, because so many people, they become rational. So when they become rational, they logically think of everything, that whatever is happening is not right. This should actually happen like this. Whatever happening is not right. This should happen like this. Okay. So then the write-up, when the literature of the John Locke came, many people got inspired and they started thinking that he is right. We need to do something about it. We have the rights. अब लोगों को आपने इंस्पायर कर दिया है. Because always remember, the literature has a power to do the revolution. You take the French Revolution, you take any revolution, they were all inspired by the ideas. So idea is a very important thing. Idea matters a lot. So revolution inspired by the ideas. For example, there were kingdoms, but after the John Locke's this natural theory of rights and some other scholars, liberal scholars like J.S. Mill and all, there were so many revolutions inspired by the writings of these people. The writings of these people inspired and things got changed. Okay, and then for example, there was a Machiavelli. ये सारे political thinkers हम देखने वाले हैं. Machiavelli clearly says that politics has nothing to do with the morals and ethics. Correct? Politics has nothing to do with the morals and ethics. Politics is basically a struggle for power. That's it. Okay. So politics is basically a struggle for power. So he separated politics and religion, because ethics is coming from religion. And earlier in a classical political theory, you can clearly see that ethics and politics was intermingled. Religion and politics was intermingled. So he did the separation of politics and religion. And that is how the modern idea of secularism came up. This is clear. Machiavelli, he separated religion and politics, because in classical political theory, religion and politics was mixed. And he clearly says that politics is not about morals and ethics. It's a power struggle. We need to look at so now political theory is looking at the politics from this perspective. That political theory is not about ethics and morality. It's not about the religion. It's about basically the power struggle. Okay. Also, as I have said, John Locke, and there is a J.S. Mill, there is a Rousseau, J.S. Mill. Rousseau, there are many other thinkers, the thinkers of Renaissance, thinkers during the times of Renaissance. So they said that because the human beings are born naturally, human beings are more important than the religion and any other thing. So the entire focus shifted to an individual. During the classical political theory, the focus was not on the individual, rather the focus was on the religion, the focus was on the kingdom, the focus was on the collective. collective society. The focus more was on the collective society, but individual was never important component. His consent was never important, his liberty was never important, and nothing. But now, with the thinkers like John Locke, J.S. Mill, and Rousseau, the focus of the political theory shifted from the kingdom and religion to an individual, because ultimately they have realized that an individual is more important than anything else. Individual liberty, individual freedom, individual life is more important than anything else, and that's why the center of the analysis has to be an individual. जो एक हमारे पूरे एनालिसिस का जो सेंटर होना चाहिए वो इंडिविजुअल होना चाहिए. It means if you are ruling, then you should not get the authority from the religion, rather you should get the authority from the people. The kingdom must be established on the consent of the people. That is the idea. That is how political theory evolved. Kingdom से मतलब religion से लेके अब consent of the people. Earlier, the authority was derived from the religion, but after the John Locke, J.S. Mill, and Hobbes and Rousseau, it was clearly that was the time of Renaissance. So people realized that the state must be established or must be based on the consent of the people if they are ruling to the people, and it should not be based on the consent of the religion, or it should not derive its legitimacy from the religion, because it is not ruling the religion, so it is ruling the people, so the consent must be from the people. And in a way we can also say that the idea of democracy, the idea of liberalism, the idea of individual rights, that actually come from this idea. So this is one of the important aspect, that individual liberties, the consent of individual becomes very important for the authority, okay, and liberty, individual life, these things becomes important. Yes, okay. So so basically the idea of sovereignty based on the consent of people, this idea came up. So this political theory is known as the modern political theory. Understood? 16th to 19th century, ये हो गया हमारा मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. So you understand, 5th to 15th century classical political theory था. सोच किस तरीके की थी? Again I am telling you, although it was derived from the science, Renaissance, rationalism, mainly क्या क्या components है modern political theory के? Renaissance, secularism, ओके, रिनेसेंस हो गया, सेक्युलरिज्म हो गया, और सेक्युलरिज्म के साथ साथ देयर इज रैशनलिज्म, रैशनल थिंकिंग, साइंस, करेक्ट. ये दिस वाज द बेसिकली ब्रॉडर गाइडलाइंस व्हिच एक्चुअली, एंड मेनली इंडिविजुअल लिबर्टी, individual freedom. This was the thing. Okay, ये सारे ideas थे which actually inspired or which actually give the way to the modern political theory in classical political. But in classical political theory, it was mostly normative. So can we say that modern political theory is empirical? No. There is no discussion of fact, data, survey. It is only the discussion of modernity, rational thinking. It's not about we are coming or we are stuck here with the data and fact. So it's a modern political theory. But with the time, अब यहां तक क्लियर है. पहले क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी हमने समझा, अब हम इवॉल्व होके आए हैं मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में. अब हमने वी जस्ट टुक वन स्टेप फॉरवर्ड, अ वेरी बिग स्टेप, अ वेरी बिग चेंज. Then yes, now what is happening, because there is too much of science. There is too much of science. There are so many things happening in the various discipline that we will also discuss in the behavioral approach. Behavioral approach में भी हम discuss करेंगे. But यहाँ पर let us understand one more important thing is that about data and facts, because modern political theory तो हमने देख लिया, but modern political theory में एक problem ये था कि it was Eurocentric and it was very abstract. एक तो यूरोसेंट्रिक थी, बिकॉज यूरोसेंट्रिक का मतलब क्या होता है? Eurocentric means basically in the analysis of entire political theory, it was mainly centered around the European nations or Western nations. So it was very much Eurocentric, because whenever we talk about any thinker, it is John Locke, J.S. Mill. These are all Western thinkers. So it was Eurocentric, because whatever the Renaissance and anything happened, and whatever the idea of secularism evolved in the reaction to the extreme dominance of church in the state. चर्च का स्टेट में जो एक्सट्रीम डोमिनेंस हुआ था, उसके रिएक्शन में सेक्युलरिज्म का आइडिया और ये सेपरेशन ऑफ रिलीजन एंड पॉलिटिक्स आया. सो एवरीथिंग इफ यू सी इन द मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी is mainly in the context of Western societies. It was not a universal problem. It is happening in the context of Western societies. So somewhere we needed to identify something which is universal. So what we came up with empirical approach, empirical or positivist political theory, where we focused more upon the behavior of, अब हमारा फोकस था इंडिविजुअल पे, बट इंडिविजुअल लिबर्टी, इंडिविजुअल फ्रीडम. सो दीज आर अगेन सम काइंड ऑफ नॉर्मेटिव आइडियाज. वी आर नॉट एनालाइजिंग द बिहेवियर ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल. सो दिस वाज अ टाइम व्हेन साइंस वाज एट इट्स पीक एंड पॉलिटिकल theorists, they realized that we need to apply these scientific methodologies, the scientific ideas, the pure science, to the political theory. Political theory में हमें apply करना चाहिए. It means we need to identify, we need to create some data, we need to identify the patterns, we need to identify them, we need to predict the future, all these things. We need to track the behavior of the individual, like how they behave, on what basis they are voting, etc. So this was the thing, and that's why the empirical approach came up. Because they thought that if we are not doing the data analysis, then we are merely remaining the theoretical discipline. We are only theoretical discipline, because we are not focusing upon the data and fact. So too much focus upon the data and fact was given, and then this becomes the empirical political theory. Okay, empirical political theory, which was mainly focusing upon the data and facts, right? And then after that, what happens is, we realize the problem in empirical political theory. We are again forgetting our values, the purpose, the norms we are forgetting. So just to inculcate it again, then there was a revival of a normative approach. Normative approach का revival. Starting में classical political theory थी, फिर modern political theory आई. Modern political theory में भी normative component था, but because we started focusing too much upon the science, the data and fact, we became merely scientists. But then we are not able to prescribe what should happen, how we should achieve the justice. We are not talking about it. We are only explaining that what is happening based on the data and fact. We are able to only explain what is happening, but we are not able to understand the complex problems, like why there is a civil rights movement, why there is a human rights movement, why there is why there is a movement by women for adult suffrage, for universal suffrage. Why all these things happening? These are some complex phenomena which we cannot simply explain on the basis of the data and fact. We need to go deeper into the moral and philosophical aspect of something to understand particular political phenomena very clearly. And that's why we cannot completely abandon the values and morals. in the politics. They are very important. But what is happening in the empirical approach, we are abandoning the values and morals in the name of data and facts. For the sake of data and facts, we are abandoning the values. We are becoming value neutral. You cannot become value neutral. हम value neutral नहीं हो सकते हैं. Fine. And that's why then there was a revival of a political theory again. Not reaching the word. Correct. So we again started reviving the normative ideas. Like we started discussing again about justice. We started discussing again about, for example, right now in the contemporary times, we are discussing about the gender justice. We are discussing about the human right violation. We are discussing about the civil rights movement. We are discussing about so many things. Fine. So then again, next phase, like for example, in 21st century, the political theory have seen the revival of normative approach. Revival of normative approach. But again, this revival has not been enough, because it is focusing on the normative ideas. So now we are focusing on normative ideas. But then why we are not able to combine both? Because everything has its own benefits. For example, if we do something scientifically, it has its own benefits because it is giving us the data and fact, which is helping us to show the clear picture, to see the clear picture. So why we need to abandon this again? And why we need to adopt the normative and the philosophical dimensions? Why cannot we do one thing, that we add up normative things and we also add up the empirical thing? Why we cannot have both coexisting parallelly, so that we can get a more broader and clearer picture about the political phenomena and the behavior? And why we are not also understanding things from a gender perspective? Because gender has its role. Why we are not understanding the things from a perspective of a language? Because language has the power to do revolution. Language has the power of literature. Why we are not also understanding about the racial discrimination? Why we are not incorporating the issues of environmental degradation? Why we are not discussing the issues of terrorism at the global level? Why we are only discussing with particular context of a particular country? Why we are, because the world is now globalized. The entire political system is interconnected with each other. The people living in India are connected with America, connected with England. They are connected with many other countries of the world and many other cultures of the world and many other societies of the world. So when this is the interconnectedness happening in the globalized world, why we are remaining so much, so why we are not incorporating all the dimensions? So then come up the postmodernism. So basically, first we had classical political theory, then we had modern political theory, then we had then we had positivist approach, positivist or empirical approach. Then we saw the revival of normative, revival of political theory, and then postmodernism. Modern approach तो पहले ही हो गया. Postmodern approach. So postmodern approach जो है, postmodern approach look at the political theory not just from the normative or empirical approach. It adds on empirical plus normative, both dimensions. It is adding both the dimensions. First thing, okay, it is adding both the dimensions. Secondly, it is not only talking about, they say, in classical political theory. In classical political theory, we mainly focused upon the kingdom. We mainly focused upon the state. In the modern political theory, we started focusing on individual. Okay. In positivist approach, we mainly focused upon the data and individual behavior based on the data. Individual behavior. Okay. While reviving of political theory, we started focusing upon the justice, collective plus individual both. But in postmodern political theory, we need to think about everything. We should not keep our understanding limited to the state, to particular institution. Like, you cannot understand political theory simply by studying the institution. पार्लियामेंट को समझ के हम पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी नहीं समझ सकते, इंडियन स्टेट को समझ के हम पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी नहीं समझ सकते. वी कैनॉट अंडरस्टैंड पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी जस्ट सिंपली बाय अंडरस्टैंडिंग द इंडियन स्टेट. We cannot understand the political theory simply by understanding the parliament, the judiciary, the cabinet minister, everything. Because political theory or politics is not just about the institutions. Political theory or politics is also not just about the state. It is beyond that. So we need to incorporate all other aspects like gender, religion, language, caste, because every aspect has their own role to play in the politics. That is what I have said in the beginning. So that is the postmodern approach. Postmodern approach is that there cannot be anything final. Like, studying state can never be enough to study the political theory. Studying institution can never be enough to study and understand the political theory. So there is nothing final. There is nothing ultimate. We need to incorporate as much as possible. We need to incorporate as much as possible entities and dimensions to better understand the politics. Okay, but then it also creates a complexity, because when you simultaneously try to understand so many aspects, it becomes very difficult to understand the political theory, because there are n number of things which are impacting at the same time. But the postmodern approach is the political theory where we add on empirical plus normative, both the dimension, and we add on so many dimensions, and we study the political theory in a system of a globalized world. We are not studying the political theory of particular system. Like, we are not understanding the Indian politics from the perspective of only India, but we need to also understand it from the external world. And that is why there is an international relation in the political science. Because we cannot understand the political system of a country just by understanding its own culture and history. We need to also understand its trade relation with other countries, its historical relation, ties with other countries, its diaspora relation with other countries. Then only we will be able to understand properly the political system. Like India mein, let's say the Tista River bill, agar hai, if there is a Tista River bill, okay, or if there is a Indus water dispute, then it is not just about India. It also include World Bank. It is also include the Pakistan. When we talk about the Tista River, it does not only include India, but it also include one of the states of India, that is West Bengal, the domestic politics, the state politics, and at the same time the politics of Bangladesh, and also the party dynamics of their countries. Like, वहां पे किसकी सरकार है, यहाँ पे किसकी सरकार है, और फिर जैसे सेंटर में मोदी की सरकार है, वहां पर अभी तक ममता बनर्जी की सरकार थी, तो और बांग्लादेश में ऑलरेडी पॉलिटिकल डिस्टेबलाइजेशन था. सो ऐसे सिचुएशन में टिस्टा रिवर को समझना, टिस्टा रिवर डिस्प्यूट को समझना या ट्रीटी को समझना इज नॉट सो इजी. So that is what the ultimate goal is. I hope you understand what I'm telling you. This is a broader discussion where we are trying to understand what the subject is trying to understand. ये सब्जेक्ट क्या बताना चाह रहे हैं, क्या समझना चाह रहे हैं, इसके बारे में हम एक ब्रॉडर डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं. एंड दिस इज हाउ द सब्जेक्ट इवॉल्व्स, द अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ अ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इवॉल्व्स विद द टाइम. एंड राइट नाउ वी आर इन अ पोस्ट मॉडर्न अप्रोच ऑफ अ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. सो दिस इज अ कंप्लीट इवोल्यूशन. आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड. इफ देयर इज एनी डाउट, प्लीज टेल मी. In postmodern theory, will there be any addition? That is a question of a debate and discussion, because postmodern theory is itself is something which is final, but because postmodern theory never considers anything as a final. Postmodernism does not consider anything as a final or ultimate. It is something that it questions everything. For example, if we talk about gender, language and everything, tomorrow some other factor will come and postmodern theory will say that this also factor we need to consider. So with every time new factors come into the picture, postmodern theory will adapt to it, because modern approach is an open approach. It is an open-ended approach, and that's why it cannot expire. And as of now, in the political theory, we tried to understand what is political theory. It means we tried to understand the meaning of the political theory. Also we try to understand couple of approaches like normative approach क्या है और empirical approach क्या है. So ये जो normative और empirical ये दो approaches है, बार बार हमें repetitive mode में आते रहेंगे बार में भी, normative approach and empirical approach. And this is the reason I discussed about the normative approach and empirical approach in the very beginning of the class, because in entire political theory, you will see even we discussed about the evolution of political theory. Evolution of political theory, like how political theory evolved. Fine. If any one of you remembers or able to recall, can you please tell me in brief, can you please tell me the journey of how political theory evolved? Can you please tell me in the comment box in broader manner how political theory evolved? Yes or no? Can you please tell me? Classical political theory, then Renaissance, empirical approach, revival of normative, and then postmodern, correct? So that is simply the evolution of political theory. That is how it evolved. Basically, now there are other two approaches. Broadly, whatever approaches are there in the political theory, there are n number of approaches in the political theory through which we understand political theory. But then they are categorized in two. Now there are two categorizations. One is traditional and contemporary. This is one kind of classification. And second is normative and empirical. Fine. जैसे classification होता है, classification of the various approaches. First of all, approaches, why approaches we are required here? Because we need to understand political theory, and political theory, because it is not a completely pure science, correct? As we discussed in the first class, it is not completely a pure science. We need to understand it through various approaches. So there are normative approach, there are empirical approaches also, and there is traditional approach, and there are contemporary approach. So this classification is based on the timeline. Okay, it means for example, the classical political theory, or then even some aspect of the modern political theory. These are all traditional way of understanding the political theory. First is traditional way of understanding the political theory, and secondly, there is a contemporary way of understanding the political theory. So this is based on the timeline. I will tell you what is the difference between traditional approach and contemporary approaches. Whereas this classification of normative approach and empirical approach is that it is not necessarily based on the timeline. It has nothing to do with the timeline. Even today, there can be some component which are normative. Even in the past, there can be some component which were empirical. For example, the very classical and best example of this is Aristotle. If you heard the story of Aristotle, definitely when we will discussing about the Western political thinkers, we will go into the details of Aristotle. But Aristotle was the person who actually compared 80 different constitutions of different states. Whatever the different states or whatever the different kingdoms were there at that time, at his time, he studied 80 different constitutions, or probably that. Okay. So basically, the number is not important. He studied various different constitutions to understand what is the best form of the government. Best form of the government क्या हो सकता है? What can be the best form of the government? How can the system or the state can be governed in a most effective way? So to understand this, he studied more than 80 constitutions of different states. So what he did, He actually studied and he compared. He did the comparative analysis. So when you compare like the parliamentary system here and the presidential system here, we are comparing. So this comparison of different systems is what? Is a scientific way of understanding the things. Yes or no? Are you getting me? When we compare, when we refer 3 to 4 different resources to understand particular thing, and then we try to compare them. So this comparative analysis itself is a scientific way of studying the things. So somewhere can we say that in Aristotle's understanding of polity, he in the process of understanding polity, he compared various different constitutions to understand. It means his approach was somewhat empirical. Can we say that? Because empiricism is basically about comparing the different examples to understand in a better way. For example, even in physics, we take 15, 16 experiments and readings, and then we do the comparative analysis, and then we come up to one final conclusion, one final reading. Correct? So in this way, even Aristotle, being a person or a thinker belonging to the classical political theory, he also in his approach had the empirical dimension. So we cannot say that there was no empirical dimension, right? Had empirical dimension in his understanding. Although dominantly their times and their analysis was dominantly based on the normative approach. So the classification of normative and empirical approach is based on the kind of inquiry we have to do. Like हमें क्या पूछना है, हमें क्या समझना है, इसके बेसिस पर हम we decide that it is an empirical approach or normative approach. So let's not get confused with this, that it is not necessary that normative approach is traditional approach or empirical approach is contemporary approach. It is not necessary. Okay, these are completely different classifications. These are completely different classification. It means a particular theory can be contemporary, but at the same time it can have some normative dimension. Correct? Particular empirical theory can have some traditional aspects. Even in traditional times there can be some empirical study, like example of Aristotle. So let's not get confused with normative approach and empirical and traditional and contemporary. Normative and empirical approaches we understood already what they are. Let us try to understand traditional and contemporary approaches, because in political theory we will try to understand the traditional approaches concept, then contemporary approaches, and then we will talk about decline of political theory and then resurgence of political theory. This entire topic, but do not underestimate this topic. This topic is most important. Even if you see from the quantitative perspective, if you check the previous year questions, you will realize that there are many questions on this topic, and that too so many repeating. There will be question on resurgence of political theory, or there will be question on decline of political theory. There will be question on normative, there will be question on empirical, there will be question on behavioralism, post-behavioralism, and these are all kind of similar things. Yes, so there was empirical, but see, first thing is that why normative was dominant during that time of classical political theory, that we have discussed already, because there was no science, there was more religion, people were more religious, people were more philosophical, people were more moral and ethical. So that's why normative, it becomes very natural for the people to think in a normative way instead of empirical, because science was not developed yet. Science was not developed much. There were no instruments, there were no measurements, there were not methodologies developed to collect the data. There were no instruments to measure the things. So to bring things into a quantitative aspect, there were no means. There were no means. कोई तरीका नहीं था कि हम quantitative aspect में चीजों को समझ सके. फिर जैसे we have now technology, we have so many devices. Like we have like GPS is one of the best example of a quantitative aspect. GPS can track the data of vehicles, etc. So these are the things. Fine. So now let us try to understand traditional and contemporary approaches. This is clear. This is clear. Traditional approach and contemporary approaches. Okay. Traditional approach and contemporary approaches. Now, because these are based on the timeline, but it is not necessary. It is not necessary. It is not completely or purely based on the timeline. Rather, it is also based on the means which you are using for the analysis. For example, because I will ask you a question and you will be able to answer, because we understand the evolution of political theory. So you will definitely be able to answer this question. For example, me and you, we have started studying political theory. Now the question is that how to study political theory? That is the question we are thinking about. So we are a batch of 10 people, let's assume, and we want to study political theory. Now we collectively decided that to understand, we are so much confused, and now we really don't know how to proceed with the study. So now with the consensus we have come up, we finalize that we will study the institutions, we will study the laws, and we will also try to understand some kind of history. For example, अगर हमें Indian political system को समझना है, we need to understand Indian political system. Now this is our main target. Assuming it's an imaginary situation, we are a team of 10 people and we are on a mission to understand Indian political system. We have, let's say, 6 months of time and we have planned to study Indian political system. Now we are confused. How to start, how to proceed, what to study. Indian political system is a very broad thing. But what are the parameters, what are the key components which we need to discuss, which we need to analyze so that we can better understand political system. So after a lot of discussion, we concluded that we need to understand some institutions. Like for example, यहाँ पर there is parliament, there is judiciary, there is union cabinet, so we can say cabinet, etc. There are many institutions. Okay. Then also we realize that studying institutions probably won't be enough. We need to also understand the analysis of laws, whatever the laws and policies we have made over past years or past decades. We need to understand the laws. In the laws, we will try to understand the constitution. We will try to understand some other policies. Okay. And some constitutional amendment and legislations. Fine. Now, after that, we realize that institutions and laws are probably not enough. Somewhere, for example, in our institutions, there is a tremendous influence of the colonial period. Okay, colonial period का काफी influence है. So now we realize to understand these institutions very properly, probably we need to go back to the history. We need to understand the historical developments so that we can better understand the present status of the institutions and laws. For example, why there is the criminal laws like this, why particular judiciary and parliament is working like this or functioning like this, why there is a corruption in the bureaucracy. To understand all these things, we have decided that we need to go to the past, we need to understand the history properly so that we can trace out the reasons behind the present context. Okay, so we will study history. So historical analysis we will do. Right. Now, the question is, when we study Indian political system, understanding political theory is basically like this. Political theory को समझना है. So we try to understand from institutions, laws, and historical developments. Now, this approach of understanding Indian political system, this approach is traditional or this approach is contemporary? Can you please tell me the answer? This approach is traditional or contemporary? This approach is traditional. Okay. Why traditional? If you go back into the first class or probably second class where we discussed about the evolution of political theory, so you will understand that during the classical political theory or during the old times, our main focus used to be on the institutions, state, laws, history, all these things. In the contemporary times, or probably we can say in the postmodern times, in the contemporary times, our focus has shifted from many other important aspects, because just by understanding the institutions and laws and history, we cannot really understand the political theory. Rather, we also need to focus upon individuals, gender. Okay, we need to understand we need to have the interdisciplinary approach. We need to understand the political theory in context of globalized world. We need to understand the importance of language in influencing the political phenomena or political systems. So we need to go beyond the traditional pillars of understanding, which are institutions, laws, states, history, philosophy. These are the traditional ways of understanding the political theory. But in the contemporary times, definitely these play very important role. But at the same time, we also need to go beyond that. We need to focus upon the environment. We need to focus upon the gender. We need to focus upon some other important aspects. So that is the main difference between the traditional approach and contemporary approaches. So let us try to understand traditional political theory and contemporary political theory. So traditional political theory mainly focuses upon the formal institutions. Formal institutions. If at all we have to study, अगर हमें ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच के पर्सपेक्टिव से और इंडियन पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को समझना है, तो व्हाट वी विल डू, वी विल फोकस अपॉन द फॉर्मल इंस्टीट्यूशंस लाइक प्रेसिडेंट, प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड इन अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस of bureaucracy, laws, and overall historical developments, how it evolved, everything we will try to understand. So we will focus upon the formal institutions. But just focusing upon the formal institutions cannot give us the clear picture. Rather, we need to also go into the other details. Okay. So in the contemporary times, we have not just focused upon the institutions. We have started focusing upon the individual, gender, environment, etc. So we have not restricted our understanding of political theory to the institutions only, because सिर्फ institution को समझ के आप पूरे सिनारो को नहीं समझ सकते. आपको लोगों का बिहेवियर, उनका पार्टिसिपेशन इन द मोमेंट, उनके बीच क्या नैरेटिव्स हो रहा है, उनके बीच क्या बातें हो रही है, क्या पर्टिकुलर डिस्कोर्स चल रहा है, ये सारी चीजें, बिकॉज इंस्टेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन, इवन आइडियोलॉजी और द नैरेटिव डिसाइड्स द आउटकम ऑफ द पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम. राइट और रॉन्ग? आप इसको इमेजिन करो, institutions like, let's say, election commission हो गया, union public service commission हो गया, these are the institutions. There are many other institutions. Government setup itself is an institution, but instead of that institution, the narrative, the discourse going on decides the results of the election. It means the outcomes of the political systems are mainly decided by the contemporary factors. Correct? So this is one thing. Secondly, definitely traditional approach is not necessarily it is completely normative, but it is dominantly normative. डोमिनेंटली नॉर्मेटिव मतलब ट्रेडिशनल जो फोकस है हमारा पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी को समझने का, मेनली नॉर्मेटिव तरीके से हम समझते हैं. नॉर्मेटिव तरीके से विल अंडरस्टैंड कि ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोचेस में कौन से अप्रोचेस आते हैं, जैसे फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच हो गया, फिर हिस्टोरिकल अप्रोच हो गया, फिर लीगल अप्रोच हो गया, फिर इंस्टीट्यूशनल अप्रोच हो गया. सो दीज आर द वेरियस डिफरेंट अप्रोचेस अंडर द ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच. ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोचेस में ये सारे आते हैं. फाइन. और अगर हम कंटेम्पररी अप्रोचेस की बात करें तो कंटेम्पररी अप्रोचेस इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू नॉर्मेटिव, इट हैज नॉर्मेटिव प्लस एम्पिरिकल बोथ द डायमेंशंस. नॉर्मेटिव प्लस एम्पिरिकल बोथ द डायमेंशंस. यहां तक क्लियर है? यहां तक क्लियर है. सेकेंडली, contemporary approaches are developed in a globalized world. ग्लोबलाइज्ड वर्ल्ड में डेवलप हुए हैं. हमने पहले भी डिस्कस किया था, ग्लोबलाइज्ड वर्ल्ड में डेवलप हुए. इसका मतलब क्या है? दैट कंटेम्पररी टाइम्स में इफ वी अंडरस्टैंड पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड पर्टिकुलर सिस्टम फ्रॉम द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ वेरियस अदर सिस्टम. लाइक हम इंडिया को सिर्फ इंडिया को आइसोलेशन में लेके नहीं समझ सकते. हमें इंडिया की जो whatever the India's reaction, whatever the India's action, and whatever the India's response upon the various issues, be it domestic or global, they are also impacted by the overall developments happening across the world. Because in the globalized world, for example, आप export import की बात करो. For example, आप you talk about the river water dispute, you talk about there is any war ongoing and its impact, economic impact on the Indian economy. All these things, so we cannot really understand the political system or a theory in isolation. We need to understand from a globalized perspective. So contemporary political theories have been developed in the globalized world, whereas traditional approaches जो है, traditional approaches are basically developed in a specific context. For example, historical approach हो गया, legal approach हो गया. So they were prominently developed in a specific context. वो contextual है. Not completely we say that traditional approaches are, because traditional approach is not strictly based on the timeline, but it is also depends on the methodology used. For example, if we are focusing upon the formal institutions, if we are doing the analysis in a very specific or contextual manner, in a particular historical context or in a particular cultural context, then it is a typical way of understanding. So whatever is a typical way of understanding is a traditional way of understanding. When the way of understanding is not typical, it is open-ended, it is incorporating multiple elements, then it is a contemporary way of understanding. Traditional approaches. In the political theory, there are many traditional approaches, but there are prominently 3 to 4 approaches we will try to understand, which are important, and the question have also been asked in UPSC. So first one we can say is the philosophical approach. Philosophical approach we will try to understand. Secondly is we will understand institutional approach. Thirdly, we will understand historical approach. Okay. And fourthly, we will understand legal approach. Legal approach. These are the 4 important approaches we need to understand, and they fall under the traditional political theory or traditional approaches of political theory. These are traditional approaches. Why traditional? Because they have adapted a typical way of understanding. Like they are so much of unidimensional. For example, let's go into the details of the philosophical approach. Philosophical approach is strictly, you can equate this with the normative approach. Whatever the normative approach is, philosophical approach is more or less the same. Okay. So let's focus on philosophical approach. Philosophical approach. Based on the name, can you just tell me what the philosophical approach is? Can you guess what could be the philosophical approach? Can you guess? Please think. Because why I am asking questions frequently, because you need to develop the understanding. Because if you are thinking that we will understand here, and then after some time you will revise. Ideal state. Ideal state can be an example of a philosophical approach, but justice, equality, they can also be the they can also be the examples of a philosophical approach. But what could be the core of the philosophical approach? Philosophical approach का core क्या हो सकता है? Core क्या है? So basically, it is, as I have already mentioned, this is normative, okay, normative and value-oriented perspective. Value-oriented perspective. Values means values like which? Justice, equality, liberty. These are the values. These are the values. Okay. So this is a value-oriented perspective. Now, this traditional approach is basically value-oriented perspective. Ethical and moral. Okay. So it again, like normative, it focuses upon what ought to be. What ought to be. So surely it should be prescriptive. Prescriptive. It is not descriptive. Descriptive approaches are empirical. Okay, it is prescriptive. And they believe that ethics cannot be separated from politics. Ethics cannot be separated from politics. Ethics और politics को separate नहीं किया जा सकता. That is what they think. That is what they believe. Correct? यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? That is prescriptive in nature. Prescriptive, it prescribes that this has to be done. ये होना चाहिए. That is prescriptive in nature. And ideal, this thinks about the ideal thing. Ideal society, ideal state. They focus on this. Okay, ideal society, ideal state. That is what they focus upon. Okay. In the name of examples, we can talk about Plato's example, Plato's ideal state. Plato's ideal state, that can be the example. But then, what is the limitation of this approach? Philosophical approach है, normative तरीका है यहाँ पे सोचने का, लेकिन what are the limitations? Before limitation, let us understand limitations. तो चलो समझ लेंगे. Can you please tell me what are the limitations? At the same time, what is the importance of philosophical approach? Importance भी तो होगा ही. There must be limitations, but there can be some importance. There can be some importance. The importance is that philosophical approach provides philosophical foundation to the politics. Philosophical foundation to politics. Politics को एक philosophical foundation philosophical approach provides a philosophical foundation to the politics, because politics should not be, even I personally believe, and you will also agree, that politics cannot be completely separated from the philosophical foundation. Philosophical foundation has to be there to the politics. Politics को एक philosophical foundation होना ही चाहिए. That is the most important thing. Again, what else is the importance? और क्या इसका importance हो सकता है? और क्या इसका importance हो सकता है? Whatever the political institutions होंगे, political laws होंगे, institutions होंगे, okay, we need to evaluate them from a perspective of a normative ideas. Whether these political institutions are able to ensure the justice, whether these laws are able to treat everyone equal, That is the evaluation we need to do, and that evaluation must be philosophical because ideas are philosophical. So to do the evaluation, we need this philosophical approach. So philosophical approach definitely important. It helps in evaluating laws, institutions of the state. Okay. Now focus upon the limitations. What are the limitations? Limitations. It is very subjective because morals and values are very subjective. So we can say it is subjective. It lacks the scientific approach. इसमें scientific approach नहीं है. काफी आइडियल है. इट इज टू मच आइडियल. एक तो सब्जेक्टिव है, टू मच आइडियलिस्टिक है. Correct. So these are the limitations. So philosophical approach is the traditional approach in the political theory which focuses upon the normative and value orientation, like justice, equality, liberty. These are the values. It focuses upon the ought to be. It is prescriptive in nature. It believes that ethics cannot be separated from the politics, and ideal state, forming ideal society, making ideal life. These are the goals and aims of the philosophical approach. Plato's ideal state is one of the example. Even Karl Marx's analysis of the workers' exploitation, that is also one of the example. Even Aristotle's this theory of equality is also the example of the Plato's philosophical approach. In philosophical approach, the importance is that it provides a philosophical foundation to the political theory, and also it helps in evaluating various different policies and institutions and states actions based on the ideas and values. जो भी स्टेट के एक्शंस है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, लॉज है, उसको इवैल्यूएट करने में काफी हेल्प होता है फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच का. बट द लिमिटेशंस आर दिस इज वेरी मच आइडियलिस्टिक एंड इट इज वेरी मच सब्जेक्टिव. इट लैक्स द scientific approach. That is what the thing. Even John Rawls can be taken as an example in the philosophical approach. So this is clear. Philosophical approach you understood? Please tell me, please confirm. Philosophical approach is understood. Let's try to understand historical approach. Historical approach. Can you guess what is the historical approach? Historical approach. Historical approach. Historical approach is very simple. In the historical approach, what happens is, for example, if there is any present political phenomena, or any present, let's say institution or present state. Okay. So what historical approach tries to do, it tries to understand that whatever the present institution, state or phenomena happening, how it originated, how it evolved, and at present time, what are its results, basically. So it tries to trace out the reasons of particular phenomena, institutions or state in the present time. It tries to trace out in the past. So what have been the past historical developments which led to this? ये जो भी हो रहा है अभी, for example, Indian bureaucracy या Indian politics. Indian politics. Okay, Indian politics में let's say corruption, let's say caste-based voting, caste-based voting. Let's say interstate water dispute, or whatever. There are so many n number of examples. Okay, examples. For example, cult-based leadership, or let's say dynastic politics. These are so many examples where we can clearly see that be it the corruption in the present system, be it the voting pattern based on the caste, be it the interstate water disputes going on, every second aspect, phenomena or development has the roots in the history. It started somewhere. For example, if you talk about caste-based voting, so somewhere during the British times or even before that, there was a caste system, and Britishers probably tried to exploit that division in the society to rule the people using divide and rule policy, and that has been, see, caste as a system was there in the Indian society, but probably it was never politicized. It was never politicized, or we can say it was not politicized yet. Britishers, by using their divide and rule policy, okay, they politicized the caste system. Yes or no? They politicized the caste system. Caste system को उन्होंने political capital बनाया. Caste was a social category, but it was turned into the political capital, we can say. Eventually, it becomes a political capital. Caste today is the political capital or not? If almost every second political party, every second political leader tries to capitalize his own caste or probably the caste groups, okay, caste groups. So caste has been politicized and turned out into a political category, but earlier it was a social category, but now it has become a political capital. Okay, so its roots are there in the history. So to understand something in the present, we need to go back to the history. That is what the historical approach is. Historical approach is all about understanding the present political phenomena by tracing out its roots in the history or in the past. That is what the historical approach. Understood? So based on this particular thing, can we identify the nature of this? इसका nature क्या हो सकता है? Is it prescriptive or it is explanatory? It is prescriptive or explanatory. Definitely, history does not prescribe. History does not tell the future. It does not predict. It only identifies what has happened. So based on what incidences have happened, we can just explain. So the nature is explanatory. Explanatory. Okay. The nature of the historical approach is explanatory. Yes, correct. So what is the importance? The importance, अगर हम इसके historical approach के importance की बात करें, so importance is that it helps us understand why. Importance जो है historical approach का, historical approach helps us in understand why particular institution or state or anything is in the present form. It tries to tell us the historical context of it. So by telling the historical context, we are able to understand the present form. So to understand particular thing in its present form in a very better way, it is important to understand, historical approach is very important. But then what is the, what are the limitations? Historical approach के limitations भी होंगे. Historical approach के limitations भी होंगे. It cannot predict the future. Lack prediction. It cannot predict the future. Future को predict नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि no matter how many times history have repeated, the patterns can be repeated, but exact history cannot repeat. And you only have the historical data, historical facts, historical understanding, but that is not necessary that you are able to predict the future, and that's why it cannot predict the future outcomes. And in the political theory, it is very important for us to understand, not just to understand the past, but we should also be able to understand, we should also be able to predict the future. We should be also be able to predict the future, like what can be the possible consequences of particular political action or particular political event. For example, understanding the caste politics in India, historical approach can help us better understand the caste politics. But what are the consequences of a caste politics that we cannot understand by the historical approach? Because historical approach cannot provide us the futuristic view of something. Okay, so that is the limitation. This is understood? Historical approach understood? Historical approach understood? Okay, let's try to understand the legal approach. Legal approach. Now, based on the name, you can understand, based on the title, you can understand what the legal approach is. Legal approach is very simple. Okay, to understand politics, let's not go into the history. Let's not go into the philosophy. Let us simply understand the laws of the state. If I have to understand the Indian political system, what I will probably go with, I will try to understand the Indian constitution. I will try to understand the Indian laws. Okay, and I will try to understand what are the various different policies made by the government. And based on that, I will do the analysis. Okay, to understand the Indian political system. Okay, so legal approach mainly focuses on constitution, laws, and policies. But again, we know that just by understanding the laws, just by understanding the constitution, you can only understand a superficial and ideal political setup, because constitution provides right to equality, right to freedom, right to education, right to food, etc. But when we look at the ground, do we see the same which is on the paper? So understanding the political system through the legal approach is like understanding things on paper. But what is on paper, not necessarily the same is on the ground. Correct? What is on the paper, not necessarily is same is on the ground. So by understanding the political theory through the legal approach, we can only understand the political setup or system on paper, but we can never understand the political system at the ground level. We may lack the ground level understanding. That is the most important limitation of the legal approach. Okay, but by the way, legal approach is basically studying the laws, constitution, and policies of the state or of the political system. Okay, because this approach assumes that the behavior of the people in the system, be it the government, be it the citizens, be it the bureaucrats, the overall behavior of the people is governed by laws. But it is not necessary that everyone follows the law. Legal approach assumes that the behavior of the people, behavior of the citizens, behavior of the authorities and the government people, that is shaped or that is governed by the laws. But it is not necessary. Everyone does not follow the law. Okay, if everyone would follow the law, if everyone's behavior is governed by the law, then definitely it would be an ideal system or setup. But then the question is, again, the question came in my mind that, okay, fine. If this is the law, this is the law. This is a law made by our representatives. And now we are expected to follow that law. It means the entire behavior of us should be governed by the law. But the important question here is the law itself perfect or ideal? Because there can be lacunas, there can be gaps, there can be fundamental cracks in the law, and that may not be applicable for every single person in every single situation. And in that context, the law may fail to facilitate the right behavior. The law may sometimes have loopholes which encourages the bad behavior, or it may encourages the immoral, unethical behavior. There is a possibility. There have been laws which have been misused. Laws का misuse भी हुआ है, because laws can have always loopholes, because it is not possible. See, when we talk about a legal perspective, for example, right to equality, equality before the law. Equality before the law, or equal application of law to everyone. So to everyone, how can you apply the same law? Now, this is my simple question. Of course, there must be some uniformity in implementation. There must be some universalism in implementation. But still, how can a same law be implemented for everyone? Because everyone's overall situation cannot be same. You need to treat them different. Correct? For example, reservation policy, affirmative action, what are they? They are not basically equality before the law. There are some exceptions, because some special treatment is to be given. And that's why even the legal approach cannot give us the complete. Definitely no approach can give us the complete understanding. But yes, when we understand a couple of things from philosophical perspective, we understand a couple of things from historical perspective, when we understand a couple of things from legal perspective. So while studying different approaches, we can get a holistic understanding. Complete understanding in a political theory is not possible. Okay, in a political theory, or for that matter in any other subject, complete understanding is not possible. It is never achievable. We can only make maximum possible understanding. Holistic understanding is achievable. Okay, by understanding different perspectives, we can have holistic understanding, but we cannot completely understand anything. Right? So this is the legal approach. Legal approach में limitations क्या है? Legal approach की limitations हमने पहले ही देखे कि पेपर पे है लेकिन ग्राउंड पे नहीं है. So this is the legal approach. This understood? You understood? Legal approach समझ में आ गया? Mainly legal approach में we try to understand authorities and government institutions. That is what we try to understand. So that may only give one side of the picture, but it may not give. But yes, the importance, when we talk about importance, of course, legal approach might have some contribution. It has some importance, and the importance is that इसका जो सबसे बड़ा importance है, importance ये है कि the importance is that it helps us bring accountability, because when there are fixed set rules and someone is not following, we can make him accountable to follow, so that there is a regularity, there is a uniformity in the behavior and the reaction of the people. So to bring accountability, to bring transparency, because if you are not following the law, you are doing something else. It means you are not abide by the law. So you are not obeying. It means then some transparency, accountability. These kind of things can be make sure. It also ignores the aspects of the life like social, cultural, etc. करेक्ट. सोशल कल्चरल जो एस्पेक्ट है वो ये मिस आउट करता है. हाँ, और इनफॉर्मल स्ट्रक्चर जैसे कास्ट हो गया, सोशल स्ट्रक्चर जैसे आपने बताया, ये सारी चीजें और जो रियल पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर है, रियल पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को समझने में ये फेल हो जाता है. दैट इज व्हाट द लीगल अप्रोच. सो लीगल अप्रोच अंडरस्टूड. लीगल अप्रोच अंडरस्टूड. Okay, and then there is a institutional approach. Institutional approach. Okay, institutional approach. Now we studied philosophical approach. We also understand historical approach. We also understand legal approach. Institutional approach is simple. Here we study the institutions. In legal approach, we studied the laws. So in the institutional approach, we will study the institutions. Okay. So we study institutions. We study institutions. Again, same thing. Institutions हम समझेंगे, but institutions cannot give us the clear picture. So in the institutional approach, we try to study the formal organizations like government, legislature, executive, judiciary. Formal institutions like government, judiciary, okay, etc. That is we try to understand. In the institutional approach, we try to understand the institutions. हम institutions को समझते हैं, and we assume that once we understood institutions, we can understand the how they function. So we have to understand the functioning of the institution. हमें इंस्टीट्यूशन, बिकॉज जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशन की फंक्शनिंग होगी दैट विल कन्वर्ट इनटू द बिहेवियर ऑफ द पीपल. इफ द इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर नॉट करप्ट, इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर ट्रांसपेरेंट, दे आर सिटीजन सेंट्रिक, दे आर एफिशिएंट एंड इफेक्टिव, then there will be justice, the people will be happy, there will not be a problem. But if institutions are corrupt, not transparent, they are lacking the accountability, etc., then in such a circumstances they may fail, they may attract very different behavior from the people. Like people will, for example, in Indian setup, people are frustrated with the institutional corruption, and that's why people hate these institutions. Like name any institution and people criticize it. You name any institution, people criticize it. Why? Because the institutional credibility of an institution has fallen down. Why? Because of the frequent allegations on these institutions, and frequently the institutions have been trapped under the corruption and corrupt instances, and that's why people are lacking the trust. And when people lack the trust, the credibility of the institution, it erodes. Erosion of credibility. The credibility of the institution erodes. Credibility जो है institution की कम हो जाती है, legitimacy कम हो जाती है, legitimacy कम हो जाती है. So once the credibility and legitimacy erodes, institution may not gain the respect or obedience. Okay, why people will obey? Why people will obey? It may lack obedience. For example, why we obey the rules or the notifications of the institution? For example, recently there have been, I think news में मैंने कहीं देखा है, नीट एग्जाम का पेपर लीक के चलते एग्जाम पोस्टपोन की गई है, and this has happened several times, more than 1 or 2 times. So that's why the credibility of that institutions, it has lost the credibility. It has lost the credibility. Okay, in such a circumstances, the respect, the reputation of the institution is eroded, and that's why people may not obey or follow the institution, or they may not trust the institution. They may joke about the institution. Correct. Same is the case with so many other institutions like election. There are frequent allegations upon the Election Commission of India that there is a tampering of the EVMs का tampering होता है, या there is some problem in the counting. There has been recently SIR, special investigation, I think exercise कुछ SIR वाला जो हुआ था, correct? That is one thing. In this exercise of SIR, it has found that there are many fraudulent voters, there are many illegal voters, etc. So these are the things, and that is how the credibility of the institutions comes into the question. There is a question on the institution's credibility. Even there is question on the credibility of the UPSC also, because sometimes they provide some answer keys which are not aligning with the facts of the question. Sometimes question itself is problematic, or some whatever, correct? There have been so many instances जहां पर ऐसा हुआ है कि UPSC ने quickly action नहीं लिया. There have been many instances, many candidates who fooled UPSC and they got into the services by using fake documents, etc. And UPSC was not able to identify it. So the credibility of the institutions erodes in such a circumstances. Understood? FSSI जो हो गया, colleges हो गया, yes. So mainly when we talk about the nature of the institutional approach, so mainly institutional approach studies the structure and organization. Structure and organization, they try to understand कि institution का structure कैसा है, head कौन है, उसके functions क्या है. तो यहाँ पे structure, organization, functions, okay, and also its impact. Impact भी समझना जरूरी है. So this is what we try to understand in the institutional approach. Through the institutional approach, we try to understand the structure, organizational impact, etc. All these things. And because of that, we are able, अगर हम इसके importance की बात करें, importance, तो institutional approach provides us a comparative analysis. Because sometimes we say that, okay, National Human Rights Commission is far better than the Women Rights Commission. Okay, because Women Rights Commission is not working much or probably is not much effective or impactful. That is the comparative analysis we can do. Or probably we can say CAG is more effective as a government institution than the Election Commission of India, because CAG has been able to expose so many cabinet ministers and government officials and authorities and bureaucrats. So that is what we can say. So definitely when we study the institutions, it helps us do the comparative analysis that which institution is better. Is judiciary better than parliament, or parliament is better than judiciary? That is what the comparative analysis we can do, and not just at a domestic level, but even we can compare Indian judiciary with the American judiciary, Indian parliament with the British parliament. We can do this comparison only when we are able, when we do the institutional understanding. We understand the structure of Indian parliament, we understand the functioning of the Indian parliament, we understand the effectiveness of the Indian parliament, how much of the time is gone waste into the unnecessary debates and discussion, how many bills were introduced, whatever the amount of time utilized for the discussion of the bill, and whatever the amount of time the opposition parties have gone for walkouts, etc. So based on that, we can understand the efficiency and effectiveness of our parliament, and then we can do the same comparison with the British parliament or other parliament. So with the help of this comparison, we can get to understand where we can improve. So this institutional approach is also very much important. Definitely no single approach can provide a thorough understanding of particular political system, but it can at least provide one particular aspect which can add value in our understanding of the political system or political theory. So these are the traditional approaches we have studied. Okay, and I think this is all for today. In the next class, we will try to understand the contemporary approaches and decline and resurgence of the political theory, and we may then even conclude, because I think that is what we left with in the political theory. But these are the traditional approaches. This is what for today. There is a difference in the legal. Yes, they are kind of similar. But when we talk about legal approach, so legal approach provides us the understanding of a system through the laws. Okay, for example, laws, policies, and constitution. So that is one understanding. Second understanding, in the institutional approach helps us understand the political system through the institutions. So this is a different. Both are different. About notes, the notes you have, once you understand the topic here, for example, institutional approach, you understand now. So now you can read this from the notes, because we are referring our notes. So definitely, whatever the things given in the notes, we have already discussed here. So it will become very easy for you to understand through the notes. So don't worry. Whatever the topics we have completed here, you can read from the notes now comfortably. You will understand. There will be no problem, because when you read notes by your own, you may lack some understanding, because see, the credibility of the institution erodes, legitimacy of the institution erodes, or for example, so many other things which we have discussed, like the example of SIR, the example of election commission. These are coming from the impromptu discussion. These are not given in the notes, correct? These are the explanation part, which I feel to understand this better. I naturally, some examples came in my mind, even they are from the current aspect, because it is very important for us to integrate the current developments with whatever we are studying. That is what the agenda is. So we try to incorporate the current examples, which you may not find in the notes, because the current examples, they may come from impromptu discussion. But by this entire discussion, you can now understand institutional approach from the notes very properly. So don't worry. Hard copies of the notes will not be delivered. Hard copies of the PYQs, PYQs written, handwritten PYQs, that hard copies will be delivered. Notes will be provided in the soft copy only. No need to study from OP Gauba. No need to study from any other source. Trust me, the notes we have prepared are completely based on the UPSC syllabus and previous year questions asked, and by analyzing them, we have perfectly framed the notes. You may not need to go beyond that. So don't worry. Focus upon the understanding part. No need to read anything beyond these notes. इस notes के beyond कुछ भी आपको पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. कुछ भी पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं, एकदम गारंटेड है. इस नोट्स के बियॉन्ड पढ़ने की आपको कुछ भी जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है. सो मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट क्लास में. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम एंड सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन. Is voice clear now? Please check. Fine. So this is one question. So normative, empirical, then again difference between normative and empirical theories. Fine. Acha, this is the repeated question basically. Then again the question about normative approach 2023 में normative approach के ऊपर again question आया है 2023 में. ठीक है. Yes. Fine. Then so this you can write, examine the significance of behavioral revolution. I think you can also write about this. Political science में behavioral revolution जो आया था, correct? What is the significance of it? It means in what way it has contributed. किस तरीके से इसने contribute किया? This is about the question. You can write this answer also. I mean, not aptly you can write, but at least you know, you are familiar with this question. You are familiar with the topic of the question. Behavioral revolution is the topic of the question, and I hope you are familiar with this. Yes. Okay. Examine the importance of behavioral approach. Then comment on post-behavioral approach. You are familiar with this also. Post-behavioral approach तक हम लिख सकते हैं. Please confirm. यहाँ तक, like, these are the topics which you are confident कि yes, we understood and we know about it. Yes, please confirm. Yes, correct. Yes, Anushka, because rest of the people are able to listen matlab here properly. So I think you check your device, you can just turn it off and then on again. Then credo of relevance. This is something I will tell you what credo of relevance is, but we already studied post behavioralism. Post behavioralism हमने देखा है. We will try to understand credo of relevance. Then decline of political theory. Political theory का decline. How political theory decline. So decline of political theory, that is the topic which we are going to study today. आज हम देखेंगे decline of political theory. There are multiple questions on decline of political theory. Then there is a resurgence of political theory. Okay, and then this Adolf calling is also a part of resurgence of a political theory, because political theory is not an escape mechanism, it's an Adolf calling. So that is also a part of resurgence. Okay, then about systems approach. Systems approach is something which we will try to understand even in comparative politics. So we want, okay, post-behavioral approach, if it is left, we will study it today. Okay, then Eurocentrism. What is Eurocentrism? And this is basically a post-colonial. This is basically a post-colonial approach to the political theory. That is also we will try to understand. And then I think, yes, again, post-colonial approach to the political theory is repeated. This post-colonial approach पे 2 बार questions आए हैं. Post-colonial पे 2 बार questions आए हैं. This you can see, Eurocentrism is a part of post-colonial approach, and post-colonial approach properly ये भी question पूछा है. Again, if you see behavioral approach, repeated question even 2024. If you remember, हमने देखा था थोड़ी देर पहले 2023 में भी ये question आया हुआ है. It was asked in 2023 also. 2023 में भी क्वेश्चन ये पूछा है. ठीक है. एंड देन आई थिंक फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच आपने देखा ही होगा. फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच हमने डिस्कस किया था. इफ यू रिमेंबर, स्टार्टिंग में हमने डिस्कस किया था ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोचेस के अंदर फिलोसॉफिकल, इंस्टीट्यूशनल, लीगल, हिस्टोरिकल 4 अप्रोचेस हमने देखे थे. सो आउट ऑफ दैट दिस इज द फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच, जो कि 2025 में ये क्वेश्चन पूछा है. ओके, 2025 में ये क्वेश्चन पूछा है. Then and then the last question is, okay, this is political. Fine. So these are the question. I think there is one more question left. I don't know यहाँ पर क्यों नहीं दिया है, but होना चाहिए था. The one more question is actually on institutional approach. एक institutional approach पे question है. शायद, I am not sure, but not given here. So these are the questions asked by UPSC on this topic, and I hope that most of the questions, जो topics हमारे finish हो गए हैं, so most of the questions you are aware that these are the topics we are familiar with, and we can at least write something, if not the correct answer, but at least we can write something about it. Yes or no? Correct. So now let us start with the post behavioralism. Post behavioralism. ठीक है. Fine. Okay. So now let us start with the emergence of post-behavioralism. Post-behavioralism. Fine. Okay. Post-behavioralism. So we studied, हमने देखा था कि behavioralism now the question is why behavioralism decline. Behavioralism decline क्यों हुआ? Why behavioralism decline? Why behavioralism decline? हमने लास्ट क्लास में देखा था कि behavioralism decline क्यों हुआ. Why behavioralism decline? Please think about it and tell me couple of reasons. Behavioralism decline क्यों हुआ? Only empirical approach, correct? Or what else? Data centric, correct? Okay. Data centric. और क्या क्या था? value neutrality, correct. Limited methodology, correct. Very good, very good, very, very good. Not based on the modern problem solving, correct. Not based on the modern problem solving, new paradigm will evolve, correct. Very good. Yes. So all the reasons you have already mentioned, that why behavioralism declined. Why behavioralism declined? Because somewhere there was a necessity to revive, because ultimately when we completely scientific, क्या था वो वर्ड, साइंटाइज्ड समथिंग, ऐसा कुछ एक वर्ड है साइंटाइज्ड, तो आपने पूरा साइंटिफिक बना दिया. यू मेड अ डिसिप्लिन कंप्लीटली प्रोफेशनल, डेटा oriented. Okay, so it is not necessary and it is not even practically possible that everything you can evaluate based on the data. आप हर फेनोमेना को पॉलिटिकल स्पेस में, हर फेनोमेना को आप डेटा के बेस पर इवेलुएट नहीं कर सकते. डेटा के बेस पर आप इवेलुएट नहीं कर सकते. यू नीड अ फिलोसॉफिकल इंक्वायरी ऑल्सो. philosophical inquiry, you need to ask some normative questions. You need to ask. हमें normative questions पूछने पड़ेंगे. We will have to, because primarily the real life problems, the real world problems, like which are the real world problems? Real world problems क्या है? For example, let's say liberalism. If you don't know about liberalism, definitely in the next topic we will talk about liberalism. So liberalism is an ideology which focuses on the individual freedom. इतना तो हमें पता है, स्टार्टिंग में मैंने आपको बताया था. It is something which focuses on individual freedom. Okay, individual liberty, individual freedom. So when you give individual freedom, individual liberty to everyone, that is a natural thing that in the economic space it leads to capitalism. Capitalist economy is basically an outcome of the liberal ideology, correct. Capitalist economy is market free market economy, जिसको हम बोलते हैं free market economy, or capitalism or capitalist economy is an outcome of the liberalism का outcome है, ठीक है. But there are some other outcomes of capitalism. What are they? Capitalism का एक outcome है जो बिल्कुल भी undesirable है. What is that? If you know, what is the outcome of capitalism which is not desirable and which we need to correct? And then there are some other ideologies came up which are there to correct the ideology, the consequences of capitalism. कैपिटलिज्म के जो कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस है उन्हें करेक्ट करने के लिए एक आइडियोलॉजी, मतलब मल्टीपल आइडियोलॉजीज आई है काउंटर करने के लिए. वो क्या कॉन्सिक्वेंस है? एनी गेसेस? व्हाट इज दैट कॉन्सिक्वेंस ऑफ कैपिटलिज्म which is problematic? Private ownership is a feature, but when we say consequence, so consequence is something which is an undesirable outcome, sometimes undesirable outcome. Can we say inequalities? Can we say inequalities? Yes or no? For example, जैसे ही इंडिया में हमने एलपीजी रिफॉर्म्स 1991, एलपीजी रिफॉर्म्स क्या है? लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन एंड ग्लोबलाइजेशन, करेक्ट. दीज आर न्यू लिबरल पॉलिसीज, लिबरलिज्म का ही थोड़ा सा एक्सट्रीम वर्जन, करेक्ट. लिबरलिज्म का ही थोड़ा सा एक्सट्रीम वर्जन। एलपीजी रिफॉर्म जैसे ही आए उसके बाद, अगर आपने कभी पढ़ा होगा ऑक्सफैम रिपोर्ट नाम की एक रिपोर्ट है, देयर इज अ रिपोर्ट कॉल्ड ऑक्सफैम रिपोर्ट। ओके, ऑक्सफैम रिपोर्ट के कुछ स्टेटिस्टिक्स है जहां पे 10% ऑफ द पीपल इन द कंट्री ओन्स 90% ऑफ द वेल्थ। नॉट प्रिसाइजली एंड नॉट एग्जैक्टली, बट आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू द रफ एस्टिमेट, रफ डेटा। इट shows that there is a tremendous inequality in wealth, and then the quality of life. Quality of life. Wealth में inequality है, equal distribution of wealth है, few people owns maximum of the wealth and maximum people owns very few of the amount of the wealth. So that has definitely impacted even the quality of life. There is a inequality in the wealth. Now the problem is inequality. If we talk about inequality, can I say that if there is an inequality, that is something we can call injustice also? हम उसको injustice भी कह सकते हैं, because अगर inequality है तो injustice है. If there is no equality, then how can we say it is a justice? Inequality है तो injustice भी है, yes or no? Correct. So is inequality and injustice are the normative questions, normative philosophical questions, or these are the questions can simply be addressed empirically? Please tell me, can we solve the problem of injustice empirically, or we need a philosophical inquiry? We need some normative context to solve this problem. जैसे इनजस्टिस हो रहा है समाज में, देयर इज अ क्राइसिस। अभी इवन करंट टाइम्स में भी, आप अगर करंट कंटेक्स्ट में भी देखोगे, सो इन करंट कंटेक्स्ट देयर इज अ राइजिंग इन्फ्लेशन बिकॉज ऑफ द वॉर गोइंग ऑन एंड सो मच ऑफ द ग्लोबल डायनामिक्स। जो भी ग्लोबल डायनामिक्स चल रहे हैं उसके चलते there is a inflation. It is definitely hitting the poor of the country. जो गरीब लोग हैं उनको ये हिट कर रहा है. So this is a moral problem. This is a problem which cannot be purely solved by the data or facts. In fact, first of all, let's understand that the major lacuna of the behavioral approach, का सबसे बड़ा लैकुना है, इट इज प्रेडिक्टिव एंड इट इज डिस्क्रिप्टिव, एंड द मेजर लैकुना इज इट इज नॉट प्रेस्क्रिप्टिव. It is not prescriptive. Are you getting me what I am meant to say? बिहेवियरल अप्रोच का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है, व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, प्लीज लिसन केयरफुली. बिहेवियरल अप्रोच का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है दैट इट इज नॉट प्रेस्क्रिप्टिव, रादर इट इज डिस्क्रिप्टिव. इट मीन्स because you have some data, because you have some information, because you have some empirical data, you can only describe what is the situation. It means you can properly and you can accurately describe the level of inequality in the country, but can you solve it? This is the major question. There are two things. You can describe what is the reality based on the survey, based on the data facts, based on the information you have available, but the problem is, can you solve it? No, you can only provide the insights that what is the reality. You can tell what is. हमने पहले भी देखा था, empirical approach talks about what is. It talks about what is, but then what should happen? हमें क्या करना चाहिए? what should we do, what further steps we should take, what ought to be. ये जो नॉर्मेटिव क्वेश्चन कि क्या होना चाहिए, दिस डज नॉट एड्रेस, इट डज नॉट प्रिस्क्राइब कि क्या होना चाहिए, इट इज ओनली डिस्क्रिप्टिव. ये सिनारो को डिस्क्राइब करेगा, बट ये प्रिस्क्राइब नहीं करेगा कि क्या होना चाहिए. It is not prescriptive, and that is the major lacuna. Because now why? Now this will connect to our one of the question. That question is credo of relevance, जो मैंने आपको बताया था पोस्ट बेहवियरलिज्म में है. Credo of relevance, action science. So political science is not just to identify the problem. By behavioral approach, we can identify the problem, but we cannot solve the problem, because to solve the problem we need to take action. To take action we need to inspire people, encourage, and to encourage any action, we need idea. To encourage any action, we need idea. The idea of justice, the idea of liberty, the idea of equality. When you will have this idea, for example, let's say the French Revolution, let's say other revolutions, they occurred not because there was a data available to tell that there is an injustice, but because there was an idea imagined by the people or enlightened thinker that there must be a society based on a justice, there must be a society based on the equality, there must be a society based on the liberty. So these were the ideas which inspired the revolution. And if there is no action in political science, then it is purely a theoretical subject, and it can never be the problem solving discipline. And we want a problem solving discipline. हमें प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग डिसिप्लिन चाहिए, otherwise it is no more relevant. Political science is of no relevance if it is not able to solve the problem, if it is not able to inspire the action, because we need action science. We don't need a pure theory. हमें सिर्फ प्योर theory नहीं चाहिए, हमें action चाहिए. Okay, we don't need pure theory, we need action, we need pure action. Okay, so we need pure action, we don't need pure theory, and that's why we came towards a post behavioralism, because now for us both the things are important. हमारे लिए दोनों चीजें जरूरी है, हमारे लिए फिलोसॉफिकल इंक्वायरी भी जरूरी है और हमारे लिए एम्पिरिकल एनालिसिस भी जरूरी है. इसका मतलब we need description, plus we need prescription. We need description plus we need prescription. हमें आइडिया भी चाहिए, हमें रियलिटी भी चाहिए. इट मीन्स हमें प्लेटो भी चाहिए, हमें अरिस्टोटल भी चाहिए. देयर इज अ डीप linkages between the Plato plus Aristotle, with idea plus reality, with description plus prescription, with empirical plus normative. ओके, बिकॉज जब हम प्लेटो सीखेंगे, when we will study about Plato, so we will realize that Plato was idealist, and there is a very strong and heated and intense debate and argument between Plato and Aristotle, where Aristotle focuses more upon the empirical analysis, whereas Plato suggests some idealistic steps. So the discussion between the normative and empirical approach is also can be linked with the Plato and Aristotle's discussion. Now, what I want to tell you is this kind of linkages are never ever given in any particular book, nor they are taught by any other person. They are simply, we are actually exploring. हम एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं, हम इंटरलिंकेजेस पर ज्यादा फोकस करते हैं, इसीलिए these are the points which are coming up here. So I hope कि आप समझ पा रहे हो ये, this thing you will be better understand when we will study about the Plato and Aristotle. Okay, so here the question is, post-behavioralism is both. Post-behavioralism is both empirical plus normative. Simple. In a post-behavioralism, we just not study what reality is. We also try to understand what is the historical, cultural, and structural context which is influencing the political behavior. Political behavior. Okay, so yes. So जो political behavior है, political behavior cannot be only understood on the scientific data. We need to also do the contextual analysis, because behavioralism में हमने देखा, in behavioralism we only studied in a scientific way. Okay, and based on the scientific analysis we tried to understand the political behavior. We tried to understand the political behavior only on the basis of the scientific data in the behavioral approach. But post behavioral approach में क्या है? For post behavioral approach, what their argument is, you cannot completely understand the behavior, political behavior, just by understanding the scientific data. Scientific data सिर्फ समझ के आप political behavior को नहीं समझ सकते. For that you need to, because there is a text and there is a context. एक होता है टेक्स्ट, एक होता है कंटेक्स्ट. टेक्स्ट और कंटेक्स्ट मतलब ये है, टेक्स्ट और कंटेक्स्ट का मतलब ये है that, for example, while understanding the political behavior by using the scientific methodologies का यूज करके political behavior जब आप समझने की कोशिश करोगे, तो you will get some data. That again, let's take the election data. That particular constituency, let's say the constituency of let's say Pune. Okay, पुणे की कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है और वहां पे आपने एक वोटिंग पैटर्न एनालाइज किया, दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द वोट्स ऑफ पर्टिकुलर ओबीसी कैटेगरी, दे आर वोटिंग फॉर द, लेट्स से, कांग्रेस. ओके, ऐसा कुछ डेटा आपने देखा. बट क्या, so now here, in the scientific analysis, we only got the data that most of the people belonging to OBC category, they are voting to Congress. This is the data. This is the information you are getting. But the question is, why this pattern is? Why OBCs tend to vote to Congress more? This is the question of why. एक इंफॉर्मेशन ये है कि ओबीसीज टेंड टू वोट टू कांग्रेस. दिस इज द इंफॉर्मेशन, दिस इज द फैक्ट. ये आपने साइंटिफिक मेथोडोलॉजीज के बेसिस पे आपने कुछ सर्वे करके आपने एक एनालिसिस लिया है, पर फिर ये एनालिसिस जो है, पर लेकिन क्वेश्चन यहां पर ये कि क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है, व्हाई दिस इज हैपनिंग. ये जो आंसर है व्हाई. सो फॉर व्हाई टू अंडरस्टैंड, आपको ये समझने के लिए आपको कल्चर का कंटेक्स्ट समझना पड़ेगा, आपको हिस्टोरिकल कंटेक्स्ट समझना पड़ेगा. लाइक दिस इज वन थिंग, this particular constituency, this particular caste voting to this particular political party. This is the data. On the basis of data, we are able to tell that this is happening. But why this is happening? What is the reason behind it? For that to understand, we need to go deep into the context. There must be some context. There must be some, let's say, some Maratha factor. There must be some any other caste factor. There must be some factor of a legacy of some leaders into the Congress belonging to the OBC category. That must be some cultural. There must be some cultural reasons. There must be some historical reasons that since past 40 years there have been the linkage between the local Maratha people with the Congress party, and because of that they are voting to the Congress. So just by telling the data cannot completely tell the political behavior. Are you getting me? I hope the example is not much complex. What I want to tell is कि simply data के basis पर हम complete behavior को नहीं समझ सकते. For behavior to understand, we need to also understand the historical and cultural context. Historical, cultural context. Correct? Structural context. Structural means उस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के ओवरऑल स्ट्रक्चर क्या है, मतलब कंपोजिशन कैसा है, कास्ट कंपोजिशन कैसा है, डेमोग्राफिक कंपोजिशन कैसा है, इवन प्रोफेशनल कंपोजिशन कैसा है. इफ देयर आर मोर फार्मर्स इन पर्टिकुलर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, दे विल टेंड टू वोट टू समवन who is more oriented to the farmers issues, right? So this is the problem, this is one of the thing. And then why there are more farmers? For that there must be some context कि इस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में इतने सारे फार्मर्स क्यों है. वैसे तो फार्मर्स हर जगह होते हैं, बट फिर फार्मर्स क्यों इतना डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल स्पेस को. देयर मस्ट बी सम कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, लेट्स से इन पंजाब, in Punjab the farmers dominate the overall political space. Why this is? Because there is a historical reason, because of the green revolution, because of the overall geography, because of the overall culture that people over there might be looking farm and agriculture not just a profession but even their emotional space. कुछ लोग खेती को बस एक जमीन का टुकड़ा नहीं देखते, उनकी वहां एक इमोशन होती है, इमोशनल स्पेस होती है वो. तो ये सारे फैक्टर्स है, बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स होते हैं. तो पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर कि मैं एक पर्टिकुलर कैंडिडेट को क्यों वोट करता हूं, इसका सिर्फ डेटा के बेसिस पे आप एनालिसिस नहीं कर सकते. इसके पीछे के कुछ इमोशनल रीजंस, कुछ कंटेक्चुअल, कुछ कल्चरल, कुछ हिस्टोरिकल रीजंस हो सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मेरे फैमिली के पिछले 4 जनरेशंस एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टी को लेके लॉयल है, इफ दे आर लॉयल टू पर्टिकुलर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, so why I am voting to that particular party, that cannot be simply explained by the data. For that to understand, we need to understand that why my last 4 generations are voting to that particular party. And there must be some historical, there must be some cultural, there must be some emotional reason to it, right? So this is what the argument is, that behavioral approach can only provide the one aspect of political behavior, that is data, but that cannot give you a complete picture. For you to give the complete picture, you need to go into the post-behavioral approach, where we not only try to understand based on the data, but also we go into the depth and we try to understand the historical, cultural and structural context which also influence the political behavior. Political behavior को influence करने वाली और भी चीजें हैं. Okay, apart of that, because behavioral approach Okay. No, genes cannot be a reason. Genes cannot be a reason for a voting behavior. देखो जो जीन्स इन्होंने जो बोला है बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग यहाँ पे फैक्टर आया है. ऑल्सो वी नीड टू इन अ पॉलिटिकल साइंस वी कैन एक्सप्लोर दिस फैक्टर ऑल्सो कि क्या जेनेटिक्स रीजन हो सकते हैं पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर का. दिस इज समथिंग वी नीड टू स्टडी. लाइक हम तो स्टडी नहीं कर सकते, but definitely there is one of my friend who has done PhD in the genetics, so I can have a deep conversation with him that how the genetics of particular family or lineage, there might be a possibility, there might be a rarest of the rare possibility. By the way, ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, but this is for a fun, we can explore the discussion, but इतना डिटेल में नहीं जाना है हमें. हाँ, क्योंकि बिहेवियरल अप्रोच में हमने वी वर लैकिंग कंप्लीटली दैट व्हाट वी से, वी वर लैकिंग द वैल्यूज, वी वर हैविंग वैल्यू न्यूट्रलिटी, एंड वी रियलाइज दैट दिस इज नॉट राइट. बिहेवियरल अप्रोच कैन नॉट सफिशिएंटली मेक अस अंडरस्टैंड पर्टिकुलर फेनोमेना, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली हमें क्या करना है, हमें पर्टिकुलर पॉलिटिकल फेनोमेना को समझना है. देखो पॉलिटिकल साइंस का अगर आपको मैं सिंपलेस्ट वे में अगर मैं आपको बताऊं तो ये हमारी सोसाइटी है. ओके, इस सोसाइटी में लोग रहते हैं. पॉलिटिकल साइंस को एकदम सिंपल ग्राफिकल वे में समझाता हूं कि अल्टीमेट क्रक्स क्या है पॉलिटिकल साइंस का. दिस इज अ सोसाइटी, these are the people. A simple question is that there are some developments. समाज है, लोग है, yes, but mostly instead of the genes, जेनेटिक्स से ज्यादा आपकी जो कल्चरल वैल्यूज होती है, कल्चरल वैल्यूज. जैसे अगर आप देखोगे तो बीजेपी के जो वोटर्स है, बहुत टाइम से बीजेपी के बहुत सारे वोटर्स है जो लॉयल वोटर्स है, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ हु इज द कैंडिडेट, दे विल ओनली वोट फॉर द बीजेपी बिकॉज दे थिंक कि बीजेपी इज द सेवियर फॉर द हिंदूज. सो एक कल्चर जो कंजर्वेटिव स्ट्रॉन्ग हिंदू डोमिनेटिंग फैमिली से अगर आते हैं, हिंदू फैमिली से, तो देयर माइट बी अ चांसेस कि वो ज्यादा दे टेंड टू गो विद द बीजेपी. करेक्ट. सो दैट इज अ कल्चरल फैक्टर, बिकॉज कल्चर में रिलीजन आता है, कल्चर में आपके कास्ट वगैरह, ये सारी चीजें आपके कल्चर में आती है. फाइन. सो ये सोसाइटी है, सोसाइटी में लोग हैं. अब लोग हैं तो जायज सी बात है, कुछ ना कुछ तो होता रहेगा. डेवलपमेंट हो गए, कभी सिविल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होगी, कभी इन्फ्लेशन के चलते कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हो गए, कभी कुछ लोग, कभी डिवीजन होगा, कभी कुछ लोग डोमिनेट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, कभी कुछ लोगों का एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होगा. कुछ ना कुछ होता रहेगा. The thing is that in a political science we look at the developments and we have to understand कि ये डेवलपमेंट क्या है. we have to understand, then we have to also understand कि ये क्यों हो रहा है, and then we also have to find out the solution कि इसको कैसे करना है, कैसे सॉल्व करना है, हमें ये भी फाइंड आउट करना है. ओके. और इसे इंस्पायर करने के लिए, इसे एक्शन में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, कौन से आइडियाज लाने हैं, ये सब करना है. सो राइट फ्रॉम आइडेंटिफाइंग एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग द प्रॉब्लम to providing the solution and inspiring the action, this is what the political science is. So political science is not only identifying the problem. Political science का मतलब सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना नहीं है जो बिहेवियरल अप्रोच करता है. बिहेवियरल अप्रोच ओनली आइडेंटिफाइज द प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड ऑन द डेटा एंड फैक्ट, बट व्हाट अबाउट द सॉल्यूशन, व्हाट अबाउट द वे फॉरवर्ड. फॉर दैट वी नीड सम आइडियाज, वी नीड सम मोरल्स, वी नीड सम विजन दैट व्हाट वी वांट टू अचीव, हमें क्या अचीव करना है. Correct. And that's why post-behavioral approach is important, and that's why we need to also inculcate we need to also inculcate the normative vision, normative things we need to include. हमें अपने इसमें normative चीजों को include करना है. Secondly, interdisciplinary approach very important. अब post behavioral approach में क्या कर रहे हैं? In a post behavioral approach, we are also trying to integrate the other disciplines, because we cannot. Now this is a society. We cannot understand, because first goal of political science is to understand the problem. Can we understand the problem simply in a political framework? We cannot understand the problem simply through the political framework. We need to also understand from the economic point of view, because if there is an inequality of wealth, अगर wealth की inequality हो रही है, तो ये एक economic problem है. Definitely इसका solution political plus economic होगा. इसलिए political economy भी एक approach है. Political economy means this is an interdisciplinary approach, जहां पर politics और economics दोनों का collaboration के through एक approach बना है. Political economy approach. अभी comparative politics में आएगा political economy approach. So political economy जो है, इसके through हम वो problem समझ सकते हैं. For that matter, if there is a patriarchy, if there is a male dominance in a society, and that is then resulting into the political laws, जैसे जो laws है, for example, there are many laws which favor the males, for example, और for that matter, अगर हमारे property laws अगर हम देखेंगे starting में, अभी के नहीं, पहले के अगर property laws देखेंगे, so property inheritance के जो laws है, they were favoring the, not just the laws, even the customs. Forget about the laws. If the law is giving equality in the property inheritance, but what about the customs? Customs के according male are the heirs of the property. Males को ही family की property जाती है, females को नहीं. लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग फीमेल्स को भी देनी चाहिए, बट कस्टम्स के अकॉर्डिंग, जो कस्टम्स जो हम फॉलो करते हैं अपने हिंदू सोसाइटी में, उसके अकॉर्डिंग वुमेन्स को वो प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा नहीं होता है. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स. ये जो अब इनहेरिटेंस की बात हो गई, सोसाइटी में मेल डोमिनेंस की बात हो गई, और फिर इसका लीगल इनहेरिटेंस कैसे होगा, ये सोशल प्लस पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चंस है. एंड फॉर दैट टू अंडरस्टैंड वी नीड टू आल्सो अंडरस्टैंड द सोसाइटी. सो डेफिनेटली पोस्ट बिहेवियरल अप्रोच जो है, post-behavioral approach not just focus or emphasizes on the political aspect, but also tries to understand the other disciplines and try to integrate. To better understand the political phenomena, we also integrate the other disciplines like sociology, anthropology, or for that matter economy and some other disciplines. So इसको कहते हैं interdisciplinary approach. मतलब आप समझने के लिए बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स को भी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी वे में लाने की कोशिश करते हो या इंटीग्रेट करने की कोशिश करते हो. अपार्ट ऑफ दैट, पावर इम्बैलेंस. जैसे देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन मींस कास्ट इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, मैरिज इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन. सो कास्ट एज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, इज इट बेस्ड ऑन द इक्वालिटी? नो, डेफिनेटली नॉट. कास्ट इटसेल्फ इज अ हायरार्कियल इंस्टीट्यूशन. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड. कास्ट ये एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है इंडियन सोसाइटी में, और ये बेस्ड है हायरार्की पे. हायरार्की इज इनहेरेंटली इनइक्वालिटी. हायरार्की इज इनहेरेंटली इनइक्वालिटी. ओके, करेक्ट. सो हायरार्की. सो कास्ट इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन. So there is the imbalance of power. For example, there is upper caste. Then there is a lower caste. Upper caste, lower caste, इस तरीके के मान लीजिए castes हैं. So upper castes have more social, economical and political power, whereas lower caste have less social and economic and political power. So there is the clear-cut power imbalance in a structure. सोसाइटी के स्ट्रक्चर में ही पावर इंबैलेंस है. नाउ दिस इज द मेजर क्वेश्चन. ये सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन है, ये सबसे बड़ा इवन आंसर भी है कि व्हाई देयर इज अ कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स इन इंडिया। इंडिया में कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स क्यों है, लोग रिलीजियन और कास्ट के बेसिस पर क्यों वोटिंग करते हैं? बिकॉज सोसाइटी इनहेरेंटली इज hierarchical based on the institution of a caste. कास्ट के आधार पर होने वाले there are some section of people who belongs to upper caste, there are other section of people who belong to lower caste, and because of that this distinction, there is a inequality. So whenever, if someone belonging to a lower caste, if he is facing some economic, social and political discrimination, obviously he will have his anger against the upper caste who are exploiting him or her, right or wrong, who are exploiting him or her. So in this situation, his major driving force behind his political behavior will not be a development or will not be any other thing, but will be the caste. He will always focus on empowering and enhancing his own caste status, economically, politically and socially. सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, पॉलिटिकली वो इंसान अपने कास्ट के जो खुद का जो रोल है वो एनहांस करना चाहेगा, क्योंकि उसका जो एग्रेशन, उसका जो गुस्सा होगा वो कास्ट के अगेंस्ट होगा। बिकॉज ये एक सबसे बड़ा रीजन है कास्ट, जिसके वजह से उस पर्सन को एक्सप्लॉयटेशन और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को फेस करना पड़ रहा है। तो एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जैसी जो क्रूएल एस्पेक्ट्स है जो फेस कर रहा है, वो किस बेसिस पे? कास्ट के बेसिस पे। सो नेचुरल सी बात है, उसका जो वोट करने का जो सबसे बड़ा ड्राइविंग फोर्स होगा वो कास्ट होगा, एंड दैट इज द मेजर रीजन। एंड देन वी से कि व्हाई देयर इज अ कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स, दैट इज फॉर अ नेचुरल रीजन दैट देयर आर द इंस्टीट्यूशंस लाइक कास्ट, और फॉर दैट मैटर देयर इज अनदर इंस्टीट्यूशन दैट इज पैट्रियार्की। नाउ पैट्रियार्की इज बेसिकली हियर male dominance. When we talk about male dominance means definitely female exploitation. Male dominance means naturally female exploitation, naturally female suppression, curtailment of their rights, correct? Okay, and only obligations on them, like you should remain stick to the household activities. These are the obligations put on them. So male and female, there is definitely a biological difference, but biological difference can never justify the discrimination. There is a difference between डिफरेंस एंड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। दो चीजें हैं, एक होता है डिफरेंस, एक होता है डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। दो लोगों में डिफरेंस हो सकता है, मेल फीमेल में डिफरेंस हो सकता है, दो मेल कैंडिडेट्स में डिफरेंस हो सकता है, दो फीमेल कैंडिडेट में डिफरेंस हो सकता है। डिफरेंस हर इंसान में होता है, बट दैट डिफरेंस, एनी पर्टिकुलर डिफरेंस, बी इट अ बायोलॉजिकल डिफरेंस, कैन नेवर बी अ जस्टिफिकेशन फॉर द डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के लिए ये जस्टिफिकेशन होना ही नहीं चाहिए या हो ही नहीं सकता। बट देन देयर इज अ पैट्रियार्की लाइक इंस्टीट्यूशन। पैट्रियार्की इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन which is based on this discrimination, based on the gender, based on this biological difference के बेसिस पे ये जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है उसके बेसिस पे ये पैट्रियार्की होती है। सो पैट्रियार्की, इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू द फैमिली, इट इज ऑल्सो देयर इन द पब्लिक स्फीयर। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इन द लेटर टाइम्स, आने वाले टाइम में जब हम फेमिनिस्ट स्कूल या फेमिनिज्म की बात करेंगे, वहां पर एक कोट आएगा, पर्सनल इज पॉलिटिकल। सो ये जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है, दिस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन इज नॉट ओनली लिमिटेड टू फैमिली, दिस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन वी कैन ऑल्सो सी इन अ पब्लिक लाइफ, इन अ पॉलिटिकल लाइफ। पब्लिक लाइफ में भी हम देखते हैं, जैसे विमेन्स रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन दी करंट लोकसभा इज रेंजिंग बिटवीन 13 to 14% approximately 13 to 14% है। If there is a 50% of females and 50% of male, then why this is not reflected? Why this is not getting reflected in the parliament? विच इज अ हाउस फॉर द पब्लिक डेलिब्रेशन। पब्लिक डेलिब्रेशन का जो एक हाउस है, जो एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, वहां पर फिर ये डेमोग्राफी डेमोग्राफी जिसको हम कहते हैं वो रिफ्लेक्ट क्यों नहीं होती? क्यों? बीइंग 50% population, why they are only 13 to 14%? Why? This is the main question. So this question you cannot address simply by the data and fact. What addresses this question is the reality of patriarchy. The power imbalance, जो patriarchal institution के वजह से जो power imbalance है, वो समझना पड़ेगा हमें to understand कि why this political behavior. 13 to 14% of representation in the parliament of female candidates who belongs to 50% of the society, it is a reflection of the political behavior. And this political behavior, what is the reason for this political behavior? Scientific data और सर्वे आपको सिर्फ ये बताएगा कि 50% पॉपुलेशन इनकी है, लेकिन इनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन सिर्फ 13 और 15% या 14% है, ये सिर्फ एक्सप्लेन कर सकता है। बट इसके पीछे के रीजंस कि ऐसा क्यों है, for that we need to understand the imbalance in the power which is there in the structure of the society. समाज के स्ट्रक्चर में जो एक imbalance है, power imbalance, that is reflected in this. फिर वो कास्ट वाला हो, पैट्रियार्की वाला हो. And that's why post-behavioral approach not just go into the data and fact, it goes deeper. It also understand the power imbalances. जैसे इवन आप ये देखोगे, आपने कभी नेपाल का मधेसी वाला इशू सुना होगा, या फिर श्रीलंका में भी एक इशू है, श्रीलंका में लिंग्विस्टिक इशू है, कौन सा है वो, सिन्हालीज वाला। नेपाल में आप देखोगे मधेसी का इशू, या फिर श्रीलंका में आप देखोगे सिन्हालीज। कभी तो सुना होगा आपने इन सब के बारे में, कभी तो सुना होगा, करेक्ट। सो यहां पर क्या है, यहां पर जो मधेसी वाला इशू हुआ था कि देयर इज सम लिंग्विस्टिक, दीज आर सम लिंग्विस्टिक एंड इथनिक प्रॉब्लम्स, कि एक पर्टिकुलर लैंग्वेज में बात करने वाले एक लिंग्विस्टिक ग्रुप होता है, बिकॉज दे आर इन अ माइनॉरिटी, तो उनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पर उनकी पार्लियामेंट जो भी होती है वहां पर होता नहीं है। पावर स्ट्रक्चर हमने देखा, पावर एंड स्ट्रक्चर्स, आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड कि किस तरीके से सोसाइटी के जो स्ट्रक्चर्स होते हैं वो पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं, पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं, राइट। So this is basically post behavioral approach. हाँ, मैं ये एग्जांपल आपको बता रहा था, this was the example we are talking. So based on the language, their representation, they are asking for a representation based on the language, but then or ethnicity, but then there are some conflict कि उन्हें उतना representation नहीं मिल रहा है, उतना representation नहीं मिल रहा है, fine. हाँ, now the question is, credo of relevance जो हमने देखा. So credo of relevance is basically a belief of a post-behavioralism. Post-behavioralism ये मानते हैं कि political science is a credo of relevance, means जो real life problems है, real life social and political issues we need to solve, हमें वो solve करने चाहिए, या फिर for that matter we need to focus. फाइन, कभी कभी मैं थोड़ा सा स्क्रीन, क्योंकि जब यहाँ का पूरा सब कुछ मुझे बताना होगा तो आई विल जस्ट एक्सपैंड द स्क्रीन, और जहां पे मुझे लिखना भी होगा तो आई विल जस्ट स्विच द स्क्रीन, फाइन. सो हियर credo of relevance. Credo of relevance means basically ये जो सब्जेक्ट है political science, it is not just a theoretical discipline which you need to only explain or which you need to only analyze. We need to provide a solution. we need to provide a solution, and it must provide a normative framework also. मैंने ये तो आपको बता ही दिया कि एक्शन साइंस बेसिकली पॉलिटिकल साइंस शुड नॉट ओनली इंटरप्रेट, जो हमने देखा, वी ऑलरेडी डिस्कस अबाउट इट. Our job is not to only interpret what is happening. Our job is also to prescribe what we can do. Our job is to provide solution. हमारा काम है solution provide करना. For a practical problem solving approach हमारी होनी चाहिए. We need practical problem solving and activist approach. This is very important. This line is very important. Practical problem solving activist approach. Why activist approach? Because we are action science. We need to inspire the action. End of the day, we all need to become activists. If we see there is a problem, injustice, we identified the problem of injustice, we need to raise our voice, we need to take some action. If any subject is not understanding the problem and not inspiring the action, then that subject is completely irrelevant. वो subject irrelevant होगा अगर वो सब्जेक्ट, फॉर एग्जांपल पॉलिटिकल साइंस का अल्टीमेट गोल जो मैंने आपको बताया था, प्रॉब्लम को अंडरस्टैंड करके उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए एक्शन ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच प्रोवाइड करना, अगर वो प्रोवाइड नहीं कर पा रहा है, सो इट इज इररिलेवेंट. एंड नॉट जस्ट इज इररिलेवेंट, इट विल बी इन अ डिक्लाइन हो जाएगा वो सब्जेक्ट डिक्लाइन हो जाएगा. यस और नो? करेक्ट. So political science is basically not just a theory. We need to put theory into the practice. हमें theory को practice में लाना है. हमें एक intervention oriented approach develop करनी है. Intervention oriented means it will not just identify the problem, but also it will intervene in the problem to solve it. And post-behavioral approach focuses upon this. Post-behavioral approach ये सब suggest करता है. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर है? Post-behavioral approach is understood. So this is a discussion which we already did. क्योंकि हमने टॉपिक को बहुत कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली और स्टार्टिंग से ही हमने चीजों को इंटरलिंक करके देखा है. स्टार्टिंग से ही वी वेयर इन अ मूड ऑफ इंटरलिंकिंग द थिंग्स. हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से ही चीजों को इंटरलिंक कर रहे थे. इस वजह से डिक्लाइन ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी के बारे में भी हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कशन किया है, बट स्टिल हम इसको समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, decline of political theory, PT. Okay, decline of political theory. It is a debate. Try to understand. ये जो decline of political theory है, ये बेसिकली एक डिबेट है. डिबेट का मतलब, अब डिबेट है, इसका मतलब दो साइड्स होंगे, आर्गुमेंट्स होंगे, काउंटर आर्गुमेंट्स होंगे. यस और नो? ये डिबेट है, इसका मतलब देयर मस्ट बी टू साइड्स. एक कहते हैं कि यस पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज इन डिक्लाइन, एक कहता है कि नो इट इज नॉट इन डिक्लाइन, रादर इट इज गोइंग थ्रू सम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन और गोइंग थ्रू सम रिवाइवल. इट इज गोइंग थ्रू सम रिवाइवल. ओके, सो नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज दैट इफ देयर आर सम पीपल हु आर सेइंग दैट यस पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज इन डिक्लाइन, अगर कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी डिक्लाइन हो रही है, तो देयर मस्ट बी सम सब्सटेंस, कोई तो रीजन होगा. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी डिक्लाइन हो रही है, तो इफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज डिक्लाइनिंग, इट मींस it is becoming irrelevant or it is losing its relevance. Okay, so is it really losing its relevance? So definitely. Why? Yes, first of all let us understand the arguments from the side of yes कि political theory क्यों डिक्लाइन हुई है. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी डिक्लाइन का मतलब, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी मींस मेनली थ्योरेटिकल. पॉलिटिकल साइंस में पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी जो है, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी मींस थ्योरेटिकल जो हमारा पार्ट है, वो डिक्लाइन हुआ है. नॉर्मेटिव अप्रोच बेसिकली डिक्लाइन हुआ है. क्यों? बिकॉज फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देयर इज अ राइज ऑफ एम्पिरिसिज्म एंड पॉजिटिविज्म. नाउ वी डोंट नीड टू एक्सप्लेन दैट व्हाट इज एम्पिरिसिज्म एंड व्हाट इज पॉजिटिविज्म. एम्पिरिसिज्म और पॉजिटिविज्म हमें पता है. दिस इज बेसिकली साइंटिफिक अप्रोच, डेटा फैक्ट्स के बेसिस पे जो अप्रोच हमने लाया है वो. सो बिकॉज देयर इज अ राइज ऑफ द साइंटिफिक मेथोडोलॉजीज एंड प्रोफेशनलाइजेशन एंड डेटा, ऑल दिस थिंग्स दैट हैज राइज, इसका इंपॉर्टेंस बढ़ गया. तो नेचुरली फिर पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी का इंपॉर्टेंस थोड़ा कम हो गया. स्पेशलाइजेशन एंड टेक्निकल फोकस, बिकॉज पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी वाज थेरोटिकल, यहाँ पर हमारा अभी ग्रेजुअली टेक्निकल फोकस, पॉलिटिकल जो साइंटिस्ट है उनका टेक्निकल फोकस ज्यादा बढ़ गया. इस वजह से अगेन दैट हैज आल्सो रिजल्टेड इनटू डिक्लाइन ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. एट द सेम टाइम नॉर्मेटिव जो डिस्कोर्स है, खास करके वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 के बाद जो है वो उसके ऊपर नॉर्मेटिव जो हमारा अप्रोच है उसके ऊपर लोगों का जो ट्रस्ट है वो कम होता गया. बिकॉज नॉर्मेटिव अप्रोच इज समथिंग which talks about normative approach which talks about the ideas like justice, liberty, equality. But even after having such a noble ideas over there, but still World War I, World War II, these all things happened. जो युद्ध है, वर्ल्ड वॉर जो है वो तो हुए ही, मतलब उसको वो रोक नहीं पाए. दिस आइडियाज जिनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, दिस आइडियाज वे आर नॉट एबल टू स्टॉप. ये आइडियाज जो है उसको रोक नहीं पाए. करेक्ट. और इस वजह से समवेयर फिर जो नॉर्मेटिव डिस्कोर्स पर जो ट्रस्ट था वो कम हुआ. सो नेचुरली पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी डिक्लाइन स्टेट में चली. ओके. सो बट देन देयर इज अ डिवाइड इन कल्चर. कल्चर में डिवाइड ये है दैट सम पीपल दे फेवर दैट कि हाँ एम्पेरिकल और पॉजिटिविस्ट मेथड जो है which focused more upon the data and models and statistics, they are good. Some favored this and some also talk about the revival of normative values like meaning ethics and values. Correct. So ये जो divide है that has become the largest tension between the in the political science. Political science में सबसे बड़ा जो टेंशन है वो यही हुआ. But yes, why decline? जो हमने अभी देखा 1950s 1970s के टाइम में पॉलिटिकल साइंस का पर्टिकुलरली इस पीरियड में एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच पे ज्यादा फोकस गया. पॉलिटिकल साइंस स्टार्टेड प्रायोरिटाइजिंग. हमने सबसे ज्यादा जो प्रायोरिटी है वो क्वांटिफाइबल रिसर्च, वैल्यू न्यूट्रल एनालिसिस, ऑल दिस थिंग्स हमने पहले भी देखे. बट अगेन आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू रिवाइज इट कि हमारा जो अप्रोच है पॉलिटिकल साइंस का वो मेनली हमने प्रायोरिटाइज किया है क्वांटिफिकेबल रिसर्च, वैल्यू न्यूट्रल और डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडीज. मैंने पहले भी बताया डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडीज लाइक यू आर ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन व्हाट इज द सिचुएशन, व्हाट इज द सिनेरियो. ओके. बट व्हाइल डूइंग सो, when you prioritize quantifiable research, when you prioritize value neutral analysis, when you prioritize descriptive studies, you are doing all these things at the cost of normative. Because in a favor of science, when you were prioritizing science, you were also compromising you were prioritizing science and you were compromising the normative approach. Normative approach को आप compromise कर रहे थे. And because of compromising the normative approach, we also lack the depth in the understanding. Because if you provide only data, fact and analysis, but if you are not aligning it with the values and norms and the ideas, then your analysis is very much superficial. It is only telling कि कितने लोग थे, but वो क्यों थे, उनके पीछे का background क्या था, वो क्यों आए थे, वो क्या हासिल करना चाहते थे. This is you are not able to talk about. So that's why, because of all these things, somewhere, because giving more importance to science and compromising to the normative approach and political theory, eventually the importance of political theory was declining. Political theory का जो importance है eventually वो decline होता गया. Correct. Political theory का importance decline होता गया. But then now this is the main debate. यहाँ पर आपको क्वेश्चन आएगा comment on decline of political theory, and you are not simply talk about why it decline. You have to take a stand, because the question is about comment. आपको कमेंट करना है. कमेंट का मतलब टिप्पणी करनी है, आपको खुद की कमेंट उस पे दिखानी है कि आपका क्या उस पे व्यू है. So what stand you will take? You will simply say that yes, political theory decline. No. You will agree that yes, at some extent, political theory was facing a decline, but it was not necessarily a decline. It was actually going through the transformation, or it was actually going through some revival. It was actually going some renovation. Correct? Because political theory को हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि ये decline हो गया था. No, it was a perception. It was perceived as a declining. लोग इसको ऐसे परस्यू करते थे कि ये डिक्लाइन हो रहा है, बट वो नेसेसरीली ये जरूरी नहीं कि वो डिक्लाइन हो रहा था. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी वाज नॉट डिक्लाइनिंग, रादर इट वाज गोइंग थ्रू सम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. इंस्टेड कैन वी से ये हो गया हमारा पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. अर्लियर देयर वाज normative focus, then some empirical methodologies introduced. So when these methodologies were introduced, it is very obvious thing. It is very obvious thing that when new methodologies and new tools introduced in particular discipline, it becomes natural that the analyst or theorist give more priority to new methodologies and new tools. जब नया कुछ होता है तो लोग नए, जैसे अभी जैसे इवन मार्केट में बहुत सारी नई नई चीजें आई है, तो नई चीजें आई है तो लोग उसको ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दे रहे हैं. एआई आ रहा है या फिर और भी कई सारी चीजें आ रही है, सोशल मीडिया, डिजिटल, ये एक्सेट्रा. सो नेचुरल सी बात है कि वो इसको थोड़ा ज्यादा एम्फेसिस करते हैं और पुरानी चीजों को थोड़ा सा इग्नोर करते हैं. And then after some time they realize कि पुरानी चीजों को हम completely ignore नहीं कर सकते. We cannot completely ignore the old things, classical things. Classical is classical. Classical is classical. नए गाने कितने भी आए, लेकिन पुराने गाने तो लोग सुनेंगे. किशोर कुमार, लता मंगेशकर, मोहम्मद रफी, अरिजीत सिंह के इतने सारे गाने सुनने के बाद भी लोग किशोर कुमार, लता मंगेशकर, मोहम्मद रफी या और भी कुछ चीजें हैं वो सुनते हैं. करेक्ट? नए इतने सारे मॉडर्न गाने आए हैं, मॉडर्न म्यूजिक आए हैं, कंटेम्पररी म्यूजिक, वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक के साथ फ्यूजन होकर इतना सारा म्यूजिक बन रहा है. बट फिर भी आज भी जो पुराने जमाने के 700-800 साल पुराने जो हमारे म्यूजिक स्टाइल्स है, हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक स्टाइल्स, गजल वगैरह, वो बहुत सारी चीजें आज भी वो सुनते हैं लोग बहुत अच्छे से. इवन न्यू जनरेशन ऑल्सो, इवन देर इज अ ट्रेंड, देर इज अ पैटर्न की न्यू जनरेशन इज ट्राइंग टू what we say blend, trying to do a blend of एकदम old versus new. old चीजों को अभी बहुत सारे लोग पुराने गानों को नए फॉर्मेट में, नए म्यूजिकल टेस्ट के साथ पुराने गानों को नए म्यूजिक के साथ फ्यूजन करके ला रहे हैं. सो डेफिनेटली क्लासिकल इज क्लासिकल. इट विल डेफिनेटली रिवाइव. सो पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच आया. स्टार्टिंग में इसको बहुत ज्यादा प्रायोरिटाइज किया गया और फिर इसको थोड़ा सा निग्लेक्ट किया गया. ये तो वैसी बात हो गई जब देखो घर में पहला बच्चा पैदा होता है तो फिर उसको इंपॉर्टेंस तो होता ही है, बट जब 2-3 साल के बाद या कुछ सालों के बाद जब दूसरा बच्चा होता है तो पहले को बिल्कुल इग्नोर किया जाता है. और वो पहला बच्चा डेफिनेटली वो जो इमोशंस है वो फील करता है कि मुझे कितना इग्नोर किया जा रहा है, मेरी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इस घर में. तो फिर वो जेलसी आती है पहले बच्चे में दूसरे बच्चे के साथ कि इसको ही क्यों सब कुछ मिल रहा है, मुझे क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है. तो दैट इज अ क्लासिक एग्जांपल ऑफ एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच. ओके, सो बट दिस इज नॉट दैट कि इसको इग्नोर किया जा रहा है, एंड दिस इज नॉट दैट कि सिर्फ इसी को इंपॉर्टेंस दिया जा रहा है. इन अ वे पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी वाज गोइंग थ्रू सम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन से पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी जा रहा है, और इस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में कहीं ना कहीं by like it is keeping normative approach intact, it is also trying to accommodate the new tools in the political science. okay, जो पॉलिटिकल साइंस में जो नए टूल्स है, नए मेथोडोलॉजीज है, उनको भी अकोमोडेट करने की कोशिश पॉलिटिकल साइंस में या पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में हो रही है. कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम में नहीं, क्योंकि देखो कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम में पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी अगर उसका सिग्निफिकेंस लूज करता तो फिर जैसे एज आई हैव अर्लियर डिस्कस्ड अबाउट लिबरल अप्रोच, लिबरल पर्सपेक्टिव, उसका इकोनॉमिक एंगल कैपिटलिस्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है, फ्री मार्केट इकोनॉमी एफएमई, फ्री मार्केट इकोनॉमी, दैट लीड्स टू inequality. Okay, that leads to inequality. Also, capitalism is more about materialistic. Capitalism is also backed by the scientific innovation. साइंटिफिक इनोवेशन, क्योंकि बहुत सारे रिवॉल्यूशंस होते हैं, जैसे अभी अभी डेटा कैपिटलिज्म आया है, डेटा कैपिटलिज्म, और वी कैन से डिजिटल कैपिटलिज्म. डिजिटल कैपिटलिज्म, ठीक है. ऑल दिस थिंग्स हैज कम, बट इज देयर एनीवन टू क्रिटिसाइज? ये जो कैपिटलिज्म और लिबरल के वजह से समवेयर ये जो प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है, जिसको हम कह सकते हैं कि यस, समवेयर दीज आर सम like people have become more data oriented because they have become more money oriented, they have become more materialistic, बहुत ज्यादा materialistic और money oriented हो गए हैं. Everything like corporates is all about numbers, corporates is mostly about numbers. corporates पे ये नहीं, अगर आप complete नहीं कर पा रहे हो target, you are fired. So that is the basically happening. मतलब कहीं ना कहीं इसमें भी आप वो इसका एंगल देख सकते हो, एम्पेरिकल अप्रोच का एंगल देख सकते हो कि कोई दया करुणा या एक वेलफेयरिस्टिक वाला जो एंगल है कि भाई एक अच्छा आदमी है, चल इस महीने में वो अपने टारगेट मीट नहीं कर पाया, दिस मंथ ही वाज नॉट एबल टू मीट द टारगेट, बट ही इज अ गुड एसेट टू द कंपनी. दिस आइडिया इज नॉट देयर. इफ ही वाज नॉट एबल टू फुलफिल द टारगेट, ही इज मे बी फायर्ड. करेक्ट. सो इफ दैट इज द वे, इफ दैट इज द कल्चर इन अ कंपनी, it means they have become so much of number centric. But then this is not the complete reality. There are people who raise the voice. For example, if there is a liberalism, then there is a Marxism. Liberalism तब तक रहेगा, लिबरलिज्म तब तक रहेगा, मार्क्सिज्म तब तक रहेगा जब तक लिबरलिज्म रहेगा. Because whenever there will be whenever the people will be counted as a numbers in the market economy, Marxism will be there to make it equal, because Marxism is basically a part of a socialism. So Marxist somewhere or socialist ideology somewhere reflect the normative ideas, because socialism is all about social justice. Socialism is all about social justice. So to counter this, मतलब कभी भी ऐसा होगा नहीं जैसे आपने कहा कि क्या पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम में सिग्निफिकेंस लूज करेगी, डेफिनेटली नॉट. क्योंकि जब ऐसा लगेगा कि थिंग्स आर कन्वर्टिंग इनटू द नंबर्स एंड डेटा एंड फैक्ट्स, there will be people who, there will be some ideologies, there will be scholars, there will be people who will raise their voice against the numbers, and they will try to also bring the quality instead of quantity. Okay, so yes, so there is very important perspective by John Gunnell. जॉन गनल. अभी ये आगे के दो तीन जो स्कॉलर्स है, जॉन गनल, लियो स्ट्रॉस, ये सारे स्कॉलर्स थोड़े से इंपॉर्टेंट है. जॉन गनल का जो पर्सपेक्टिव है, जॉन गनल का पर्सपेक्टिव सिंपल है दैट दिस बिकॉज ऑफ द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ एम्पेरिकल मेथोडोलॉजीज और ये जो साइंटिफिक अप्रोच के इंट्रोडक्शन की वजह से पॉलिटिकल साइंस डिक्लाइन हुआ है, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी डिक्लाइन हुआ है, बिकॉज देयर इज टू मच फोकस ऑन प्रोफेशनलाइजेशन एंड साइंटाइजेशन ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में प्रोफेशनलाइजेशन एंड साइंटाइजेशन काफी ज्यादा हुआ. टू मच ऑफ साइंटाइजेशन, टू मच ऑफ साइंस, टू मच ऑफ प्रोफेशनलिज्म, कि डेटा को यहाँ पर इस कॉलम में ये वाला डेटा रहेगा, इस कॉलम में ये वाला डेटा रहेगा. यू कैन नॉट बी like so much particular and specific with the data and facts when it comes to the discussion of human beings. हम ह्यूमैनिटीज का सब्जेक्ट पढ़ रहे हैं, तो हम इतना ज्यादा स्पेसिफिक नहीं हो सकते. सो दैट इज हिज एनालिसिस. जॉन गनल का ये एनालिसिस है कि वी हैव बिकम टू मच प्रोफेशनलाइज्ड, वी हैव बिकम टू मच साइंटाइज्ड. So that is something, because of that पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में जो स्कोप है इसका, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट फिलोसॉफिकल क्वेश्चंस के साथ हम कम एंगेज हो पा रहे हैं, वी आर नॉट एबल टू एंगेज। जॉन गनल का कहना यह है कि बिकॉज ऑफ टू मच प्रोफेशनलाइजेशन, टू मच ऑफ साइंटाइजेशन, we left with less scope to engage ourselves in a philosophical discussion. We have left with a very less scope to engage ourselves in a philosophical discussion. Why? Because of the professionalization and too much of scientization, because of the introduction of the empirical approach in the political theory. पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच के इंट्रोडक्शन की वजह से जो टू मच प्रोफेशनलाइजेशन और साइंटाइजेशन हुआ है, उसके वजह से फिलोसॉफिकल क्वेश्चंस को डिस्कस करने का या एंगेज होने का हमारे पास स्कोप जो है वो काफी कम है। सो जॉन गनल इन अ वे क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं जो एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच है उसको, ठीक है। उसके बाद लियो स्ट्रॉस, okay. Leo Strauss is also a very much vocal critic of the empirical approach because according to Leo Strauss का कहना यह है कि हम जो क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल फिलोसॉफी है, क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल फिलोसॉफी को हम अबेंडन नहीं कर सकते, वी कैन नॉट अबेंडन। क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया, क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी को हम अबेंडन नहीं कर सकते। क्यों? क्योंकि क्लासिकल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज बेसिकली अबाउट द गुड लाइफ, द क्वेश्चंस रिलेटेड टू गुड लाइफ एंड द इथिकल फाउंडेशन टू द पॉलिटिकल, जो हमारा ओवरऑल पॉलिटिकल कम्युनिटी है, पॉलिटिकल कम्युनिटी को इथिकल फाउंडेशन कब मिलेगा? जैसे कॉर्पोरेट्स पे इथिकल फाउंडेशन तब आएगा ना जब थोड़ा सा फिलोसॉफिकल डायमेंशन उसमें आएगा। सो वी नीड टू डिस्कस द क्वेश्चंस ऑफ अ गुड लाइफ, we need to have a ethical foundation, ethical foundation होना चाहिए हमारे political community को, right? Because and that's why we need to return to the Socratic tradition. We need to return to Socratic tradition. Now what is meant by Socratic tradition? Socratic tradition क्या है? Socratic tradition ऐसा कोई specific वो नहीं है, बट यहाँ पर लियो स्ट्रॉस जिस रेफरेंस में सोक्रेटिक ट्रेडिशन की बात कर रहे हैं, वो सोक्रेटिक ट्रेडिशन ये है दैट वी नीड टू एंगेज आवरसेल्फ इनटू फिलोसॉफिकल क्वेश्चंस वेयर वी कलेक्टिवली कम टू अ फाइनल कंक्लूजन। मतलब हम सब लोग जस्टिस के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, देन अकॉर्डिंग टू यू व्हाट इज जस्टिस, देन द सेकंड पर्सन विल टेल जस्टिस अकॉर्डिंग टू हिम, द थर्ड पर्सन, एंड कलेक्टिवली वी विल कम टू अ वाइज डिस्कशन बिकॉज इट इज अ कलेक्टिव डिस्कशन। जब हम कलेक्टिव डिस्कशन में होते हैं तो एक वाइज कंक्लूजन वहां से निकल के आता है। सो वी नीड टू गो इनटू दैट। हम सिर्फ साइंस, डेटा, फैक्ट्स के बियॉन्ड जाके वी कैन डिस्कस विद द पीपल, वी कैन डू आर्ग्यूमेंट्स एंड काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स सो दैट देयर इज सम लॉजिकल डिस्कशन, लॉजिकल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स, लॉजिकल काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स हो गए, एक लॉजिकल डिस्कशन के थ्रू एक कंक्लूजन आएगा एंड दैट विल प्रोवाइड अ सॉल्यूशन। सो वी नीड टू go for this Socratic tradition because we need deeper reflection into the ideas of justice and political ideals। जो बाकी के political ideals है, इसके बारे में हमें थोड़ा सा deeper understanding और insights चाहिए। So it is very important, this Leo Strauss has warned that कि political theory को हम सिर्फ behaviors और institutional pattern तक limited नहीं रख सकते। We cannot restrict or we cannot limit the political theory to only behaviors and this. We need to also do the philosophical question. सिर्फ behavior को समझना हमारा गोल है ही नहीं। That is the main question. It was never the goal. क्या political theory का गोल behavior को समझना था? Political theory का गोल तो good life कैसे achieve कर सकते वो था। The ultimate goal of the political theory was to understand, was to find out the ways and means how we can make the society better, how we can make the lives of the people better, how can we make a good life for the people. That was the main question. Understanding or identifying the political behavior was never a question. Then why we are discussing so much about it? It is just one another tool in our overall analysis, but it cannot be a complete framework for the analysis. एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच हमारे ओवरऑल एनालिसिस का एक हिस्सा बन सकता है, हमारे पूरे एनालिसिस का सबसे बड़ा बैकबोन एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच नहीं बन सकता. That is the main question. Okay, that is what Leo Strauss want to say. And then there is very important person, Sheldon Wolin. Sheldon Wolin is also very important. Sheldon Wolin ने भी सेम बात बोली है, उन्होंने भी क्रिटिसाइज किया है that we cannot completely detach from the transformative role, because political theory का एक बहुत बड़ा transformative role है, because political theory provides the political theory provides विजनरी मोरल एक्सिस्टेंशियल डायमेंशंस. हमारे जो लाइफ के लेके जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है उसको एक विजन प्रोवाइड करता है, उसको एक मोरल और एक एक्सिस्टेंशियल डायमेंशन जो है वो सपोर्ट मतलब प्रोवाइड करता है. एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी कैन नॉट कंप्लीटली, सो इट इज वेरी मच ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव. जो पॉलिटिकल थियरी विजन प्रोवाइड करता है, एक्सिस्टेंशियल डायमेंशंस प्रोवाइड करता है. सो ऐसे सिचुएशन में we cannot detach ourselves from the political theory, because if we detach, then we are detaching from a transformative role, because political theory provides a transformation. Political theory plays a very transformative role, so that we cannot do. We cannot completely go away from it, and we cannot be completely obsessed with the methods and measurements. Methods और measurements को लेके इतना ऑब्सेस होने की जरूरत नहीं है. और डेफिनेटली बेहवियरलिज्म का राइज हुआ जिसकी वजह से पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी जो है थोड़ी सी रिड्यूस होके वी हैज मेक पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी मेरली अ टूल ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड मॉडल्स, बट वी शुड नॉट बी डूइंग दिस. हमें ये नहीं करना चाहिए. वी कैन नॉट सिंपली लिमिट द पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी टू द स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड मॉडल्स. ओके, सो पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी अकॉर्डिंग टू शेल्डन वॉलिन इज देयर टू ग्रैपल विद द फंडामेंटल ह्यूमन क्वेश्चन. जो फंडामेंटल ह्यूमन एंड मोरल कंसर्न से हमें वो एड्रेस करने हैं. सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को नहीं समझना. पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को समझ के क्या करेंगे? सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल बिहेवियर को समझना इज नॉट इनफ. वी नीड टू एंगेज अवरसेल्फ विद द फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस लाइक जस्टिस हो गया, या फिर लिबर्टी हो गई, इक्वालिटी हो गई. ये जो फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस है गुड लाइफ से रिलेटेड, हमें उसको डील करना है. और वी नीड टू ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट ओवरऑल जो पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी है उसको हमें रिवाइव करने की जरूरत है. एंड देन देयर इज अ फ्रेगमेंटेशन ऑफ अ डिसिप्लिन ऑल्सो. फ्रेगमेंटेशन ऑफ डिसिप्लिन मीन्स जो भी हमने अभी देखा था, ओवर स्पेशलाइजेशन की वजह से डिसिप्लिन पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी फ्रेगमेंटेड हुई है. इसका मतलब देयर आर सो मेनी ब्रांचेस नाउ एंड देयर आर सो मेनी डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव्स इन द सब्जेक्ट, बट दैट इज ओके. Why they have come up? Because there is too much of focus on excessive methodologies, and these are the same thing हमने पहले भी देखे हैं. And because of that, somewhere there was a perception कि political theory decline हुई है, but that was not decline, rather it was going through the transformation. Okay. हाँ, so political theory decline नहीं हुई है. Political theory has evolving. Political theory has been adapting with the changes. Correct? जो हमने अभी देखे हैं. As the David Held also said that political theory एक living tradition है. Political theory एक living tradition है that engages with the issues of today and tomorrow. This is a very important quote जो आपको लिखना है डेविड हेल्ड का. Political theory is a living tradition. एक living tradition है which is adapting with the issues of today and tomorrow, which is dealing with the issues of today's and tomorrow, correct? And interdisciplinary approach तो है ही जो हमने पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिज्म में देखा. इवन आज भी एकेडमिक्स में हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में, कॉलेजेस में आज भी पॉलिटिकल साइंस एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग वे में लोग एज अ डिसिप्लिन लेते हैं, उसमें ग्रेजुएशन करते हैं. इट मीन्स देयर इज अ इंटरेस्ट इन ऑल द इन द एकेडमिक्स ऑल्सो. ओके, एंड नॉर्मेटिव गाइडेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. जिस तरीके से अभी इश्यूज हो रहे हैं जैसे डेटा प्राइवेसी या फिर टेररिज्म, न्यूक्लियर प्रोलिफरेशन, ऑल दिस इश्यूज आर अ वेरी डेंजरस इश्यूज. और इन इश्यूज को समझने के लिए, क्लियरली अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए और इसमें एक अच्छा प्रेस्क्रिप्शन प्रोवाइड करने के लिए पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी नॉर्मेटिव गाइडेंस जो है वो जरूरी है. फिलोसॉफिकल इंक्वायरी जो है वो जरूरी है. सो दिस इज व्हाट द decline of political theory is. And then पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी एंड ऑर्डर स्कॉलिंग, ये तो मैंने बताया। ये कोई पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी कोई एस्केप मैकेनिज्म नहीं है। लाइक देयर वर सम एलिगेशंस आल्सो दैट पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज यूज्ड एज एन एस्केप मैकेनिज्म। फॉर एग्जांपल प्लेटो का जो आइडियल स्टेट वाला आइडिया है, सो दैट इज नॉट प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल, दैट वाज द क्रिटिसिज्म, इट वाज द क्रिटिसिज्म बाय पीपल, बट नॉट नेसेसरी कि हर चीज प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल हो फ्रॉम सम थिंग्स। लाइक प्लेटो का जो आइडियल किंग वाला, जो आइडियल स्टेट वाला जो आइडिया है, वहां से हम इंस्पायर होके कुछ डिफरेंट कर सकते हैं, कुछ अच्छा कर सकते हैं। लाइक वी कैन टेक सम इंस्पिरेशन एंड इट कैन हेल्प अस टू गाइड व्हाट शुड वी डू। मतलब नेक्स्ट जो इनोवेशन है कि एक आइडियल स्टेट एग्जैक्टली वैसा नहीं, लेकिन कैसा होना चाहिए इसके बारे में एक आइडिया तो हमें होता है। एंड फॉर एनी चेंज टू हैपन वी नीड द आइडिया। जैसे प्लेटो का आइडियल स्टेट को रेफरेंस समझ के हम अपने स्टेट को बिल्ड करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, एंड नॉट नेसेसरी वी रिफ्लेक्ट द एंटायर प्लेटोज आइडिया, बट एटलीस्ट वी कैन ट्राई। तो वो ट्राई तो हम कर ही सकते हैं। सो पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज नॉट एन एस्केप मैकेनिज्म। Like it is not that key scholars use political theory and theory just to escape from the reality. We are not escaping from the reality. Rather, it is an order calling. Order calling means political theory is there to solve the problem. Political theory is there to provide the solution. Political theory is there to encourage the actions. Actions को encourage करने का एक action science है। कोई escaping mechanism नहीं है कि थ्योरी अपना मतलब आइवरी टॉवर पे या फिर लेट्स से किसी आर्म चेयर में बैठ के लोग सिर्फ थ्योरीज लिख रहे हैं एंड दे हैव नो आइडिया अबाउट द ग्राउंड रियलिटी ऑफ द पीपल। दिस इज नॉट द रियलिटी। पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी इज एक्चुअली अ सब्जेक्ट ऑफ द ग्राउंड लेवल। इट इज कंसर्न विद द पीपल एंड इट इज देयर टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम। इट इज देयर टू encourage the actions. That is what the political science. It is an activist mechanism. Yes. And then we are left with, अब हमारा रह गया पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी का रिसर्जेंस ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी। वो भी छोटा सा है बट रिसर्जेंस ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, एंड उसके साथ हमारा एक है पोस्ट कॉलोनियल पर्सपेक्टिव, क्योंकि उसके ऊपर यूपीएससी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है 2 बार, तो हमें वो करना पड़ेगा। फाइन। ओके, सो आई होप कि you have been reading the topic because we are now almost in the end of the topic अभी almost खत्म ही होने वाला है। रिसर्जेंस ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में नया कुछ नहीं है। we have already discussed all the points of this topic। रिसर्जेंस ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी के बारे में भी हमने ऑलमोस्ट सारी चीजें डिस्कस की है, और सिर्फ बचता है हमारा पोस्ट कॉलोनियल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी। दैट इज ऑल्सो important because UPSC asked question twice on that, but that is something which we will discuss। but my question is कि जितना टॉपिक हमने कवर किया है, क्या आपने पढ़ा है, क्या आप उसको पढ़ रहे हो, और वॉट एवर टॉपिक वी हैव फिनिश्ड, आपको उसमें समझा है, सब कुछ अंडरस्टूड हुआ है, लॉजिकली कंसेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी आई है, उसमें कुछ भी आपको डाउट अगर लग रहा है तो फील फ्री टू आस्क मी, बिकॉज दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। बिकॉज अपना फोकस वही है कि हमें सारी चीजें बहुत अच्छे से समझ में आ जाए। ठीक है, so fine, if you understood everything, that is really good। even if there is any lacuna in your understanding, if you read topic 1 more time, 2 more times, you will surely understand things। okay, and with the time के साथ आपको चीजें और भी अच्छे से समझ में आ जाएगी। so don't worry about it। कुछ चीजें आपको नेक्स्ट टॉपिक में समझ में आ जाएगी, कुछ चीजें आपको उसके नेक्स्ट टॉपिक में कनेक्ट होना चालू हो जाएगी। फाइन, नाउ let us discuss about the resurgence of political theory। resurgence of political theory। now what is resurgence of political theory? political theory, first of all हमने देखा कि there was a decline of political theory। decline of political theory। ओके, क्यों डिक्लाइन हुआ? वी अंडरस्टूड, हमें पता है क्यों डिक्लाइन हुआ। रिसर्जेंस क्यों हुआ? बिकॉज समवेयर अगेन, अगर आपने पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिज्म, इफ यू अंडरस्टूड पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिज्म, देन द आंसर ऑफ रिसर्जेंस आल्सो देयर ओनली। अगर मैं क्रक्स आपको बताऊं, इफ आई टेल यू अ क्रक्स ऑफ रिसर्जेंस ऑफ पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, सो इट इज बेसिकली री of the interest of normative approach in the political theory. Political theory में we have seen right from the beginning हम same चीज देख रहे हैं, नया कुछ नहीं देख रहे हैं. Right from the beginning we see earlier there was a classical political theory which gave more emphasis on the normative theory, normative aspect, philosophical aspect. Later on in the advent of science and scientific developments होने के बाद modernity के समय there were importance more given to the scientific aspect, and scientific aspect started accommodated, not just accommodated, scientific aspect in the political theory started dominating. Scientific aspect political theory में dominate हो रहा था, और dominate होना is not a problem, but it was dominating the political theory at the cost of the philosophical inquiry or normative science or normative theory basically. But eventually we realized that just we cannot completely rely on the data, facts and scientific methodologies, because this subject is not just about scientific methodologies, or this subject is not about the sophistication of the methodologies. Rather, this subject is about the deeper philosophical concerns and the problems of the real life which we need to solve. And that's why we wanted a discipline which solves the problem, which not only explain the issue, which not only identify the issue, but which also suggest what solution can be done, which also suggest what we can do. So that is what the resurgence of political theory. It means reinvention of the core interest of the political theory in a new manner. जो normative interest जो almost कहीं ना कहीं behavioral science के वजह से sideline हो गया था, उसको reinvent करना in a new manner. फिर Rawls theory of justice आई, या फिर environmentalism की बात होने लगी. So environmentalism is not just about science. Environmentalism, there is a deep concern of the environmental justice. There is a discussion of feminism, so there is a deep concern about the gender justice. There is a discussion of human rights, so there is a deep concern about the human rights of the South, global South, correct, which is getting violated. So these are the things जो moral aspect है हमारे political theory में, जिसको हमें समझना है. And that's why political theory का resurgence जो है वो हुआ है. So political theory के resurgence के there are so many reasons, because excessive empiricism हमने देखा, excessive scientific approach या excessive empiricism के वजह से भी ये research हुआ. I don't think we need to explain this point because we have already understood. Also, in a behavioral science, we neglected the ethical and value-based questions. So that made us realize that we cannot completely sideline the values and ethics. We cannot completely separate the values and ethics. Rather, we have to also inculcate them. That we realize, and that's why the interest was reignited in the political theory. Also, there were so many global crises going on. Real life crisis, real world crisis like war was going on, war-like situation, or there are so many other aspects which were going on. So, and for that we needed the political theory. हमें political theory की जरूरत थी, क्योंकि real life world के जो crisis है वो हम scientific approach पे completely solve नहीं कर सकते थे, because for example, if there is a war going on, there is exploitation, there is inequality. So all these things cannot be completely solved by scientific methodologies. For that, we need some political, like theoretical aspect, some philosophical aspect, because we need to address the problems, the issues of social justice, the power inequalities, and global injustice. So all these things. At the same time, we have seen that there is a rise of post-behavioralism. Post-behavioralism भी हमने देखा rise हुआ है. Post-behavioralism is studying beyond behavioralism, like not limited to behavioralism, but going beyond behavioralism. So post-behavioralism not just studies the scientific methodologies, but it also studies beyond that. It actually combines both scientific and like empirical and normative. It combines both. It also combines rest of the other disciplines. So post-behavioral studies also rise to the prominence, and also new ideologies like, as I have already said, environmentalism, feminism, post-colonial theory, critical theory. These many different new dimensions came into the political theory. नए dimensions है political theory में. Feminism एक पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रीम ऑफ स्टडी आ गया जो विच स्टडीड द कंसर्न्स ऑफ जस्टिस, जेंडर जस्टिस के कंसर्न को हम समझने लगे, एनवायरमेंटल जस्टिस के बारे में हम बात करने लगे. सो नॉट एवरीथिंग कैन बी अंडरस्टूड from the framework of science, and that's why we needed that philosophical instinct to better understand and comprehensively understand political theory, and that is why the political theory जो है that was research. Okay, अब इसमें phases of resurgence इतना important नहीं है, that is something जो मैंने आपको एक डिटेल अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए, अगर आपको रेफरेंस के लिए पढ़ना है तो आप पढ़ सकते हो, ये अपने नोट्स में से ही सारा कंटेंट है. सो अगर आपको वो उसको जस्ट रेफरेंस के लिए समझना है तो समझ सकते हो, अदरवाइज इतना डेप्थ में, इतना डिटेल में ये सब जरूरी नहीं है, ये आपके एग्जांपल्स के लिए है. बट यहाँ पर सबसे अच्छा एग्जांपल जो ये है कि रिसेंटली रॉल्स थ्योरी ऑफ जस्टिस, Rawls theory of justice is the best example of resurgence of political theory, because justice was a normative idea. Justice is a normative idea, and in the advent of behavioralism, or in the advent of empirical methodologies, or in the advent of scientific approach in the political theory, somewhere the ideas, normative ideas like justice were sidelined. But recently, quite recently, Rawls came up with the idea of justice, and his theory of justice was not purely based on this like science. It also utilized the science, for example, progressive taxation. So these are some empirical things. अगर हम जॉन रॉल्स theory of justice, अगर मैं आपको briefly समझाने की कोशिश करूं, briefly, not in much detail because वो एक separate topic है और उसको हम डिटेल में देखेंगे, but मैं आपको briefly बताता हूं Rawls theory of justice. Rawls theory of justice. Rawls theory of justice, Rawls ने यही कहा है कि बेसिकली एक तो इक्वल लिबर्टी फॉर ऑल, इक्वल लिबर्टी फॉर ऑल. He also talk about equal liberty, equality of opportunity. He also talk about, okay, and he also talk about, John Rawls ने इक्वल लिबर्टी की बात की, लाइक एवरीवन शुड बी गिवन इक्वल लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, बट एट द सेम टाइम डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली ही आल्सो सजेस्टेड द अफर्मेटिव एक्शन. Affirmative action means he understood that there can be some issues like historical injustice, and he wanted to bring a theory of justice which is based on the fairness. जो fairness पे based हो, ऐसी theory of justice आनी चाहिए. So justice is not just about making things equal. Justice is about addressing the inequalities and making it fair, not making it equal. Justice is not making things equal. Justice is not distributing everything equally. Justice is basically distributing things in a fair manner, more fair manner. So when we talk about a fair manner, positive discrimination. So when we talk about the fairness, so we have to first provide equal liberty to all. But when you provide equal liberty to all, सबको जब हम equal liberty provide करते हैं, तो somewhere, because not everyone, सभी को अगर equal liberty provide की गई, फिर भी there will be people because of their talent, because of their skills, some people will go ahead, and some of them will remain behind, and that inequalities will be created naturally. So we need to adjust these inequalities. इन inequalities को हमें adjust करना पड़ेगा, हमें इन inequalities को adjust करना पड़ेगा. So इन inequalities को adjust करने के लिए those inequalities has to be adjusted and distributed in such a way that the least advantaged section should also get the benefit of it. जो least advantaged section है, मतलब जिनको सबसे कम फायदा हुआ है, उन्हें भी जो distribution है या फिर जो फायदा है वो मिलना चाहिए. And for that we need to go for the affirmative action, or we can say affirmative action में फिर progressive taxation एक होता है, रिजर्वेशन इन जॉब, रिजर्वेशन इन एजुकेशन, ये सारी जो इंडिया में हमारे दी गई है, इसमें आप एग्जांपल्स भी लिख सकते हो. आर्टिकल 14 को आप लिख सकते हो, आर्टिकल 15 को आप लिख सकते हो, करेक्ट. सो दिस इज व्हाट. सो समवेयर यहाँ पर कहीं ना कहीं यू कैन सी दैट प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्सेशन, और वी कैन से रिजर्वेशन. अब रिजर्वेशन आपको देना है, मान लेते हैं इंडिया में अगर हमें रिजर्वेशन प्रोवाइड करना है पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी को, तो कितना परसेंट करना है, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। कितना परसेंट करना है रिजर्वेशन? ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि आप रैंडमली रिजर्वेशन का अमाउंट फिक्स करोगे। फॉर दैट यू विल नीड एम्पेरिकल डाटा। You will need empirical data, right or wrong? You will need empirical data. रिजर्वेशन पॉलिसी या फिर प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्सेशन या फिर कोई भी पॉलिसी आप इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहोगे तो आपको एम्पेरिकल डेटा चाहिए होगा। यू विल नीड एम्पेरिकल डेटा सो दैट यू कैन डिसाइड हाउ मच परसेंटेज ऑफ रिजर्वेशन टू बी गिवन एंड व्हाट इज द ओवरऑल what we say composition of the society, just to identify. So you need empirical things. Rawls used these empirical things. Rawls supported these empirical things, but he did not compromise on fairness, because this fairness we will be able to decide based on the empirical data. So यहाँ पर science का तो use हुआ ही है, but science is guided by the philosophy. Now this is very important. Can we say this? Can we say this? साइंस तो है, बट साइंस के पीछे एक फिलॉसफी है। साइंस हम अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, बट साइंस इज नॉट जस्ट अ साइंस। इनफैक्ट आई वुड से साइंस कैन नॉट बी साइंस विदाउट फिलॉसफी। इफ साइंस माइनस फिलॉसफी is we can say what we say, for example, nuclear proliferation or nuclear attack on particular country and killing many people. What is this? This is science without philosophy. If science is not guided with a philosophy, that science can be violent, science can be brutal, and science can be harmful, right? So science is never, like, science must be guided with a philosophy, and that can be the conclusion of our entire discussion, correct? That can be the conclusion of our entire discussion of the political theory, because right from the beginning in the political theory we have been only talking about whether it is science or whether it is philosophy, whether it is philosophy, whether it is science. Of course, philosophy is the main part, ethics is the main part, morality is the main part. Science can just be a tool, and science cannot be the whole methodology of understanding the political theory. Political theory को समझने की एक complete methodology science नहीं हो सकता है. Science सिर्फ एक tool हो सकता है which help us achieve the philosophical goals. हमारे जो goals है, ultimately जो political theory का जो goal है, providing a good life, ensuring a justice, making things equal, bringing justice, everything, ये जो हमारे ultimate highest goals है, इन्हें अचीव करने के लिए साइंस एक माध्यम हो सकता है, पर साइंस पूरी तरीके से एक हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं हो सकता. साइंस कैन बी वन पर्सपेक्टिव, बट इट कैन नॉट बी द ओनली पर्सपेक्टिव टू अंडरस्टैंड द पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी. ओके, एंड दैट्स व्हाई, एज आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू इन द वेरी बिगिनिंग. ओके, फाइन. सो आपको समझ में आ रहा है, मतलब व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल इज, आई एम नॉट जस्ट trying to tell you what is the topic. I'm not just trying to tell you what is the content of the topic. What I want to tell you is, I want to actually tell you what political science is. Political science actual में क्या है, ये मैं समझने की या समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, या हम डिस्कस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. ओके, बिकॉज दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि आपको एक बार ये समझ में आ गया कि हमें क्या फॉलो करना है, हमारा अल्टीमेट गोल क्या है, तो फिर बाकी के टॉपिक्स बहुत सिंपल है. Understanding political science is really easy if you really understand what political science is particularly. Okay, so political science or political theory is basically science plus philosophy. And ये इसलिए फॉर्मूला मैं बता रहा हूं क्योंकि this is the formula must guide all of your answers of political theory. जो political theory फर्स्ट टॉपिक है उसके जो आंसर है वो लिखते वक्त, whether you talk about decline of political theory, whether you talk about resurgence of political theory, whether you talk about normative approach, whether you talk about empirical approach, whether you talk about any other approach, whether you talk about behavioralism, whether you talk about post-behavioralism, the ultimate formula which should guide your understanding or your approach to the answer, that has to be political theory is equal to science plus philosophy. neither behavioralism is complete in itself, nor any normative approach is complete in itself. Ultimately post behavioralism is very good approach. Post behavioralism ये सबसे important approach है. So even in case of behavioralism, you can conclude, if you talk about behavioralism, you can talk about behavioralism in the entire answer, but when it comes to conclusion, you take a stand of philosophy plus science. Even if you talk about normative approach or you talk about empirical approach, at the end you take the stand of both collectively, क्योंकि political theory is incomplete without philosophy and science both. तो ये स्टैंड, क्योंकि आंसर में आप कंटेंट क्या लिखते हो इससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है आंसर में आप स्टैंड क्या लेते हो. ओके, आप स्टैंड क्या लेते हो, जिसको हम बैलेंस स्टैंड जिसको कहते हैं, बैलेंस स्टैंड. बैलेंस स्टैंड तो वही है ना कि neither science is complete, neither philosophy is complete. If both walk together, that may give us a holistic picture, and we have to take always a stand which is more holistic and more comprehensive. तो ज्यादा होलिस्टिक और ज्यादा कॉम्प्रहेंसिव होगा, हमें स्टैंड वही लेना है. हम एक तरफा आंसर लिख नहीं सकते या किसी एक चीज को हम अल्टीमेट नहीं मान सकते, बिकॉज नीदर वी आर बिहेवियरलिस्ट नॉर वी हैव नॉर्मेटिव फिलोसॉफिकल, वी आर बेसिकली पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिस्ट, or for that matter we are post-modernist. Post-modernist again is a very interesting thing. We are post-behavioralist in a terms of political theory, and we are post-modernist in a general sense. Correct? I consider myself as a post-modernist, and also you will be like current generation, this generation of Gen Z generation, we can say they are post-modernist. Let me tell you what postmodernist is, because that is also one of the interesting concepts. Postmodernist. Fine. So I will tell you a very interesting story to understand postmodernist, and everything is related to our political science and everything is related to what we have studied. क्योंकि हमने टॉपिक को definitely we took more classes to understand political theory. We really took more time, but this is the foundational topic which I think is very important to understand in a deep level. बिकॉज बाकी के टॉपिक्स फटाफट खत्म हो जाएंगे, कुछ कुछ टॉपिक्स ऐसे जो शायद एक या दो क्लासेस में खत्म हो जाएंगे. तो यू डोंट वरी अबाउट कि अभी पेस हमारा कम है तो फिर ये पेस ऐसे चलेगा तो हमारा मतलब सिलेबस कैसे कंप्लीट होगा. ट्रस्ट मी, डोंट वरी अबाउट द कंप्लीशन ऑफ द सिलेबस. आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करो, जो अपनी कमिटमेंट जो फाइनल डेट है उसके पहले ही सिलेबस कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, और वो भी एकदम अच्छे तरीके से प्रॉपर वे में. डोंट वरी, क्योंकि बाद में हमें सिर्फ अप्लाई करना है चीजों को, अगर हमारा बेसिक तैयार हो गया तो, क्योंकि आंसर राइटिंग के लिए और हमारे कंसेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट, आपने कहीं थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी सुना होगा. यू माइट हैव हर्ड अबाउट थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी. थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी, you might have heard about theory of relativity. Okay, so about syllabus also I will tell you, when it comes, अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो हम दिन में 3 घंटे 4 घंटे का एक लंबा क्लास लेके एक पूरा का पूरा टॉपिक जैसे डेमोक्रेसी जस्टिस हम खत्म कर सकते हैं अगर हमारे बेसिक्स क्लियर है. सो उसका आप टेंशन मत लो बिल्कुल भी. मेरे यूट्यूब पर भी आप जाके देखोगे तो 6.5 आवर में 6 to 7 आवर्स में मैंने पूरा पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी को समराइज करके दिया है. 15 घंटे की वीडियो में आया हमने कंप्लीट किया. सो दैट इज नॉट एन इशू. हाँ, थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी. थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी, थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी अगर आपको नहीं पता है तो मैं आपको बता देता हूं. दैट थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी, ये आपने आइंस्टाइन का नाम सुना होगा, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन का नाम सुना होगा. वेरी फेमस साइंटिस्ट और फिजिसिस्ट बेसिकली एंड साइंटिस्ट. ओके, सो थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी ये कहता है कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको बहुत ही सिंपल शब्दों में समझाता हूं. इन अ सिंपलेस्ट वे, इफ वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी इज दैट इफ देयर इज अ पर्टिकुलर फेनोमेना हैपनिंग, एक पर्टिकुलर कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ भी हो रहा है, वो फेनोमेना कुछ भी हो सकता है. ओके, वो फेनोमेना कुछ भी हो सकता है. कोई पॉलिटिकल फेनोमेना हो सकता है, कोई बहुत बड़ा ट्रांजिशन हो सकता है, कोई रिवॉल्यूशन हो सकता है, कोई रिफॉर्म हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. करेक्ट, कुछ भी हो सकता है. इसके बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स मैं आपको हिस्ट्री के भी एग्जाम्पल्स दूंगा, आपको साइंस के भी एग्जाम्पल्स दूंगा और आपको करंट एग्जाम्पल्स भी दूंगा इसके. ठीक है. सो इफ देयर इज समथिंग हैपनिंग, सो इफ देयर आर 10 डिफरेंट पीपल ऑब्जर्विंग, लेट्स से कि दिल्ली में फार्मर्स के प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं. दिल्ली में फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं. So there are 10 different analysts sitting in a 10 different locations and analyzing things in a 10 different timings. मतलब फर्स्ट पर्सन जो है वो मान लो कि तिरुवनंतपुरम में है, दूसरा पर्सन है कि सूरत में है, कोई हमारा छत्तीसगढ़ में है, कोई हमारे पुणे में है, कोई नोएडा में है, कोई उत्तराखंड में है, ऐसे कोई लुधियाना में है, कोई चंडीगढ़ में है, या फिर कोई बरेली में है, या फिर कोई कानपुर में है। करेक्ट, अलग अलग जगहों में 10 लोग हैं, एनालाइज कर रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में क्या हो रहा है। और ये जो पूरा प्रोटेस्ट है ये 1 महीना चला। किसी ने फर्स्ट 5 डेज एनालाइज किया, किसी ने नेक्स्ट 5 डेज एनालाइज किया, किसी ने उसके नेक्स्ट 5 डेज एनालाइज किया। तो जो 1 से लेके 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, नाउ these 10 people having different space and different timing, but the phenomena is one. phenomena एक ही है, farm protest. Now because they are sitting in a different space and different time, will their analysis vary or their analysis will be same? Please answer me. उन सबका एनालिसिस सेम रहेगा फार्म प्रोटेस्ट को लेके, या उन सबका एनालिसिस अलग रहेगा फार्म प्रोटेस्ट को लेके, कंसिडरिंग दैट दे आर सिटिंग इन अ डिफरेंट स्पेस? इसमें से दिल्ली में कोई नहीं है, हर कोई अलग अलग शहर में है, कोई साउथ में है, कोई ईस्ट में, कोई वेस्ट में, कोई नॉर्थ में है, कोई अलग अलग स्टेट्स में है और अलग अलग टाइमिंग में। दैट विल वेरी, करेक्ट, दैट विल वेरी। सो माय क्वेश्चन इज वेरी सिंपल, इसमें से ऐसा कौन सा व्यक्ति है जो ये क्लेम कर सकता है कि व्हाट आई नो अबाउट द फार्म प्रोटेस्ट इज द अल्टीमेट रियलिटी? इज देयर एनी ऑफ दीज एनालिस्ट, कोई भी इसमें से एनालिस्ट है जो ये क्लेम कर सकता है कि मैंने जो कहा, जैसे एनालिस्ट नंबर 5, इसका नाम लो, इसका नाम मान लो है अमर, लेट्स से ही इज अमर सिंह, ही इज अमर सिंह। सो क्या अमर सिंह ये क्लेम कर सकते हैं कि फार्म प्रोटेस्ट के बारे में मैं सब कुछ जानता हूं? नो, कोई भी नहीं, कोई भी नहीं, नीदर द लास्ट वन, नीदर द सेकंड लास्ट, नीदर द थर्ड लास्ट, नीदर द फर्स्ट, कोई भी इसमें से ये क्लेम नहीं कर सकता, बिकॉज एवरीवन नोज द सेम फेनोमेना बट देयर एनालिसिस इज डिफरेंट। किसी के लिए ये एनालिसिस इस स्पेस में इसके अकॉर्डिंग, वो लोकल न्यूज में देखेगा क्या चल रहा है और उसके अकॉर्डिंग वहां पे जो लोकल एक ओपिनियन है, नैरेटिव है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो अपना ओपिनियन बनाएगा, अपने लेवल पे रिसर्च करके फिर थोड़ा एडिशन करेगा, और जितना उसने फर्स्ट 5 डेज का एनालिसिस किया, उन फर्स्ट 5 डेज में क्या क्या डेवलपमेंट हुई और उसको समझेंगे। लेकिन नेक्स्ट 10 डेज में क्या होने वाला है उसको पता ही नहीं है, तो उसका एनालिसिस इनकम्प्लीट है ना, राइट और रॉन्ग, उसका एनालिसिस इनकम्प्लीट है। सो थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी यही कहता है दैट नो वन knows the ultimate truth, because the truth, again, now this is very interesting, truth पूरे पॉलिटिकल साइंस का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कंसेप्ट है ट्रूथ, और मेरा भी सबसे फेवरेट कंसेप्ट है ट्रूथ। ऑल्दो ये कोई टॉपिक नहीं है, जस्टिस नहीं है, इक्वालिटी, लिबर्टी नाम का कोई टॉपिक नहीं है, ट्रूथ पॉलिटिकल साइंस का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है ट्रूथ, बिकॉज अगर ये आपको समझ में आ गया तो आपको पॉलिटिकल साइंस समझ में आ गया। First of all, see, not necessarily that he knows the entire history. Not necessarily, देखो, couple of things he might have analyzed, but he don't. कुछ चीजें इन्होंने एनालाइज की होंगी जो इन्होंने नहीं की होगी, क्योंकि सारी इंफॉर्मेशन, सारे जो इंफॉर्मेशन है वो किसी एक के पास नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि सबका पर्सपेक्टिव, सबका देखने का नजरिया, सबका रिसर्च करने का मेथोडोलॉजी और सबके पास जो डेटा अवेलेबल है वो डिफरेंट है, सबके पास सेम इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल नहीं है। अगर मैं द हिंदू पढ़ता हूँ, कोई इंडियन एक्सप्रेस पढ़ता है, कोई लाइव मिनट पढ़ता है, कोई कुछ और पढ़ता है, तो सबके सोर्सेस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन भी तो वेरी करते हैं। सो कभी भी एक पर्सन या कभी भी एक व्यक्ति कंप्लीट ट्रुथ नहीं जान सकता है। दैट इज व्हाट द ब्यूटी ऑफ द ट्रूथ इज। ट्रूथ का सबसे ब्यूटीफुल एस्पेक्ट ये है कि इट इज नेवर ट्रू। करेक्ट। ट्रुथ का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है कि ये कभी भी सच नहीं होता है, दुनिया में सच कुछ भी नहीं है। देखो, फिलोसॉफी के डायरेक्शन में जाएंगे तो फिर हम बहुत ज्यादा बातें करेंगे, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल साइंस से भी ज्यादा मैं फिलोसॉफी में इंटरेस्टेड हूँ। बट देन हम फिलोसॉफी के इंटरेस्ट में ज्यादा जाएंगे नहीं। बट यस, द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल ट्रूथ, ब्यूटीफुल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द ट्रूथ इज, इट इज नेवर ट्रू। कुछ भी ट्रू नहीं हो सकता। एग्जाम्पल की मैं बात, अगर मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल दूं, so there was a time when people used to think, like Galileo, or before him, Galileo के पहले, everyone used to think that this entire earth is a flat ground, ये flat ground, and that was the truth. That was the truth. That was the truth until someone came up with a new invention with some proofs. कोई आया और किसी ने प्रूफ किया कि ये फ्लैट नहीं, ये तो सर्कुलर है, ये तो मतलब सिलेंड्रिकल या जो भी स्फेरिकल है, बेसिकली स्फेरिकल है। तो पहले जो ट्रूथ था वो फॉल्स हो गया और एक नया ट्रूथ ने जन्म लिया। करेक्ट, न्यू ट्रूथ केम अप, एंड दिस इज द थिंग। पहले जस्टिस के बारे में जो आइडिया प्लेटो की थी, जो अरिस्टोटल की थी, विद द टाइम लोग ज्यादा एनलाइटेंड हुए, साइंस आया और भी एस्पेक्ट आए। अब साइंस के अलावा पोस्ट बेहवियरिज्म में आपको एनवायरमेंटलिज्म, फेमिनिज्म, पोस्ट कॉलोनियल, क्रिटिकल थेरीज, इतने सारे पर्सपेक्टिव्स आए। अब तो ज्यादा मतलब डेप्थ चली गई है कंसेप्ट्स को। तो ट्रूथ चेंज हो सकता है, नॉट नेसेसरी दैट कल जो सच था वो आज सच है। करेक्ट, मतलब मान लो कि आप पॉलिटिक्स की देख लो, पॉलिटिक्स में देख लो, इवन इफ वी टॉक अबाउट महाराष्ट्र पॉलिटिक्स, कि कल बीजेपी एंड शिवसेना वेयर टुगेदर, आज वो दोनों साथ में नहीं है। दैट इज द, कल अलग ट्रूथ था, आज अलग ट्रूथ है। सो ट्रूथ बदलता रहता है, ट्रूथ कभी कंप्लीट नहीं हो सकता। इवन व्हेन वी क्लेम दैट साइंस में समथिंग इज फाइनल, फॉर नाउ मे बी समथिंग इज फाइनल। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, फोर्स इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन आफ्टर अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च एंड लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स। आफ्टर अ lot of research and lot of experiment, somewhere we came to a conclusion that force is equal to mass into acceleration. Okay, but 20 साल बाद पता चलेगा कि कोई XYZ नाम का साइंटिस्ट आया और उसने एक अलग कांस्टेंट बीटा फाइंड आउट किया, बीटा या फिर मान लो गैमा, कोई अलग कांस्टेंट गैमा, ये आई थिंक पता नहीं अल्फा बीटा गैमा जो भी है, कोई अलग एक नया कांस्टेंट लाया और उसने कहा कि फोर्स इज नॉट सिंपली इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन, देयर इज वन अनदर कांस्टेंट गामा यू नीड टू ऐड हुज वैल्यू इज 0.981 मीटर पर सेकंड, व्हाटएवर। एंड दिस इज, तो एक नया इनोवेशन आ सकता है, कुछ नई खोज हो सकती है। तब तक फॉर्मूला जो है F इज इक्वल टू मास इनटू एक्सेलरेशन, ये फॉर्मूला जो आज हम सही मानते हैं, क्या पता कल को ये गलत प्रूफ हो जाए और कुछ नया एस्पेक्ट इसमें एड ऑन हो जाए। राइट, सो दिस कैन हैपन एंड दैट्स द दैट इज बेसिकली, yes, as you have said, there is no permanent truth. So again, the beautiful aspect of the truth is that it is never a permanent. It is never a permanent. So I hope you understand theory of relativity. Theory of relativity is simple. Theory of relativity is basically everyone who is in a different space and in a different time knows a very different reality of a phenomena, and no one can completely knows the phenomena. कोई भी ये नहीं बोल सकता कि ऐसा हुआ है। जैसे कि इसका और एक एग्जांपल है इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल, ठीक है, IFS, इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल। फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल, अब इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल का जब डिस्कशन होता है तो इट बहुत ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट होते हैं, बिकॉज देयर आर मेनी हिस्टोरियंस एंड एवरी हिस्टोरियंस हैव देयर ओन पर्सपेक्टिव एंड दे राइट थिंग्स फ्रॉम देयर ओन वे। बिपिन चंद्रा लिखेंगे तो दे विल राइट इन अ डिफरेंट वे, फॉर हिम गांधी इज अ हीरो। कोई और लिखेगा तो बोलेगा कि गांधी वाज अ वेरी डिबेटेबल पर्सनालिटी एंड गांधी is overrated probably because उनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, there are many other freedom fighters जिनका कंट्रीब्यूशन शायद क्वालिटेटिव एस्पेक्ट में इनसे भी ज्यादा है, बट समवेयर लिखने वाले ने तो गांधी ही लिखा है और हमको तो वही पता है हिस्ट्री, क्योंकि हमें जो हिस्ट्री पता है, जो स्टैंडर्ड रेफरेंस बुक। अब इससे मैं आपको और एक इंपॉर्टेंट कंसेप्ट बताता हूं, नॉलेज इज पावर। नॉलेज इज पावर, माइकल फोकोल्ट का ये कंसेप्ट है, माइकल फोकोल्ट का ये कंसेप्ट है, और ये माइकल फोकोल्ट एक पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट है, इसीलिए ये कंसेप्ट यहां पर हम यूज कर सकते हैं। नॉलेज इज पावर। फॉर एग्जांपल, इंडिया में 10 हिस्टोरियंस ने अपना ओवरऑल हिस्ट्री का एनालिसिस प्रोवाइड किया कि हमें कैसे फ्रीडम मिला, कब ब्रिटिश आए और उन्होंने किस तरीके से अपना यहाँ पर जो कॉलोनियल रूल है वो एस्टैब्लिश किया, इसके बारे में उन्होंने बात की। ठीक है, अब उन्होंने अपने हिसाब से, सबने अपना अपने हिसाब से हिस्ट्री लिखा, उनके अपना खुद का रिसर्च है। Everyone has their own way of research, everyone has their own way of methodologies, and most importantly, everyone have their own biases. For example, if someone who is not so much fond of Gandhi may write a history in a different way where he will not make Gandhi a hero. Correct? There is a possibility. कोई ऐसा हो सकता है जो लिखेगा कि जो गांधी से ज्यादा ऑब्सेस्ड नहीं है और जिसको गांधी की मेथोडोलॉजी इतनी अच्छी नहीं लगी, वो उसका एक खुद का बायस हो सकता है। वो हिस्ट्री को जब लिखेगा, वो इतिहास की किताब दोबारा से लिखेगा या कोई भी लिखेगा, तो वो गांधी को इतना इंपॉर्टेंस ना दे। करेक्ट, गांधी को इतना इंपॉर्टेंस ना दे। तो नाउ द प्रॉब्लम इज 10 डिफरेंट बुक्स आर देयर, बट हमारा जो एनसीईआरटी है या फिर हमारा जो एजुकेशनल बोर्ड है, सीबीएसई, एनसीईआरटी, व्हाटएवर, उन्होंने वो 10 में से एक पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति, मान लो बिपिन चंद्रा, बिपिन चंद्रा के बुक को अप्रूव करके ऑफिशियली उसको हमारे सिलेबस का हिस्सा बना दिया। नाउ बिकॉज वी आर इन अ 9th standard, 8th standard or 10th standard, so we definitely not going to read multiple history books or multiple references for the history. We only want to clear the exam, so we will only read one history book which is prescribed by our board. Okay, it means बिपिन चंद्रा की जो बुक बोर्ड ने अप्रूव की, हमने वही हिस्ट्री पढ़ी है। सो ऑल द हिस्ट्री वी नो, एवरीथिंग इन द हिस्ट्री वी know it from a perspective of Bipin Chandra, and that is our knowledge. Now if someone asks you a question, do you know history of the country, so yes, definitely we'll say हमें हिस्ट्री पता है। क्या हमें सब कुछ हिस्ट्री पता है? क्या हमें जो हिस्ट्री पता है वो अनबायस्ड है? क्या हमें जो हिस्ट्री पता है वो कंप्लीटली ट्रू है? क्या हमें जो हिस्ट्री पता है उसके अलावा कोई दूसरी हिस्ट्री हो सकती है? नहीं हो सकती। सो देयर आर डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव्स। सो दिस इज द थिंग, करेक्ट। सो इसीलिए अब इसमें जो हमें नॉलेज मिला है, हमारा नॉलेज, क्या ये नॉलेज अल्टीमेट है? क्या ये नॉलेज फाइनल है? बिकॉज हमारे नॉलेज का सोर्स तो इतना ही है। अवर सोर्स ऑफ नॉलेज इज ओनली बिपिन चंद्रा, बट देन द क्वेश्चन वी शुड आस्क इज द बुक ऑफ बिपिन चंद्रा, or for that matter any other person, we are not just talking about Bipin Chandra, is the history told by Bipin Chandra is the ultimate source of knowledge or can be the ultimate source of knowledge? No, this is just one perspective of the history to which we are considering as a knowledge. So our knowledge is itself is very much half and biased, but who is deciding the level of knowledge? Who is deciding the level of knowledge? हमारा नॉलेज का सोर्स क्या होगा, ये डिसाइड कौन कर रहा है? हमारा नॉलेज का सोर्स क्या होगा ये डिसाइड कर रहा है पीपल सिटिंग इन द पावर, बिकॉज दे आर बेसिकली डिसाइडिंग द एनसीईआरटी सिलेबस, दे आर द मिनिस्ट्रीज, करेक्ट, दे आर द मिनिस्टर्स। सो जो द पीपल हु आर इन अ पावर, द पीपल हु आर इन अ पावर, दे आर controlling the board of all these things, and they are deciding the syllabus, and whatever syllabus they are giving us, we are assuming it as a final source of our knowledge. It means our knowledge is not the real knowledge, rather it is the knowledge which government want us to have. Are you getting me? It is the knowledge which government want us to have. and we are all the outcomes of this system. We are all the outcomes of this system, this knowledge system, this educational system. करेक्ट? हम जो एक आउटकम है वो इस पूरे नॉलेज सिस्टम का है. इसीलिए पावर कंट्रोल्स द नॉलेज. कैन वी से दिस? पावर कंट्रोल्स द नॉलेज. बिकॉज अगर यहां पर मिनिस्ट्री दूसरी है, बोर्ड एनसीईआरटी का दूसरा है, तो शायद बिपिन चंद्र के जगह यहां पर कोई ग्रोवर की बुक आ सकती है, कोई सिंघानिया की बुक हो सकती थी. करेक्ट? यहां पर कोई शर्मा की बुक हो सकती थी, कुछ भी हो सकता था. यहां पर एक दूसरा पर्सपेक्टिव हो सकता था, तो हमारा पूरा का पूरा सोर्स ऑफ नॉलेज दूसरा हो सकता था. सो पावर चेंजेस, नॉलेज चेंजेस. करेक्ट? पावर में जो लोग हैं दे कैन डिलीट पर्टिकुलर चैप्टर. मिडिवल हिस्ट्री में से कुछ चैप्टर्स को वो हटा सकते हैं. एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री में वैदिक सिविलाइजेशन के बारे में 2-4 चैप्टर एक्स्ट्रा ऐड कर सकते हैं. एंड हमें ये सब पता ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हम तो 7, 8, 9 स्टैंडर्ड में हैं. सो हमें तो जो किताब स्कूल ने दी, माँ बाप ने तो यही बताया कि स्कूल में जाके अच्छे से पढ़ाई करो. टीचर ने तो वही पढ़ाया जो हमें दिया है. टीचर ने तो वही पढ़ाया जो किताबों में दिया है. हमारी एग्जाम भी उसी के बेसिस पे हो रही है. सो हमारे ट्यूशन क्लासेस में वही पढ़ाया जा रहा है, हमारे टीचर्स भी वही पढ़ा रहे हैं और हम उसी की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं. फिर हमारे यूपीएससी के प्रिपरेशन में हम एनसीईआरटी के बुक्स को ही पढ़ रहे हैं. करेक्ट? अगर आप पाकिस्तान की जो हिस्ट्री की किताब पढ़ोगे तो उनमें हिस्ट्री अलग है, उनकी हिस्ट्री अलग है. उनकी हिस्ट्री समवेयर हमारी हिस्ट्री से काफी कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग भी है. तो उनकी हिस्ट्री सही है या हमारी हिस्ट्री सही है? अगेन देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन. क्योंकि पाकिस्तान जो बेसिकली पहले तो एक हिंदुस्तान ही था, बाद में वो पार्टीशन के बाद एक सेपरेट स्टेट बना, सेपरेट कंट्री बना. बट दोनों का हिस्ट्री का किताब अलग है, जबकि दोनों का हिस्ट्री सेम था. हिस्ट्री ऑफ बोथ ऑफ देम वेयर सेम. आफ्टर अ पार्टीशन दे बिकम अ डिफरेंट. सो दिस इज द थिंग. लाइक ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट होता है. इसीलिए पावर कंट्रोल्स द एजुकेशन, पावर कंट्रोल्स द नॉलेज. एंड फॉर दैट मैटर इट इज वाइस वर्सा. नॉलेज ऑल्सो कंट्रोल्स द पावर. इसका भी मैं एक एग्जांपल आपको दे देता हूं, इफ इट इज इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर यू. नॉलेज ऑल्सो कंट्रोल्स द पावर. नॉलेज ऑल्सो कंट्रोल्स द पावर. बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से, अब बताओ, इंडियन सोसाइटी, ओके, बेसिकली primarily and dominantly a Hindu society. Hindu society is guided by the religion of Hinduism. Hinduism somewhere जो हमारे वेदास, पुराणास, करेक्ट, ये सब है, वेदास, पुराणास वहां से आए हैं. So somewhere Vedic literature is also a prominent source of the Hinduism and overall. Like आज हमारी इंडियन सोसाइटी का जो स्ट्रक्चर है, जैसे इट इज कास्ट बेस्ड, पैट्रियार्की, कास्ट सिस्टम, कास्ट बेस्ड स्ट्रक्चर है, पैट्रियार्की है. कहीं ना कहीं ये हमारे रिलीजियंस में रूटेड है, कहीं ना कहीं हमारे रिलीजियंस में रूटेड है. बट रिलीजियन कहां पर आया? कहीं तो लिखा होगा, उसके भी तो कुछ लिटरेचर हो गए. सो दोज लिटरेचर रिटर्न थाउजेंड्स ऑफ इयर्स अगो, which dictated what kind of society should be and what kind of religion should the people follow. That is the same thing we are still applying as a legacy. We are proud of that legacy. Correct? We are proud of that legacy and we really don't know कि जिन्होंने लिखा वो कितने वाइज थे, जिन्होंने लिखा कितना साइंटिफिक स्टडी किया, जिन्होंने लिखा वो कितने रैशनल थे. We don't know. बस वो हमारा धर्म ग्रंथ है और हमें उसको फॉलो करना चाहिए. That is the only thing. Like इंडियन कल्चर, अगर हम इंडियन पॉलिटिकल थॉट्स में जब जाएंगे, धर्मशास्त्र, अर्थशास्त्र की जब हम बातें करेंगे, तो वहां पर एक इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट वी विल हैव टू टॉक अबाउट, दैट ओबेडियंस. दिस इज समथिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. ये हो गया इंडियन सोसाइटी, ये हो गया वेस्टर्न सोसाइटी. ठीक है? इंडियन सोसाइटी में अगर आप बड़ों की बात मानोगे, उनके पैर छुओगे, उनकी रिस्पेक्ट करोगे, तो आप अच्छे बच्चे हो. यू आर अ गुड चाइल्ड. करेक्ट? एंड इफ यू आर नॉट, इफ यू वांट टू डू समथिंग डिफरेंट देन व्हाट योर पेरेंट्स थिंक, देन यू आर नॉट अ गुड चाइल्ड. आप एक अच्छे बच्चे नहीं हो. अगर माँ बाप ने कहा कि हमारा बेटे ने आईएएस बनना चाहिए और आप बन गए तो आपके ऊपर बहुत प्राउड होगा। माँ बाप ने चाहा कि आप आईएएस बनना चाहिए लेकिन आपने कोई स्टार्टअप फाउंड किया, आपने कोई एडवर्टाइजमेंट एजेंसी चालू की, या आप कोई बॉलीवुड में जाने की सोच रहे हो, एक्टर बन रहे हो या कोई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बन रहे हो, तो पूरी जिंदगी आपके माँ बाप आपके साथ बात नहीं करेंगे, चाहे आप अपने फील्ड में कितने भी सक्सेसफुल हो। क्यों? क्योंकि आपने डिसओबे किया, ओबेडियंस। तो हमारे सोसाइटी में सबसे बड़ा जो इंपॉर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम है, बिकॉज ऑफ विच वी आर सो मच लैकिंग, वी आर नॉट एबल टू थिंक बियॉन्ड, बिकॉज वी हैव ऑलवेज बीन टॉट टू बी ओबे। हमें ओबे करने के लिए हमेशा कहा गया है, ओबे, आपको ओबेडियंस फॉलो करना है, लेकिन अगर हमने आपको कुछ कहा तो आपको सुनना है। सो इट हैज ऑलवेज बीन अ वेरी कमांडिंग कल्चर, कमांडिंग कल्चर। अगर लड़की ने 12th के बाद फादर को कहा कि मुझे कोई पर्टिकुलर कोर्स करना है जिसमें मुझे इंटरेस्ट है, तो फैमिली विल बी लाइक कि तुम्हारी हिम्मत कैसे हुई हमारे सामने बोलने की। इट मींस यू कैन नॉट say something, you don't have a say to take a stand for your own self. But वेस्टर्न सोसाइटी में आप देखो, सोक्रेटिस का मेथोडोलॉजी यही था कि 4 लोग मिलकर डिस्कस करके एक फाइनल ट्रूथ हम निकालेंगे उसमें से। इट मींस दे बिलीव इन डिस्कशन, दे बिलीव्ड इन डिस्कशन, एंड दैट इज द डिफरेंस। आप इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम और वेस्टर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जो डिफरेंस आप क्लियरली देखोगे, डिफरेंस आप जो क्लियरली देखोगे, तो वहां पर जो डिफरेंस है, दे आर लिबरल, एंड दैट्स व्हाई द डेमोक्रेसी इज सक्सेसफुल इन वेस्टर्न सोसाइटीज। वेस्टर्न सोसाइटीज में डेमोक्रेसी काफी ज्यादा फ्लरिश हो रही है, उसका एक्चुअल में डेमोक्रेसी का जो बेनिफिट है वो वहां पर हो रहा है। सेम बेनिफिट डेमोक्रेसी का यहाँ पर नहीं हो रहा है। डेमोक्रेसी इज इन द प्रोसेस बट नॉट इन इट्स सब्सटेंस, मतलब इसका जो फाइनल एस्पेक्ट है, सब्सटेंस, जो आउटकम है, दे आर रियली डेमोक्रेटिक। वी आर डेमोक्रेटिक बट इन अवर ओन वे। हम डेमोक्रेटिक है बट हमारे ओन तरीकों से। डेमोक्रेसी में भी हम अपने डिक्टेटरशिप, अपना कमांडिंग एटीट्यूड, अपना ओबीडियंस एटीट्यूड, आज भी आप जाओगे तो कोई अगर पार्टी का कोई बड़ा नेता होगा तो बाकी के जो छोटे मोटे जो पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता है वो जाके उसके पैर छुएंगे। उन्होंने मतलब हाई कमांड वाला कल्चर हमारे पार्टी सिस्टम में है। हाई कमांड वाला कल्चर क्या है? हाई कमांड वाला कल्चर अगेन कमांडिंग, मतलब ऊपर की ऑथोरिटी ने जो बोल दिया वही हमें फॉलो करना है। सो वेयर इज अ डेमोक्रेसी? There is a democracy in the country, but there is no internal democracy in the political parties. That is the question जो हमें बाद में आएगा डेफिनेटली पार्टी सिस्टम में। What I'm trying to do, सारी चीजों का लिंकेज है, everything is linked to each other, हर एक चीज। So आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस को थोड़ा ओपन वे में समझने की कोशिश करो। So we were actually in a, हमारा डिस्कशन काफी दूसरे जगह पे जा रहा है, इसीलिए मैं इसको थोड़ा लिमिट करूंगा। So yes, postmodernist is the one who believes that there is nothing final. पोस्टमॉडर्निस्ट मैं हूं, आप हो, हम सब लोग पोस्टमॉडर्निस्ट है, बिकॉज हम ये मानते हैं कि कुछ भी फाइनल नहीं है। देयर इज नथिंग फाइनल, फाइनल कुछ भी नहीं है, या फिर कुछ भी ऐसा अल्टीमेट नहीं है, नथिंग अल्टीमेट। कल को कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आके बोलेगी कि हम ही सबसे श्रेष्ठ है, हम नहीं एक्सेप्ट करते। वी डोंट एक्सेप्ट दैट एनीथिंग इज अ फाइनल। हम बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते, हम करेंगे ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि आपसे कुछ चीजें हम सीखेंगे, दूसरों से भी कुछ चीजें सीखने के लिए, और कुछ और चीजें तीसरे से भी सीखने के लिए। हम सबसे थोड़ा थोड़ा सीखना चाहते हैं और हम अपने भी इनपुट्स देना चाहते हैं। हम किसी भी एक चीज को फाइनल नहीं मानते। हम ये नहीं मानते, माँ बाप डेफिनेटली माँ बाप है, वो भगवान है, पर भगवान कभी गलत नहीं हो सकते, हम ये नहीं मानते। आर यू गेटिंग मी? माँ बाप ने कुछ बोल दिया तो वो फाइनल ही है, सही ही होगा। इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी, नॉट नेसेसरी। देयर इज अ डिफरेंस। पेरेंट्स की सोच, पेरेंट्स की जो गाइडेंस है वो अपने बेनिफिट के लिए होती है, क्योंकि उनके इंटेंशंस हमेशा हमारे लिए अच्छे ही होते हैं। बट हमारा अच्छा क्या है ये जरूरी नहीं कि वो हर बार समझ सके, क्योंकि जनरेशन गैप होता है, थॉट प्रोसेस में डिफरेंसेस होते हैं। इस वजह से नॉट नेसेसरी कि उन्होंने जो हमारे लिए सही समझा वो हमारे लिए जरूरी नहीं कि सही होगा ही। करेक्ट? सो दैट्स व्हाई कुछ भी फाइनल नहीं है। ठीक है, माँ बाप है, उनकी रिस्पेक्ट करेंगे, उनकी बातें सुनेंगे, बट तब तक जब तक हमें वो सही लगे। अगर हमें लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं उनकी बात अभी के टाइम के लिए इस पर्सपेक्टिव में रेलेवेंट नहीं है, और मुझे फॉर एग्जाम्पल माँ बाप ने बोल दिया कि तुम कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग करो, लेकिन कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में उन्हें इतना शायद नॉलेज नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कुछ दूसरे सब्जेक्ट में अपना ग्रेजुएशन किया है। तो कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में अगर कोई बेस्ट पर्सन होगा जो मुझे सही नॉलेज दे सकेगा, वो एक कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर जिसने इसमें डिग्री की है, जो इसमें नॉलेज मतलब जो इस फील्ड में काम कर रहा है. So instead of my parents guiding me on computer engineering, someone who is credible, who has done this thing, he will guide me. So that will be more appropriate. Correct? Because again, माँ बाप भगवान नहीं है. So ये तो मैंने बस आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू मेक बैड नेम ऑफ माँ बाप की बदनामी करना वो नहीं है. इट इज जस्ट एन एग्जाम्पल कि जैसे हमारे सोसाइटी में हम माँ बाप को भगवान मानते हैं, फाइनल मानते हैं, गुड थिंग, बट हमें ये समझना कि कुछ भी फाइनल नहीं होता है, और इसीलिए शायद कोई भगवान भी नहीं होता, कोई बेस्ट नहीं हो सकता है. सो दैट इज पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट. पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट बिलीव दैट नथिंग इज फाइनल, नथिंग इज अल्टीमेट, वी शुड ऑलवेज कीप एक्सप्लोरिंग. हमें हमेशा एक्सप्लोर करते रहना चाहिए. शायद आपको, और इसके मतलब इसके माध्यम से मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि इवन यूपीएससी नॉट नेसेसरी कि आईएएस बन गया मतलब हम सब कुछ बन गए, उसके बियॉन्ड भी लाइफ है, उसके अलावा भी बहुत अच्छी चीजें हैं. डेफिनेटली आई शुड बी मोटिवेटिंग एंड एनकरेजिंग यू फॉर यूपीएससी प्रिपरेशन एंड एवरीथिंग, बट इवन आई थिंक एज अ मेंटर, एज अ फ्रेंड, एज अ गाइड, इवन इट इज माय रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू keep you motivated, but also at the same time keep you detached from something. पूरी तरीके से यूपीएससी, क्योंकि मैंने देखा है लोगों को, they are very much emotionally attached to UPSC preparation, so much so that they even leave their family, their friends, their loved ones, everything aside, and make UPSC as something final and godly. But it is not the good thing. You prepare for UPSC, you give your 100%, but don't consider it as a godly. उसको आप एग्जाम की तरह लो, ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल होगा, ज्यादा चांसेस हो गए आपके क्लियर होने के, क्योंकि इमोशनल हो जाने के बाद फिर थोड़ा पॉजेसिव हो सकते हैं, कुछ भी हो सकता है, बहुत सारी चीजें होती है. सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट दिस. लेट अस मूव टू द लास्ट टॉपिक ऑफ दिस चैप्टर, एंड दैट इज पोस्ट कॉलोनियल. पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थ्योरी, पोस्ट कॉलोनियल पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, यहां तक क्लियर है? पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थ्योरी अब बहुत ही सिंपल है. पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थ्योरी, देयर इज नथिंग, यू नो, कुछ ऐसा बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है उसमें. नाउ वी नो कि ये वेस्ट है, ये ईस्ट है. वेस्ट में यूरोप है, यूरोप आता है, अमेरिका आता है. ईस्ट में देखो इंडिया, बेसिकली एशिया, अफ्रीका, लैटिन अमेरिका, इस तरीके का. बेसिकली इट्स नॉट अ ज्योग्राफिकल कैटेगराइजेशन, वेस्ट और ईस्ट वाला ज्योग्राफिकल कैटेगराइजेशन नहीं है. दिस इज बेसिकली सिंपली डेवलप्ड और डेवलपिंग नेशन, जो रूलर्स थे और जो रूल्ड थे, उसका बेसिकली ये है कैटेगराइजेशन. यूरोप में जैसे फ्रेंच हो गए, ब्रिटिश हो गए, they were the people who established their colonies in the Asian and African countries. उन्होंने अपनी कॉलोनीज एस्टैब्लिश की एशियन अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज में. यस और नो? करेक्ट. एशियन अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज में उन्होंने अपनी कॉलोनीज एस्टैब्लिश की, और बेसिकली कॉलोनियल रूल उन्होंने एस्टैब्लिश किया, एंड दे लिटरली रूल्ड दिस डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज. डेवलपिंग अभी के है, उस समय तो एकदम अंडर डेवलप थे, अभी भी कुछ कंट्रीज अंडर डेवलप है. तो बेसिकली जैसे इंडिया में ब्रिटिश ने 100 साल 150 साल तक राज्य किया, अपनी सत्ता रखी, पॉलिटिकली दे रूल्ड, इकोनॉमिकली दे एक्सप्लॉइटेड, करेक्ट, and even socially they interfered a lot. So many things they did during their rule. Okay, so now when in 1947 they left country, not necessarily that they left everything, they left the country, but they left their legacy behind. उन्होंने कंट्री तो छोड़ दिया, बट उनकी जो लीगेसी है वो उन्होंने पीछे छोड़ी. So these states like India, India is known as a colonial state, post-colonial state basically. Earlier it was a colonial state ड्यूरिंग द रूल ऑफ ब्रिटिश का जब रूल था तब ये कॉलोनियल कंट्री स्टेट था. अब उन्होंने 1947 में ये लेफ्ट करने के बाद ये अब पोस्ट कॉलोनियल स्टेट बन गया. पोस्ट कॉलोनियल स्टेट मतलब कि ऐसा स्टेट जिसमें पहले वेस्टर्न जो इंपेरियलिज्म है उनकी रूल थी, चाहे फ्रेंच की हो, ब्रिटिशर्स की हो, या फिर पोर्तुगीज की हो, या फिर और कोई बेसिकली हो सकता है उनकी हो. So India is the post-colonial state. Post-colonial state. यहां तक क्लियर है? Now, this is political theory. Political theory has its own literature. Political theory में हम जो भी पढ़ रहे हैं, political theory का भी एक खुद का लिटरेचर है. Political theory has its own literature, right? ये लिटरेचर मतलब जैसे मान लो डेविड स्टन की कोई किताब है, जॉन रॉल्स की कोई किताब है, जॉन लॉक की कोई किताब है, हॉब्स की कोई किताब है, थॉमस हॉब्स की किताब है, जेएस मिल की किताब है, कार्ल मार्क्स की किताबें हैं, करेक्ट, ग्राम्स्की की किताबें हैं, फाइन, प्लेटो की बुक्स है, अरिस्टोटल की बुक्स है, मैकियावेली की बुक्स है. Correct. So when we talk about the political theory, we mainly study Plato, we mainly study Aristotle, that Aristotle's idea of constitutionalism, Aristotle's idea of equality, Machiavelli's idea of secularism, and Machiavelli's idea of politics in religion, Hobbes' idea of individualism, Mill's idea of liberty, Marx's idea of capitalist exploitation, Gramsci's idea of cultural imperialism, John Locke's idea of human rights, Rawls' idea of justice, David Stern's idea of behavioralism. So many ideas, so many theories we study in a political science, in a political theory. They are coming from Western scholars. Is it? They are coming from Western scholars. ये सारे Western scholars. Where are the Indian scholars? Like Kautilya, like Ambedkar, like Ambedkar, and then there is Gandhi also, and like there are some other scholars also, Aurobindo. Then there are so many Indian thinkers. But somewhere we see, whenever we study political science, political theory, prominently and dominantly we see that there are Western scholars only, Western scholars. So what post-colonial thinkers like Gayatri Spivak, Edward Said, they are the post-colonial thinkers. Edward Said is a post-colonial thinker. So what Edward Said, और फॉर दैट मैटर अदर पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थिंकर्स मतलब वो ऐसे थिंकर जो एशियन कंट्रीज के पक्ष में, एशियन कंट्रीज के साइड से बात करते हैं, जहां पर मतलब पोस्ट कॉलोनियल स्टेट के साइड से बात करते हैं कि ये हो गया वेस्टर्न स्कॉलर्स, ये हो गए हमारे ईस्ट के पोस्ट कॉलोनियल कंट्रीज के स्कॉलर्स. सो व्हाई दिस स्कॉलर्स आर क्वेश्चनिंग कि why your dominance, आपका ही डोमिनेंस क्यों चलेगा पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में? Why you will decide what political theory is? Why only there is a Rawls theory of justice? Why there is no we are not talking about Ambedkar's idea of social justice? Why we are only talking about Machiavelli's realism? Why we are not talking about Kautilya's real politics? So it means somewhere you not only dominated the geographical space, you also dominated the knowledge space. जो knowledge space है, political theory की जो knowledge space है, वो भी आप dominate कर रहे हो. So they are in opposition to that. They want to establish their own identity also. मतलब post colonial scholars को ये लगता है कि हमारा भी लिटरेचर होगा और हमारे लिटरेचर को भी इंपॉर्टेंस होना चाहिए। पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी शुड नॉट बी द ओनरशिप ऑफ ओनली वेस्टर्न स्कॉलर्स। पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी शुड नॉट बी द ओनरशिप ऑफ वेस्टर्न स्कॉलर्स। अगर आपके पास भी स्कॉलर्स है, प्लेटो, अरिस्टोटल, मैकियावेली जैसे, तो हमारे पास भी स्कॉलर्स है, बहुत बड़े बड़े स्कॉलर्स है, बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग हैं जिन्होंने बहुत कुछ लिख के रखा है। मतलब कौटिल्या's अर्थशास्त्र इज फार मोर pragmatic work written in the political theory than the Machiavelli, Aristotle and Plato have written. So why there is a dominance of this post-colonial political theory? Post-colonial perspective to political theory says that political theory should be a more democratic discipline and it should not be biased or it should not be dominated by Western thinkers and Western scholars or Western literature. Western literature is not political theory. Even the literature from the East, political inputs from the East is collectively a political theory. So that is what basically post-colonial political theory. I hope you understand. Fine. So I think ये टॉपिक में यही सारी चीजें हैं। पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में हमने स्टार्टिंग से पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी क्या है, उसके डिफरेंट अप्रोचेस, उसका मीनिंग सब कुछ समझा। ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोचेस, मॉडर्न अप्रोचेस, कंटेम्पररी अप्रोचेस हमने देखा। कंटेम्पररी अप्रोचेस में बिहेवियरल अप्रोच, पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिज्म हमने देखा। उसके बाद पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी कैसे डिक्लाइन होगी, कैसे रिसर्जेंस हुआ, और काफी सारा जो कंटेंट है दैट हैज बीन ओवरलैपिंग। मतलब नॉर्मेटिव और एम्पिरिकल का कंटेंट बिहेवियरलिज्म में और पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिज्म में हमने देखा, फिर वही हम डिक्लाइन और रिसर्जेंस में हमने देखा। सो ओवरऑल कंटेंट बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है, घुमा फिरा के वही बातें हैं, बस थोड़ा सा हमें पर्सपेक्टिव समझना है। ओके, सो दिस वाज द लास्ट टॉपिक एंड विद दिस वी कंक्लूड द टॉपिक 1। इवन इफ देयर इज एनीथिंग लेफ्ट, वैसे तो आई डोंट थिंक कुछ भी ऐसा बचा है। आप अगर सही से पढ़ोगे, 2-3 रीडिंग्स के बाद ही चीजें समझ में आएगी। दिस एक्सप्लेनेशन वाज फॉर योर बेटर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, क्योंकि ये नोट्स जो भी हमारे हैं, सिंपली पढ़ने से सब कुछ समझ में आएगा ऐसा नहीं है। For this to understand, you need to definitely understand the classes. But in classes, I made sure that I cover everything and also I make it very simple for you to understand. आप ये चैप्टर को और 1-2 बार पढ़ो, इसके कुछ क्वेश्चन है उन्हें सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करो। नेक्स्ट क्लास में हम नेक्स्ट टॉपिक की स्टार्ट करेंगे, नेक्स्ट टॉपिक में थोड़ा सा पेस बढ़ाने की कोशिश करेंगे, ठीक है। सो इवन इफ देयर इज एनी डाउट, नेक्स्ट क्लास में यू कम अप विथ योर डाउट्स और अच्छे से आप पढ़ाई करो और पॉलिटिकल साइंस को एंजॉय करो। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सब्जेक्ट है। धीरे धीरे आई गारंटी यू कि आपको और भी ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट आएगा। आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस को जो भी यहाँ पर समझ रहे हो उसको आप रियल लाइफ में अप्लाई कर पाओगे, इंटरलिंकेजेस कर पाओगे। दैट इज व्हाट आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम एंड सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन।